Uno 5 is now live. Streaming American Truck Simulator, number 84 ATS Sunday, April 5, 2026, 9:39 p.m.
US Route 62 Salt Flats. US Route 6 Glenwood. We're in Pocatello. We could go to where is this here? Let's see. ATS. Nebraska. Is it even working? Missouri, Colorado, oh, Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming. Montana. This is Montana. Okay, I need another one. This is not very clear. This one here. Was rescaled from 135 to what? To 120. I don't understand. $148. East Coast mod. Can't see. What the hell? They screwed up the map. Gotta go in images. Can't even go. There's two bars now. Oh, they put another one inside. They're so annoying. Oh, there. This one works better, I think. Oh, there we go. So now we can see. Where were we? Cheyenne is Wyoming. This is Wyoming. And then there's this map here. Wyoming, Nebraska. Yeah, I should really go there. So let's go. Try to go back southeast. And I wanted to change Utah, no. Colorado, yeah. Utah, boys. Idaho. Jackson is good. So I think we're gonna get that one. This is also good. Steamboat Spring, but I've already gone there. This is back to Montana, Idaho, and Twin Falls. So we're gonna go, I think it's here, in Jackson, Wyoming. Vegetables, and then we're gonna change trailer. But for that, I would have to check out the map first. Ouray, I remember that one. I've been there. I was there. Yeah, the garages and boys. Okay, so here's the cargo. I'm gonna check our vehicle. Let me park, although it was supposed to be a little bit more to the right. I think I bumped into the trailer there. Let me do it. It's a refrigerated trailer.
Time to hit the road. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Go straight on. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
It's almost a dirt road all the way. The road.
we are, safe and sound. Ready to roll.
Cargo is 20-ton vegetable. You can also go out the other way. There's a rest area for 9 hours we're good. There's a way there on the left. Maybe take the secret road.
Finding a new route.
There's one on the right. It's like a parking.
Rerouting.
Just blocked.
Never mind. Okay, let's find a new route.
Oh. So there's a way there instead of the other way. And the other one is through the farm. So here, oh, this is where we were.
Recomputing.
So there.
Okay, let's find a new route. When possible, make a U-turn. Never mind, I'll find a new route. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Make a U-turn. Finding a new route. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Never mind, I'll find a new route. When possible, make a U-turn. Okay, let's find a new route. Make a U-turn. Rerouting. Please, make a U-turn when possible.
Not bad. Let you sleep on the farm. I'll take it.
Recomputing. ready to turn left. Turn left. Finding a new route.
Oh, it's a nice irrigation system with a fire hydrant, really? It's kind of weird, isn't it? Potatoes? Maybe Idaho. Tin plant. Huh.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
There's a way here, and there's another way down there, but this would be the city downtown. Can cut through. This here we've been through. We gotta take about 100 miles, 150 miles. Let's see here how far we are. That's 60 miles. 1 hour, 9 minutes. It's a garage here. 83 miles. And next here, 144 miles. So this would be the break there, and then we arrive there. So it would be best to take about the break halfway here instead of there. And we probably have fuel. So where's the next garage? Here's Boys, and the garage would be in Cheyenne. I think we have a garage. Where's our garage? Yeah, there it is in Cheyenne. We own this. So we could go there and get a refuel after we deliver. Where are we? We're going far. Oh my God, it's all the way around. Oh, there's all this stuff here. So 1, 2, 3 photos and that viewpoint. So we could do that too. Then maybe change trailers.
Okay, here we go. Keep left and then turn left. Turn left.
Who's this one?
This programming is sponsored by attorney mediator Ron Bankston, providing in-person, video conference, and hybrid mediation and arbitration service.
Oh, it's Houston, I see. All right.
This programming is...
You also have the BBC World Service. University of Houston.
This programming sponsored by Woodlands Waterway Arts Festival. Over 200 artists, authors, music, food, and family activities at the Woodlands Waterway. April 10th through 12th. Open for kids 12 and under. Tickets at thewoodlandsartscouncil.org, where dreams take shape.
To keep advancing his agenda, and that is where we begin today with Sarah Isger, who is here on the right, and on the left, Liz Brunig is back with us. She is a staff writer at The Atlantic, and I would like to start with both of you exactly where the president ended. The whole world is watching. Liz, Sarah, I want to see what you are seeing. Liz, I'll start with you.
Well, this whole address, I think, was kind of disturbing, and it should be really unsettling, because what we're seeing here is a sitting U.S. president who just instigated a violent conflict, really arguing for it defensively. You know, as he was saying, he feels like he was forced into this position. It's every other president's fault. Someone made him do it. That's a sign of real weakness. It's Trump on his back foot, and I think there was a lot going on in that address. Otherwise, it was just delusional. This idea that, you know, we're not going to suffer the consequences of an oil shock, or that prices are going to come down very quickly, or that the economy won't be negatively affected. I think people can see with their own eyes that's not true.
You know, Sarah, you and I and Mo have been talking for a few weeks now about the lack of a clear argument from this president. I do kind of agree with what Liz is saying there. What we seem to be seeing here is not necessarily laying out an argument for these last few weeks, but saying, like, had no choice, wasn't my fault, but trying to fix mistakes. Do you think that's as dangerous as Liz does?
Let me start by saying that I don't think anyone is defending the regime in Iran. Evil people, hope they're all gone.
He was a little bit saying they're reasonable. He's the only one who seemed to be for a minute.
Yeah, well, I'm not. And I do think there is some chance that we come out of this war better than we went into it. Right. That being said, if Donald Trump were trying to do whatever Vladimir Putin wanted him to do all the time, I don't know what would look different about this. By cutting off Iran's oil supply and the Strait, Russia's oil goes up in price. We've had to get rid of sanctions on Russian oil. This looks really good for Russia right now. And I don't know, I assume Vladimir Putin is super pumped about all of this.
Well, that doesn't sound great. I mean, you're not necessarily saying that Vladimir Putin called Donald Trump and said, go to war with Iran, but at very minimum, I mean, you're saying that this is giving Russia a boost.
I'm just saying, what would be different? Sometimes I ask this overall. Like, if Russia put in a president of the United States, what would be different? The divisiveness, the hating one another, the negative polarization, Russia oil prices going up, the lack of consistency or predictability for anyone. I don't know.
Liz, I'm going to assume that doesn't sound very settling for you. The fact that what we're doing right now is maybe helping Russia, because it's not just Russia. I mean, it's China too. Russia and China both have such strategic and economic interests in this region. Both have stayed on the sidelines, but you know, as Sarah's pointing out, a lot to love if you're Russia. Their own oil exports have become a pretty hot commodity, and China's been able to negotiate with Iran to let its own tankers safely traverse the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, I guess that's where I'm saying that this feels like it's changing the global dynamic in a lot of ways, maybe beyond what we've seen from this president so far.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's changing the global dynamic in exactly the wrong direction, or at least contrary to what his presidency was premised upon, which is this whole America First thing. In actuality, as we're seeing play out now, this has been a major benefit to Russia and China. China literally has to do nothing to win here. They
Keep
just
left,
have to sit back
and
and
then
let the
turn
United
left.
States catapult itself into stagflation. And the Bank of America's economists
Turn
are
left.
predicting stagflation, which is slow growth, high inflation, really reduced purchasing power. This is bad news, and I think we've made it sort of unavoidable at this point.
Sarah, I wonder as we dig more into this, I mean, it's pretty significant that you're saying if Russia had installed a president, what would be that different? Is there a world where you think that those sorts of dynamics are happening, that there's some conversation or strategy within the Trump administration where this president believes that doing things that might embolden nations like Russia and China are a good thing for the United States and our strategic interests?
I think he thinks of the world in sort of a mob boss style, right? Like, we have our family, China has its family, and Russia has its family, and like, you show respect to your fellow Dons, no pun intended, I guess.
See what you did there.
And so, like, they're doing their thing, we're doing our thing. I don't believe that he is trying to help Russia or China. I just don't think he has a particularly strategic plan about anything. And I don't think he's surrounded by people who have a strategic plan about anything. So when the idea arises to attack Iran, for instance, there's lots of reasons to attack Iran. But normally a president is surrounded by people who are able to think of these second and third order effects of an attack on Iran. And it doesn't look like those people work near Donald Trump.
You're saying it's a level of complexity and complex thinking that is lacking in this administration.
Yeah, and look, that being said, sometimes complex thinking is overdone. Sometimes the experts tie themselves in knots because of all of the potential second and third order effects, and status quo wins out not because it is the right decision, but because they feel like they're not making a decision. But the status quo is a decision. Leaving the Iranian regime in place every day is a decision that we have made. I also don't want to lean too far that, like, we always want the most careful people in the room. That's not true either. But if you don't have someone in there who's saying what happens hour 2, day 2, you're not advising the president very well. And the second-term Trump administration has sure looked like a president who has not been advised by people who understand the world, know what they're doing, well, just the end.
Well, Liz, speaking of some countries that maybe think too hard before acting, I don't know. Some people would say that NATO should be bolder. The president has said multiple times recently that he might even think about pulling the United States out of NATO because of its lack of support for this war in Iran.
NATO treated us very badly, you have to remember, because they'll be treating us badly again if we ever need them, and hopefully we're never going to need them. I don't think we will need them.
So, Liz, I think a United States without a NATO relationship is terrifying. I think that a lot of what we've said so far, a presidency without people who can think about the second and third and fourth layers of implications in a war, that is terrifying. I think emboldening Russia and China is really scary. All of that said, I mean, do you agree with Sarah that there could be a world here where we'll look back in a year or so and say, okay, that decision to take out the regime in Iran has made the world a safer place and made the United States safer?
No, I don't think that.
You don't leave any possibility that could happen. You're so sure.
I mean, Trump, remember, ran on this America First platform. And if you listen to that speech, he's saying that we have an obligation to continue this war in part because of the 13 people who've already been killed. This is a feedback loop type situation, and I remember it from Iraq, which is we have a duty to the people who are already dead to get more people killed. That's what's going to happen here. This war has already been declared over numerous times by Trump. He says we've accomplished all our objectives, but the war is still dragging on. It's a historically unpopular war. All right, and I think we have not yet begun to see the second and third order consequences for the American people. Was there an Iranian nuclear program that was actually close to achieving a nuclear weapon? I've not really seen any evidence of that, and this government, the American government, has lied about that before. We have already been sold the weapons of mass destruction war. That was Iraq. And we look back on that as a huge failure. And I have the sense that this is going to go down the same way.
This is your own propaganda, because this was
My only point, David, is I don't know.
This kind of
Everything right now that Liz is saying
interpretation
applies
of
to the current moment, certainly. But that
First
doesn't
of all,
mean that in the
secondly,
end,
we stored
if the Iranian regime falls,
there,
which again
which were
doesn't
not
look likely
supposed
that
to
it would
be
happen
used
right
by
now,
them.
but it could, that we won't
As
look
part
back
of
and
the
say,
deal.
you know what, made no
And
sense
they
to
did
do
use
this,
them because they
wasn't
were
well
not there. And
advised,
then
didn't
you're
understand the second and
making
third order
false
effects, for
representation
instance, on the
about
Straits of Hormuz or on Russian oil.
going
But
there
in the end, it turned out to be good for
for
America.
those
I'm
things.
just open to that possibility in the same way that,
when
like,
it's
they
not.
haven't thought through this. Sometimes when you haven't thought through something, it can be bad and it can be good.
I mean, thinking of not thinking things through, I think we need to look at Cuba as well, in addition to Iran. I mean, that country was in the midst of an energy and economic crisis because the United States blockaded oil shipments from Venezuela. But then this past week, Trump allowed a Russian tanker to bring oil to Cuba.
We have a tanker out there. We don't mind having somebody get a boatload because they have to survive.
Russian tankers delivering humanitarian shipments of oil to Cuba. I mean, given the history of Cuba and Russia and the United States, I mean, am I the only one who feels this is just super weird?
No.
If Vladimir Putin had blackmail material on Trump, Trump would not be behaving any differently. He's fully behaving as though Putin has something on him. And I think it's a real departure from the kind of adversarial attitude he took towards Putin for a while, feeling he was not dealing with him fairly on Ukraine. So this is bizarre.
Sarah, do you think Republicans are starting to find what's happening in Cuba, what's happening in Iran, the president's speech the other night? Is there an alarm going off somewhere where people are wondering what his strategic interests actually are? And also, you know, I think about what we were hearing from CPAC, the big conference of conservatives. You know, there seems to be evidence that younger Republicans, I mean, part of his base, are starting to sort of have this reaction of, is this what we signed up for?
Republican leadership has long known that Donald Trump does not care one whit about the Republican Party electing Republicans, keeping the House or the Senate.
This programming is sponsored by arbitrator, mediator, and attorney Sylvia Mayer, providing in-person and video conference arbitration and mediation services. More information available at smayerlaw.com.
Like, they're testing the water to see if the base will move on from Donald Trump. But Republicans know, and have said publicly, again, Republican leadership I'm referring to here, that they're headed for a bloodbath in November. They just don't have a solution to the problem because they can't break from Donald Trump, or that will make it worse. And so if they can't break from him, but they can't embrace him because that's unpopular, then the result is what you're seeing, which is like sort of not saying anything and wandering around looking dazed and depressed.
Liz, there's an interesting reality.
What is that about? The KRMG news is off? Are you kidding me? Since when? Oh, because I didn't have to start it. Okay. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, now this doesn't work either. Oh, update from internet. Okay. Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
Politics. And I feel like that's a real strength. I feel like Democrats should really lean into that. Yeah.
Which is why the Democratic Party is less popular somehow than the Republican Party, and more people are identifying as independents than ever in American history.
Why do you say that's happening, Sarah?
Because the Democratic Party is just as dysfunctional as the Republican Party. And so the Democratic Party, in being so knee-jerk anti-Trump, has actually turned on their own long-standing policies. And so you see the two parties switching positions. There's no coherent principle at stake here. We're not talking about the size and scope of government. It's just me want government for my thing says good. And, you know, you ask people which party is a greater threat to democracy. Basically, everyone agrees they're all bad. And, you know, at this point, you don't have to outrun The Bear, you just have to outrun the other party, and yet both parties are like sitting on the ground rolling in mud. So the Democratic Party should think real hard before congratulating themselves on how poorly the Republican Party is doing, because the Bear still looks like it could eat them first.
No, absolutely. And you won't find me generally defending the Democratic Party. I certainly don't think of myself that way. I think I'm a kind of further left creature. But they have a better shot than they would have otherwise. And I think their shot is kind of increasing day by day, in part because of how this war is going down and how it's going to affect the economy. So, yeah, I think they shouldn't congratulate themselves, count their chickens before they're hatched, as they say.
I'm loving the metaphors in our conversation so far. Rolling around in mud and counting chickens. This is good stuff. I want to keep that going as we move on. Maybe you all have metaphors out there for politics. Maybe you all just want to have a conversation with one another about some of the issues that we bring up. You can join the Left, Right, and Center community conversation on Substack. We'll send you a weekly inbox reminder so you can get up to speed on the show and get to debating. You can join at kcrwlrc.substack.com. That's kcrwlrc.substack.com. Liz and Sarah and I are going to come back, and we're going to talk about birthright citizenship here on Left, Right, and Center.
Want to binge All Creatures Great and Small? Catch up on Nova? Or revisit Ken Burns documentaries? You can with PBS Passport. With a gift of $5 or more per month to Houston Public Media, you'll get access to PBS Passport that lets you watch your favorite programs anytime you want. Support the programs you love and enjoy them on your own schedule with PBS Passport. Make your gift now at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
I'm Jesse Thorne. You want some real, insightful conversations about where art comes from? Well, Bullseye has you covered, as long as you don't mind a little bit of ridiculousness.
Y'all was like really judging me though.
They sniffed it out. They sniffed out that I was weird.
I was like, I don't know where I'm gonna sit, just like in the movies.
Listen, learn, laugh. Bullseye from Maximum Fun and NPR.
Bullseye, Thursdays at 10 p.m. on News 88.7.
All right, we're back again with Left, Right, and Center. I'm David Green. Liz Brunig is here on the left. She's staff writer at The Atlantic, and Sarah Isgur is here on the right. We were talking about, the significant developments on the world stage in the last few weeks since President Trump began the war with Iran, reshaping foreign policy, redefining who our allies and enemies might be, changing the domestic political landscape. The president is also, we should say, trying to redefine citizenship in our country. His effort came before the Supreme Court this past week. The question focuses on birthright citizenship, where any person born in the United States is automatically a citizen. The 14th Amendment is the reason for this right. It was ratified in 1868 to grant citizenship to freed black slaves who were otherwise stateless. But on his first day back in office last year, President Trump signed an executive order to put limits on who that applies to.
We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous.
We're not the only country, we should say. A few dozen handle citizenship in a similar way, but the president is right. Birthright citizenship this broad is pretty rare. This case is so important to President Trump that he actually attended this week's hearing at the Supreme Court in person, something no sitting president has ever done. Sarah, you follow the Supreme Court maybe more closely than anyone I know. So definitely anyone I know, maybe anyone in the world. I don't know. But, his order was, it was challenged immediately, has not gone into effect. But if it does become law, order, what do you call an executive order when it becomes enacted?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah.
I know you hate executive orders. If it is enacted, it really is specific who it denies citizenship to, right? It's children who are born 30 days after the order goes into effect, whose mothers are not in the U.S. legally or are here temporarily on something like a tourist visa, and also whose fathers are not U.S. citizens or permanent residents. During the hearing, though, the justices seemed skeptical of this order. Several of them were concerned about practical issues. And here is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who was questioning the U.S. Solicitor General John Sauer.
How does this work? Are you suggesting that when a baby is born, people have to have documents, present documents? Is this happening in the delivery room? How are we determining when or whether a newborn child is a citizen of the United States under your rule?
And I think that's directly addressed in the SSA guidance that's cited in our brief. What SSA says is there's currently a system where, for example, Social Security numbers are generated based on the birth certificate. They say this can still be, for the vast majority of instances, completely transparent. You will still get a...
No, not transparent. I'm just talking about the particulars, because now you say your rule turns on whether the person intended to stay in the United States. And I think Justice Barrett brought this up. So we bringing pregnant women in for depositions.
I love listening to Supreme Court. I just love it. I could do it all day. Anyway, Sarah, what moments stood out to you here? Is it safe to say that the court as a whole was skeptical of this order being legal?
Anytime you're listening to a Supreme Court oral argument, you're trying to count to 5 for one side or the other. For the administration, it was hard to count to 1. I don't know if they're going to get any votes for their position. You know, I think there's some chance that there could be concurrences talking about the policy or talking about a different executive order that might be lawful, but not this one. They had a bunch of problems legally to overcome. And I was watching C-SPAN right before the argument and listening to the callers, and every single caller was making a policy point. They love birthright citizenship. They hate birthright citizenship. That's not really what's at stake here. What the Supreme Court does is decide who gets to decide. If you don't like birthright citizenship, you can ask Congress to pass a law about it. Or you can ratify a constitutional amendment to clarify the 14th Amendment's language, which says that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So all the Supreme Court is deciding is who gets to decide this question. A president acting alone, or Congress that by the language of the 14th Amendment gets to enact the 14th Amendment into action, basically? Or is it set by the 14th Amendment itself? That's the only question for the Supreme Court. So the problem for the administration is they've got to overcome the language of the 14th Amendment, and then how that was put into place from 1868 until 1952, when Congress passed a statute which had the identical language to the 14th Amendment in it. All persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Because they use the same language, but 80 years later, when we had birthright citizenship that whole time, if Congress didn't want birthright citizenship, you would have expected them to use different language. And in other parts of the statute, they do. They talk about mothers and fathers or beholden to a foreign sovereign, things like that. So the fact that they didn't change the language is a hurdle for the administration to overcome. And then, of course, just the question of whether a president acting alone can do this, whether you can only do it prospectively, meaning for future babies, as you say, after 30 days, David, is another problem. Because, of course, there's no legal reason why it has to be future rather than backward looking, right? If that's what the 14th Amendment says, that's what it says.
I'll find
so
a new
another president could come along in an executive order and say, yeah, but now we're making it retroactive. And then, David, I don't know my status in this country. We would have to go back to 1868, figure out everyone's citizenship at that moment, and then trace their lineage and where their kids and grandkids and great-great-great-great-grandkids are at this point.
That sounds great. I'm sure the government would set up a very easy, seamless system for us to do that. Yeah. I mean, we just jump online and it's like a 30-second process.
No matter what type of justice you are ideologically, I mean, it was funny, right? The more liberal justices were actually making the more conservative arguments about text, history, and tradition. And the administration was the one saying, no, living constitutionalism, we should just pick the best policy. But aside from everyone switching hats, which is always a fun time for me, no matter how you look at this, the administration did not have very strong arguments.
Liz, I want to sort of take on one of the conservative arguments for this order. I mean, there are a few, but one of the arguments from conservatives is that birthright citizenship encourages more illegal immigration, and that it leads to more birth tourism where pregnant mothers come to the United States to give birth so their children get citizenship. The justices sounded skeptical about the actual scale of that problem because the administration didn't really have any stats about birth tourism to share. But do you see a core argument there, even if it is dealing with a very small number of people, that philosophically we should not be opening the door so wide for people to come and give birth just so they can have a child who's a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious to know how much of that actually goes on. Are there some kind of regulations you could place around that? I'm not well acquainted enough to know exactly from a policy point of view how you would map it out in such a way as to achieve the effect that Trump wants, which is to eliminate birth tourism without creating a humongous headache for everyone else having a baby in the United States, as Sarah is pointing out.
Sarah, is there a way that Congress could do what Liz is suggesting? Like a way to make birth tourism illegal?
Absolutely. David, this is so easy. At the time that the 14th Amendment was ratified, not everyone got birthright citizenship. Diplomats' children do not get birthright citizenship. Indian tribes, if you were born on tribal land, you did not get birthright citizenship. It would be quite easy for Congress to pass a law that says if you are here on a tourist visa for less than, fill in the blank, you want to make it 6 months? Your child does not get citizenship. Basically, if you have a limited duration here in the United States, I don't think it would violate the 14th Amendment's language to not include those in birthright citizenship. The problem is, first, the president didn't go through Congress, even though his party controls both houses. Second, his executive order includes everyone who is not a permanent resident or citizen of the United States. That's just way, way, way broader than how the 14th Amendment was implemented when it was ratified in 1868, and of course the purpose of the 14th Amendment, etc., Supreme Court precedent. Even in World War II, as we were putting Japanese Americans in facilities saying that they weren't loyal Americans, nobody challenged the idea that they weren't citizens because their parents had been Japanese. And by the way, you know that Donald Trump knows that the argument didn't go very well, since the day after the argument, he fired his attorney general.
Didn't he also leave the hearing?
Yeah, but he's really busy, Liz. I mean, he had lots going on. He wanted to just show his face.
The oral argument did last 2.5 hours, where you sit there without your phone, there's no cameras, you can't scroll. So I was surprised he lasted for over an hour, which he did.
All right, you're listening to Left, Right, and Center from KCRW. I'm talking to Sarah Isger and Liz Brunig about birthright citizenship, the case before, the executive order from this president before the Supreme Court. Sarah, you said something interesting. I mean, I don't know if you were joking or not, but Pam Bondi being pushed out as Attorney General.
Caution, please mind
speed.
speed.
To the president not liking how this kind of case was going, or that was a long time coming?
Look, on the one hand, I don't think Pam Bondi has been doing the job of Attorney General since October. I think she's been sidelined by the administration for months. That being said, she also would have needed to sign off on the language of this executive order that, as I say, could have been drafted to withstand scrutiny by the Supreme Court. And they just didn't do it. And so I don't think it's a coincidence that she was fired the day after the oral argument.
Liz, here we are, the three of us, talking about, maybe birth tourism is not the best thing to allow in our country, and maybe there are some laws that could be written that specifically would target a small number of people who sort of, fall in that camp. But then I read stories about, Donald Trump and this executive order, and the stakes feel so high, because it's like we are saying this president is going to change what it means to be a U.S. citizen, change who we are as a country, change our entire immigration system. I mean, can you square those two things for me? Are the stakes as high as we make them out to be? If the three of us could sit here and say, okay, here's a small problem, maybe there's an easy way to fix it if Congress would just do its job.
Yes, I mean, I think it's a moment where the Trump administration is trying to kind of radically overhaul not only who counts as an American or who has the chance at being a citizen, but also the voting system and how Americans engage with elections. Far from being sort of an America First president who's interested in kind of maintaining a traditional American form of governance, he's kind of a radical in how he's attempting to reform these institutions that I think in the past had garnered a little more respect than they do now.
This past week, President Trump, we should say, signed another executive order. I mean, this will most likely be blocked in courts before it takes effect as well. It put limits on mail-in voting for this upcoming election by creating this list of every citizen who's able to vote using Social Security data, and it bars the U.S. Postal Service from delivering ballots to people who are not on that list. Here's the president.
Remember, it's about voter integrity. We want to have honest voting in our country, because if you don't have honest voting, you can't have really a nation.
I mean, Sarah, there are a lot of legal issues with this thing as well, right?
Congress could standardize the process for mail-in voting if they wanted to. And let me remind you, Donald Trump's party controls both houses of Congress. And by the way, so did Joe Biden's.
Caution,
and so did
these
Donald Trump in
minds
the first
feed-
term. So there is no excuse for not going to Congress to get your preferred policies enacted in a way that, yes, will require compromise. It will be messy. You won't get everything you want, but it will also
At the
be
roundabout,
stable
take the
and
second
long-term, which is something that executive orders are not. No, a
Exit
president
now.
cannot nationalize voting or change mail-in voting through executive order. He can't change birthright citizenship. He can't federalize the National Guard. And he can't
Go
implement
straight on.
worldwide tariffs. Oh, and he can't deport aliens without due process under the Alien Enemies Act. None of this can be done through executive order. And the Supreme Court on each one of those has said no. And it's very frustrating to someone like me that the narrative is that the Supreme Court keeps rubber stamping Donald Trump when all of those are Trump's signature policies, and the Supreme Court has stopped every single one. And sorry, just to add, by the way, Joe Biden did the same thing with student loan debt forgiveness, big Rose Garden thing. All these activists were like, oh, he's the most impactful president in U.S. history. Well, maybe if he had gone to Congress. But no, not through executive order, with the eviction moratorium, vaccine
Keep
mandate,
left,
student loan debt
and then
forgiveness.
turn left.
All of those by executive order, all of them stopped.
Well, Liz, then maybe we should just all call this out for what it is. I
Turn
mean,
left.
this is not going to be some shocking headline here, but I mean, we have Congress, as Sarah is saying, not doing its job and actually tackling some of these issues. If there are questions about mail-in voting, like Congress could decide how mail-in voting should work and with clarity. If there are questions about birth tourism, Congress could do something. And then you have a president who is not incentivized at all to encourage Congress to do anything, because using these executive orders, rolling into the Supreme Court in public and getting all the headlines that here's the first sitting president to ever come to a Supreme Court hearing because the issue of birthright citizenship is so important to him. It's like, this is a largely rhetorical messaging thing that is changing the conversation in our country. And with that, you know, could have dramatic effects on how we see ourselves as a nation without anything practically having to happen.
I mean, yeah, I have little respect for governing by executive order in general, because I don't think that's how the country is meant to work. I mean, I think Sarah is right that we live in a representative democracy, and if you want to make laws, you should have to go to Congress. It's something that I don't like when Trump does it, something that I don't like when Democrats do it. But I do think Trump's efforts to use executive orders have been more ambitious than Biden's were.
When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about the media landscape right now and how this Trump presidency might be bringing dramatic change to that. So Sarah Isgard, Liz Brunig, and I will be right back with more Left, Right, and Center.
Get ready.
Support from
Turn
left, right, and center comes from Odoo. Odoo
Turn
streamlines every aspect of your company in one simple and efficient business management platform. More information at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Houston Public Media exists for those in our community in Southeast Texas. We appreciate our visionary supporters for enabling us to be the essential source for independent journalism and programs that inform, inspire, and engage all Houstonians. Virginia and Dennis Malloy, the W.T. and Louise J. Moran Foundation, Barbara Samuels, Kathy Sanders, and Nancy Thompson. Thank you.
Discover what inspires some of the world's most creative people.
My culture has helped me understand that there is an importance in the past and our traditions.
The Arts Hour is your weekly showcase of the best global arts and culture.
Space for adventurous people to do imaginative things.
That sounds amazing.
The Arts Hour from the BBC.
Fridays at 9 p.m. on News 88.7.
All right, we're back with more Left, Right, and Center. I'm David Green. Sarah Isker is here on the right. Liz Brunig is here on the left. We've been talking about some of the dramatic changes we've been seeing in this second Trump presidency, rewriting America's place in the world, whether it's actually practically happening or whether it's, you know, a lot of just what we're hearing the president say and how he's changing the conversation. I do want to turn to sort of an institution that is important. Like, if you are a president, rewriting the media landscape would be a huge benefit to that. And the Trump administration is kind of sounding like it's doing a victory lap right now when it comes to that.
President Trump is winning. Look at the results so far. PBS defunded, NPR defunded, Joy Reid gone from MSNBC, Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd gone, Jim Acosta gone, John Dickerson gone, Colbert is leaving, CBS is under new ownership, and soon enough CNN is going to have new ownership as well.
Wow. I mean, that was stunning to hear. That's Trump's FCC chair, Brendan Carr, talking at the CPAC conference recently. I think it was frightening to hear because, you know, as someone in the media, I believe that we can withstand pressures and that no matter what an administration does or does not do to try and put pressure on our organizations and change who we are, we have the ability to fight back and remain strong and do our job in a democracy. Hearing the FCC chair celebrating and coming up with specific examples that he thinks show that they are winning some battle, I find that really terrifying. Liz, does Brendan Carr have a reason to be doing a victory lap?
I mean, there are a number of disturbing things about what we just heard, and a lot of them have to do with free speech and the role of a free press in a democracy. But I think an even darker element is that it seems like major political priorities for the Trump administration are making sure your TV doesn't make you mad. That's what people are willing to deal with all of the other Trump nonsense for, is to make sure that when you turn on your TV, you don't see someone who makes you mad, like Joy Reid. That is baby-brained stuff, man. And it's totally not worth sacrificing, again, a kind of tradition of free speech that's not perfect, but it's something, and it's much less than it was now.
Sarah, I mean, you have often been a very honest critic about some of what we hear in the media and some of the slants against the right. I mean, when you listen to that, is there any part of you that hears, okay, there's sort of a balancing out that might be necessary, or do you just hear something really dangerous?
I wish the left would admit their part in this, that they were doing very similar things. They just weren't out bragging about it. We had the case at the Supreme Court where we saw the records of the Biden administration threatening social media companies with regulation, fines, social opprobrium if they didn't take down speech that the Biden administration didn't like or thought was too right-wing. They certainly used pressure to prevent companies from hiring people that they thought were Republican or conservative that they didn't like. I wish this weren't seen in partisan terms. That being said, two wrongs don't make a right. This is ridiculous and indefensible and unlawful. So that part's easy.
Is there a way the left could reframe this a little bit to more credibly convey the stakes by acknowledging that it's not just a problem of the right in our country?
Both sides, when they are in power, love using power to shut down the speech of their enemies. It's why we have a First Amendment, because it is such a temptation for a majority not to let the minority speak, because that's how they might become the majority.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every regime is incentivized to make sure that there's as little backlash and criticism of them as possible. And I would be the first to tell you that during the Biden presidency and even the several years preceding that, the left was totally engaged in all kinds of language policing, speech policing. And I think it kind of drove people so crazy. It was a large reason why they were willing to vote for Trump again, was this feeling that the left had sort of assumed tyrannical control over what they could even say, what they could do in their lives. And I think that definitely played a role in where we find ourselves today. But it does seem like what Trump is doing, and I'm thinking here in particular of his media shakedowns, where he goes to publications, sues them for defamation. He's not going to win, but he's going to drag them into very long and expensive litigation. So he lets them, quote unquote, settle. i.e. pay him off, and then they're free to publish what they want. I mean, that's incredibly corrupt on a number of levels, and I think that is actually kind of unique to Trump.
Sort of. I definitely don't want to get into an argument over who's done worse, because I think the right wins that right now. However, it is worth pointing out the sue and settle that the Obama administration became famous for. A friendly group would sue the administration, and so then the administration wouldn't have to go to Congress or even go through the notice and comment of having a new regulation. They could settle with the group to get the policy that they wanted through a court order, or they would sue someone that they didn't like. That group would agree to a settlement with the government.
Drive safe.
But the Obama administration would do a, quote, third-party settlement, meaning instead of paying your money to the U.S. Treasury, they would direct that settlement payment to a group that they liked that was on the left. And so left-wing groups made tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars through these third-party settlements, which again didn't directly benefit President Obama's pocket as Donald Trump is doing. However, I think we can agree that sounds pretty grifty and shady as well.
Sure. I think the only distinction I'm making with respect to Trump is that he's making people pay to do free speech. He's actually charging media organizations for their First Amendment rights.
It's bad.
It's bad, but there's something that we can do on this show, which is put some of our trust in all of you out there, our listeners. We want to engage you and be transparent and try and take on the issues that are important to you and that you're wondering about, because it's bad. I think our politics, probably no matter which side of the aisle you're on, it feels really contentious right now with a lot of what we're seeing happen. Many listeners have been reaching out to ask us for some kind of ray of sunshine. Here's one of those people.
Hi, this is Dan from Smithfield, Utah. I am a longtime LRC listener and kind of a political junkie, but I have to say that politics just ain't as fun as it used to be. I need you to cheer me up. Would you please share some stories of elected leaders in Washington from either side of the aisle who you believe are truly motivated by a sense of duty to the nation, rather than just conforming to their own political party or hyper-focusing on their next campaign or trying to make a ton of money or whatever their motivation might be. Please help me restore some faith in our elected leaders.
Oh, Dan, we want to help you so badly. Liz, anything encouraging that you can give to Dan?
You know, I do see, maybe not in Washington, but in some of these Senate primaries where Democrats have kind of had interesting victories, and I'm thinking in here in particular of James Tallarico in Texas, who won the Democratic nomination over Jasmine Crockett. And I think that was a big surprise. And I think what he's doing is interesting. He's running as a kind of progressive Christian. And look, I have my complaints with parts of his platform, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with all of his theological positions. But he's trying to offer Texans something that is different than what they've had before. He's not shying away from religion. He's embracing it, but he's embracing it on his terms and kind of giving a voice to mainline Christianity in a state where evangelicals control a lot of politics. So it's interesting. I think it's still going to be really hard to win as a Democrat in Texas. It hasn't happened in 20-something years, I'm pretty sure. But it could happen, and I think that's a ray of hope.
Sarah, any rays of hope?
Oh, I have lots of rays of hope.
Good.
I love what Utah Governor Spencer Cox and Maryland Governor Wes Moore have been doing. They have toured the country together, talking about the need to stop all the nonsense that we're talking about, and actually do talk about duty and all of the things you're saying. Check out what they're doing, because it's awesome, and they're both actually really funny, which is fun as well. But here's my broader ray of hope, and actually I will talk about the Tallarico versus Crockett race as well.
Okay.
Texas, obviously my home state. It's not just that Tallarico ran on different policies. They ran very, very different campaigns. Tallarico ran a positive campaign, and Crockett ran a sort of traditional social media negative campaign, and he won. And I noted there was this huge New York Times piece about reality TV. Ratings are plummeting, and new shows aren't getting greenlit. Old shows are getting canceled. It feels like Americans are finally learning that it's not worth it. Like, it's not entertaining anymore. It's not keeping your attention anymore. And I do think we've been living in the reality TV era of politics. And so if it's no longer working from an entertainment standpoint, I think it is about to die from a political standpoint as well.
Diverting attention.
And I don't mean that we're simply going to go back to FDR Democrats and Reagan Republicans. We're not. But I think we might be nearing the end of the attention whoredom of politics, where you just keep saying more and more insane things to get attention, to raise those small dollar donors money. And I think Tallarico is an interesting example, potentially, of the canary in the coal mine for those other candidates, the Crockett-style candidates, that their time's done.
Dan, I hope that gave you a ray of hope. And Liz, Sarah, thank you for both those answers. And please keep the questions coming. We love reading them, listening to them, and taking them up on the show. We really do want to hear from you. And if you have questions you would like to hear answered here on Left, Right, and Center, just record a voice memo like Dan did. Keep it to around 30 seconds or so. Give us your first name, where you're calling from, and just send the voice memo to lrc@kcrw.org. That's lrc@kcrw.org. We really love hearing from you. All right, let's turn to our Left, Right, and Center rants and raves. I'm going to dive in and start because it's really connected to, I think, the question we just heard. Something is happening. I mean, I've been getting some messages recently from listeners who are saying things like they're getting together in their neighborhoods, in their communities, deliberately with people who they know don't agree with them politically, but like they're in their community and they're having conversations, like literally listening to one another, and they're talking about the power of that on both sides of the political aisle. The more that happens from a grassroots level in our country right now, like that to me is where the work is. Having these conversations at the community level. All of you are probably sick of hearing me say it. There's value in it. It makes you a better human.
So we only have
and
the fuel
step
tank.
by step, conversation by conversation, meeting by meeting, meal by meal, you know, the polarization in our country can start to change. So that's my pitch, and it's one I know many of you have heard me say before, but I'm not going to stop saying it. Okay, Liz Brunig.
Pope Leo would probably rather not be dragged into politics. And as an American, I'm sure he would prefer, as you were saying, that the U.S. Church and the United States in general should be more unified and less polarized. But because what is going on politically with the United States right now, he kind of can't avoid it. The situation is very extreme. I think right-wing Catholics had kind of hoped he would step back from that kind of engagement, as it was something they had always hated about Pope Francis. But Leo has disappointed them by responding most recently to Pete Hegseth's prayers for overwhelming violence against U.S. enemies by saying God doesn't listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them as their hands are full of blood. That's from the Bible, folks. Pope Leo is doing an incredible job.
All right, Sarah Isger, rant or rave?
That's a good question. I don't know. But I do know this is a serious topic that Americans need to address. And it is the pendulum swing between partisans on both sides. Those that favor skinny jeans to now those who favor wide leg jeans.
I was hoping that it was not going to be that serious. Yeah, no, this is great. Please, go on. Sorry.
I am told by my younger brethren that the skinny jeans are now what I would have thought looking at 80s mom jeans. That, like, that's how they look at me when I wear skinny jeans. So, David, I am investing in the wide leg jeans, and there's a lot to be said for them. They are quite comfy, but my husband thinks they look weird. And I don't know, like, unless you're wearing jeans with them, yeah, kind of. And we all know that in, 3 years, the pendulum's going to swing back to skinny jeans. And around and around we go, and I just don't know if I can take this sort of partisan, wild hatred from both sides each time we move.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
Does your husband actually say to you, Sarah, you look weird in those jeans?
He did say that. Actually, the direct quote was, "They're not as bad as I thought they were going to be."
I'm just saying it's a
risky move.
It's a risky move, and one that I've just decided, like I've tried to come up with a standard answer. Like if my wife says, like, "Hey, what do you think of these jeans?" That's what terrified me in listening to you describe that. Just like, my husband said that I look weird. I'm like,
I wore skinny jeans this fall, tucked into knee boots,
Right.
and my daughters made me take it off. They were like, "This is awful.
Why?
You look ridiculous."
Why? Did you agree with them, or did you just own it?
They're very anti-skinny jean.
But how are you supposed to wear your boots, like the riding boots, if you don't have skinny? I don't know.
That was
These
my
are the
question.
Questions that I don't have answers to. Yes, thank you, Liz.
I really hope people will write in about this. I mean, I want to know their thoughts on birthright citizenship as well, but I hope they weigh in on the skinny jean debate.
It's important. It's serious.
It is. Sarah, Liz, thank you.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. And thank you to Leo Duran, who produces Left, Right, and Center. And thank you to Arnie Seipel, who is our executive producer. And thank you to Nick Lamponi, who records and mixes the show. Also, thanks to Jason Mundock here at So Good Media in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, for hosting me so generously, as he always does. Todd M. Simon composed our theme music. Left, Right, and Center is a co-production of KCRW and Fearless Media, and we are distributed by PRX. I'm David Green. More debates over genes and foreign policy and all else next week. Come back for more Left, Right, and Center.
I love the music. Huh? I can't do it? Oh, it's confusing.
Download and subscribe at kcrw.com/LRC, the KCRW app, or wherever you find podcasts. Left, Right, and Center is produced and distributed by KCRW.
Support for Houston Public Media comes from Houston Parks Board, celebrating 50 years of expanding, improving, and protecting parks and green space in the Houston region. Learn more at houstonparksboard.org.
Houston Public Media exists for and by the will of Southeast Texas. We appreciate our visionary supporters for enabling us to be the essential source for independent journalism and programs that inform, inspire, and engage all Houstonians. Angela Bishop, Judy and Dr. James Bozeman, Andrea B. Bryant, Kathy Butler, the Michael and Rebecca Simo Foundation, Janet F. Clark, Marion and Paul Cones. Thank you.
Your NPR station, News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at houstonpublicmedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
What does it mean to live a meaningful life, and why does it feel so hard? That's a question that social scientist, best-selling author, and Harvard professor Arthur C. Brooks aspired to think twice about. Arthur sits down with Open to Debate CEO Leah Matthau to talk about his new book, The Meaning of Your Life, Finding Purpose in an Age of Emptiness, where they discuss the growing social crisis that's hiding in plain sight.
Humans want things to be easy and pleasant fun. We're trying to avoid negative emotion all day long. The problem in modern life is that we teach a lot of young people that if they are suffering, if they are experiencing pain, that something's wrong and broken. Well, you know, if you're having negative emotions, it means your alarm system is working properly. If you're having negative experiences, it means that you're alive on planet Earth dealing with your fellow Homo sapiens, which beats the alternative.
I'm John Donvan. That's coming up on Open to Debate right after the news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dan Ronan. Iran and the U.S. traded heated rhetoric on social media today after President Trump used vulgar language threatening to target more of Iran's infrastructure if it did not open the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday. NPR's Deep Harbaugh reports.
Iran is hitting back after President Trump posted an expletive-laden message on social media ordering Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. If they don't comply, he vowed to destroy more of Iran's bridges and power plants. The official X account for Iran's permanent mission to the United Nations responded that Trump, quote, seeks to drag the region into an endless war. It added that his threat to target civilian infrastructure showed an intent to commit a war crime and urged immediate international intervention. Mehdi Tabatabai, Deputy for Communications and Information in Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian's office, posted on X that President Trump had, quote, resorted to obscenities and nonsense out of sheer desperation and anger. He went on to use similarly insulting language, saying that the strait would open when Iran had been compensated for the cost of this war. Deep Harbaugh, NPR News, Vaughan, Turkey.
AAA says the nationwide average price of unleaded regular gas is now $4.11 a gallon, up 13 cents in a week, 85 cents from a year ago. Diesel climbed 21 cents in a week, now averaging $5.61. It's up nearly $2 a gallon from a year ago. Former Assistant Energy Secretary David Goodwin says energy costs won't be coming down soon.
Assuming there's actually a ceasefire and that Iran is interested in respecting it, it's going to be at least a couple of months. Reopening of the straits will be slow because it may have been mined. Also, the logistics of getting all the ships that are trapped in out and the ones that are out in will be slow. Repair, there's been a lot of damage to infrastructure. We don't know how bad. Takes time to get the crew ins. There's also restart. A lot of the oil fields have been damaged in Iraq and in other places. You can't turn them on fast with old infrastructure or you can damage the fields.
The OPEC oil-producing nations say they have agreed to increase oil production. There are only days left to register to vote in this year's primary elections in a couple of states. NPR's Hansi Lewong.
Eligible voters in Indiana and Ohio who want to cast ballots in the May primaries have until the end of Monday to register. And there's still at least a week left to register in time for the primaries in Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, and West Virginia. If you're planning to register to vote by mail, you may want to avoid waiting until the last minute to send your application by a postmark deadline. Changes at the U.S. Postal Service mean that your mail may not get a postmark on the same day you drop it off. USPS says if you want to make sure it gets a postmark, stop by a post office and ask for one. And if you've already registered to vote, you may want to check your status before your state's deadline. Eligible voters can sometimes be removed from lists, especially if they move, change their name, or haven't voted in a while. Hansi Lewong, NPR News.
It's NPR.
Oh, they already have
More than 70 people are missing after a wooden boat carrying asylum seekers capsized in the Mediterranean Saturday. As Duri Baskarin reports, a German sea rescue group says 32 people were rescued in international waters after setting off from Libya.
A German rescue organization, Sea-Watch, shared an aerial photo on the social media platform X, showing people huddled together on the underside of an upturned boat. 2 merchant vessels came to their aid, and the survivors disembarked on the Italian island of Lampedusa. In a statement, the Italian civil society group, Mediterranean Saving Humans, called the wreck a tragic fatality and a consequence of European migration policies. The wreck comes just 4 days after another boat sank off the coast of Turkey, killing at least 18 people attempting to reach Europe. For NPR News, I'm Duri Baskarin in Istanbul.
Late Monday afternoon, the 4 astronauts on the Artemis 2 spacecraft will reach their destination, flying around the far side of the moon, conducting experiments, and then beginning their trip home with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean near San Diego Friday. Depending on the orbit, Artemis 2 could be the furthest any person has ever been from Earth, possibly exceeding the 1970 flyby of the Apollo 13 astronauts. At the NCAA men's tournament, UConn will play Michigan Monday night for the basketball championship in Indianapolis. In the women's contest that was held Sunday afternoon, UCLA defeated South Carolina 79-51 for the school's first championship. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org. And Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
Hello, I'm Ernie Manous, and our show, Hello Houston, is live on News 88.7 from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. weekdays. But if you can't catch us live, you can check out our YouTube channel and podcasts.
I'm Celeste Diaz-Sherman. The YouTube channel has full shows and segments like my recent interviews from Houston's Sarah Week S&P Global.
You can also listen to our Hello Houston podcast, full version of our show, and a commuter cut, which is around 40 minutes.
It's Hello Houston, weekdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on News 88.7.
This is Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan. Hi, everybody. So part of being human is the debate we have with ourselves about whether the path we're on in life is going to yield the best and perhaps the happiest version of life. And if we lose ourselves on that path, how do we get back onto it? That is the subject of this episode, a conversation with author and social scientist Arthur Brooks, which we're doing as part of our Think Twice series. This is where we invite guests on to tease out the moments that made them stop and rethink everything. And in this case, the meaning of life. And I am delighted to tell you that conducting this interview will be Open to Debate's very own CEO, Leah Mathau. Leah, over to you.
Thanks so much, John. Hi, everybody. I'm your guest moderator and Open to Debate CEO, Leah Mathau. As listeners well know, we mainly stage debates here, but once in a while, we like to go in another direction that is adjacent to our core mission of curiosity. We bend the conversation frame a bit to feature works of intellectual rigor that provide us a different model for thinking twice and thinking critically about core assumptions impacting our lives. That's why we're delighted to have with us today Arthur C. Brooks to explore the themes of a book relevant to all of us, The Meaning of Your Life, Finding Purpose in an Age of Emptiness. Arthur has lived many professional lives. He once played the French horn at the City Orchestra of Barcelona, returned to school in the U.S., became a scholar, and then spent a decade as the 11th president of the American Enterprise Institute. Since 2019, he has taught at the Harvard Kennedy School and the Harvard Business School and is a leading researcher on human happiness. He's a best-selling author who has written 15 books, a columnist for the Free Press, where he writes the Pursuit of Happiness column, a CBS News contributor, and the host of the podcast Office Hours with Arthur Brooks. Arthur, I'm delighted to welcome you to Open to Debate.
Thank you, Leah. What a delight to be with you, too.
I just want to say, I was moved by the book in so many ways. I'm so excited about this conversation, and I don't think an hour is going to be enough.
You know, meaning is a big topic, isn't it?
It's a big topic. So you started your research for this book in kind of a tough place. You started by defining a problem. You looked at the modern crisis of unhappiness and looked at some troubling statistics. As you returned to academia in 2019, you said, half of the students were receiving mental health treatment. And what's more, you found students fearful of ideas they found objectionable. And that is something very disconcerting for us at Open to Debate. How did all of these initial findings drive your search for the micronutrients we need for a happy life?
Well, I was in academia for a long time, and I left in 2008, the end of 2008, to become the president of a think tank in Washington, D.C. And that was a great time. I did that for 11 years, but I was completely worn out. I was just spent by the end of that. And living in Washington, D.C., in the middle of policy debates. And so I was 55 when I left that in 2019. And, too young to retire, too late to go back and retrain as a circus juggler, a firefighter. I don't know. I didn't know what I was supposed to do with my life. So I did what people have done for thousands of years, which is when you don't know the answer to a question about your own life, go for a long walk. I mean, this is in almost every religion and philosophical tradition, is the idea of a pilgrimage. So I walked across northern Spain, the Camino de Santiago, which is more than 1,000-year-old pilgrimage. And by the end of it, I had a really good idea what I wanted to do. I wanted to go back to my roots as a behavioral scientist. I had gotten my PhD decades earlier, and I had been an academic, and I wanted to go back to do that. But I wanted to do it for a very specific reason, which I kind of learned on my pilgrimage, a very spiritual set of insights, as a matter of fact. I realized that my mission was to lift people up and bring them together in bonds of happiness and love, using science and ideas to add to this incredible body of work that was out there in behavioral science. And when I got back to academia to do that, I took a professorship at Harvard to do that. I had no idea what I was about to find. I thought I was going to find what I had left, which was a happier world.
Go straight on.
That's when you make friends and you fall in love and you're exposed to crazy, even dangerous but thrilling ideas. And what I got back to was it's like a plague had gone through my village. Academia was less happy than ordinary life. People were more likely to be depressed and anxious and lonely and addicted. And cancel culture was all around us. And it was sadness and anger. So I thought, okay, all right, now I know I'm back here. I'm back here to figure this out. And I started talking to people. I started talking to my students. And they kept saying the same things. I'm doing everything right, but I don't know what I'm meant to do with my life. My life feels empty. A lot of them said, I feel like I'm living a fake life. I mean, I wake up and I check my phone and I read the news. And I go to work on Zoom, especially after COVID. I date by swiping right. I do a lot of video gaming. My life feels like a simulation. And I'm like, okay, all right, what is this?
So you talk about this in a few ways, and you say enjoyment and satisfaction and meaning are critical.
Right. For happiness. Those are the parts of happiness, right?
For happiness and healthiness. And you say
Ready
we're
to
still
roll.
doing okay on enjoyment, still maybe doing okay on satisfaction, but we just collapse around meaning. And then you talk about meaning being comprised of coherence, purpose, and significance. Tell us just sort of practically what that framework leads us to.
Yeah, so that comes from the work of a couple of really great social psychologists named Mike Steger and Frank Martella, who have done pioneering work on the idea of happiness. And what they find is that there's kind of 3 why questions that going into having a sense of the meaning of your life. The first why question is, why do things happen the way they do? That's coherence. Some people answer that with religion. Some people answer that with science. I try to answer it with both religion and science personally.
Keep right.
Some people who
and then
are
turn
skeptical
right.
of religion and science, they answer it with, I don't know, conspiracy theories, which is very interesting today because there's been an explosion of proliferation
right.
of conspiracy theories around populations that don't tend to be religious or trusting of science. So that's a call for coherence, this idea that why do things happen the way they do? The second is purpose. So people use purpose and meaning synonymously. That's not right. Purpose is a subcomponent of meaning. Mm-hmm. And purpose is the why question. It's like, why am I doing what I'm doing in my life? Why am I getting out of bed in the morning?
Left.
Why am I doing this? And it's so interesting because purpose is about
Turn
goals
left.
and direction. We're made for goals and purpose. We're made for progress. Probably the most important one is the last one, however, which is this why question. Why does my life matter? That's the significance question. That's kind of the It's a Wonderful Life question. You know, that Frank Capra movie with Jimmy Stewart where, you know, he's
Goes straight on,
about to end his
and then
life
turn
and an
left.
angel comes and shows him how much worse life would have been for everybody around him if he wasn't there. So that's really the love question. Many people find their significance
Turn
with
left.
religion. All of us find it when we have our children, for example. But if you don't have a sense of significance, then there's no why of love. That's what it comes down to.
And then you draw on the work of British neuroscientist Ian McGilchrist. You know, we had this idea about hemispheric lateralization for many years, that you're good at art or you're good at math. But what we really see now is the right side is about complex questions. It's the master, where numinous activity occurs, and the left side is about managing complexity. How do they work together as partners in the search for meaning, and how do various aptitudes and presence in search come to play?
Yeah,
I took your test.
Tell me your results.
I'm a relentless seeker.
Like
so
me.
I have my own problems. Yes.
There's a test in this book that will place you in kind of a map of meaning, and it's based on the research of the researchers I mentioned before, Seeger and Martella. And what it is to see whether you have a presence of meaning, which kind of measures how much meaning you have or sense, and the other is how much you're looking for it. And so you, Leah, you said you're a relentless seeker, which means that you have a high sense of presence, but you keep looking all the time. And by the way, that's not the best position to be in for happiness, because once you got it, you gotta.
Oh, I see a lot of trap doors there. Yeah.
I know, and probably, your spouse will complain. It's like, stop, It's like, you found it, so stop, for peace sake. That's what it comes down to. But your question is really important. So my background is more in operations research and mathematical modeling, and before I actually became, interested in social science. And one of the things that we know from the world of operations research is there's 2 kinds of problems in life. There's complicated problems, which are super hard to solve, but with enough brain power and computing power and time, you can solve them and they stay solved. They're static problems, like how to create a jet engine or a toaster, for that matter. Complex problems, and I'm not logic chopping, they're different. They're different than complicated problems. Complex problems are super easy to understand, but actually impossible to solve. So, your cat is a complex problem. Easy to understand, impossible to solve. You'll never predict what your cat is going to do.
Is my dog easier?
Your dog is a little easier to predict, right? Which is why people like dogs better mostly. But, but my marriage is a very complex problem, which is to say I understand what I want. I want love and affection, but it's impossible to solve because, it's too complex, adaptive, changing, dynamic human beings, which is why I love my marriage. Precisely. And all of the biggest problems in life of mystery and meaning and love and happiness, they're complex. And we care about these things the most, but all of the tech out there, all the technology and analysis and efficiency and hustle and grind are all complicated solutions that we're coming up with. And here's the point. Every time we have a complex problem of love and happiness and mystery and meaning, and we try to solve it with a complicated solution, we get it wrong and we make things worse. A classic case of this is that when Facebook was, the first meaningful social media platform was created, it would promise to solve loneliness, which is an incredibly complex human problem. It was a complicated algorithm to solve a complex human problem, and it made loneliness worse. Now, when it comes to the brain, this is the idea of Ian McGilchrist. He's both a neuroscientist and a philosopher at Oxford, one of the most distinguished people in the world. He's brought back the idea, an old idea, that the two hemispheres of the brain, they govern different parts of life. It's not that they do entirely different things, but they have different priorities, you might say. And he says that the right side of the brain is the mystery and the meaning side. It's the why side. The left side of the brain is the what and how to side. And so the why side is like, why do I, do what I do? Because I love my family. So what do? I go and support my family. And that's how my two hemispheres actually work together. The right side is the complex questions, the mystery and the meaning questions. The left side is the what and how to questions, the complicated questions, the stuff, the technology, the analysis. Every time we pick up our phones, 205 times a day on average, by the way, we're shoving ourselves into the left side of our brains, and we're not even addressing the why questions. Furthermore, we're using technology as if it could deal with the right-hand side questions. People are using ChatGPT for the girlfriend experience, or friendship, or God forbid for therapy, and they're wondering why they're getting lonelier. I mean, you can simulate a lot, but you can't simulate meaning.
So now we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more of my conversation with Arthur C. Brooks. This is Open to Debate. We'll be right back.
Support comes from the Houston Symphony, presenting actor John Malkovich in The Music Critic, a comedic concert blending classical music and commentary featuring works by Bach, Mozart, and Beethoven. April 14th at Jones Hall. More at houstonsymphony.org.
Support for Houston Public Media comes from listeners like you and from attorney mediator Ron Bankston, providing in-person, video conference, and hybrid mediation and arbitration services. More information is available at ronbankston.com.
Hi, this is Steve Inskeep. When you roll out of bed, bleary-eyed and groggy, if you're like me, the first thing on your mind is getting something to wake you up. So turn on the radio. NPR's daily news program, Morning Edition, has been working through the night to get you the news you need. It's as essential to your morning as a good cup of coffee. So hit the ground running by listening to Morning Edition from NPR News.
Morning Edition, weekdays 5 to 9 a.m. on News 88.7.
Welcome back to Open to Debate. I'm here with Arthur C. Brooks, who's the author of The Meaning of Life, Finding Purpose in the Age of Emptiness. Now, this book does seem to build on a lot of your prior inquiry and interests, yet you say it's the hardest book you've ever written. What differentiates it?
Well, it's just such an open-ended question. Furthermore, it's one thing for me to say, okay, here's what meaning means: coherence, purpose, and significance. And so most social science books are 90% problem identification and 10% pro forma solutions. That's not good enough when it comes to happiness. This book is 2/3 solutions, and that's why it was hard.
So transcendence is key, and it seems like when it comes to breaking free from self-focus, the American philosopher William James said we really need to differentiate between the I self and the M self. And there's an implication to look upward and outward. There are many ways to figure those out. Can you give us some practical tools? For some people, it will be religion. For some people, it will be something else.
Yeah.
Some people, it will be service.
Yeah. One of the great ironies is that, we as an adaptive species, Homo sapiens, we have brains that are largely the same as they were 250,000 years ago in the late Pleistocene. And we are survivalists by paying attention to ourselves, by living in kind of a psychodrama. Me, my job, my car, my money, my book tour, which is on what I'm on right now. It's all about me. And the trouble with that is that makes you intensely unhappy. The reason is because when you focus on yourself, your own little things, you don't actually have a sense of the meaning of your life. When you zoom out in awe of something greater than yourself, that's when meaning finds you. for all of the neuroscientific reasons that we've talked about here, which is, and I'll give you an example of this. The most popular class at Harvard for undergraduates is astronomy. And it's weird because, you know, they're not astronomers, like English majors or something, but they all love the astronomy class. So I asked a student, why are you all so supercharged by the astronomy class? And she says, the student I was asking, she says, you know, I don't know. But, you know, I go in on Thursday mornings at 9 to my astronomy class, and I'm all freaked out because I had a big argument with my mom, and I think I'm breaking up with my boyfriend, and I got a B in a class, which is like the end of the world at Harvard. And so I come out of my astronomy class an hour and a half later, and I realize I'm a speck on a speck on a speck. And I understand the meaning of my life. This is like one of the ways that it's not that you find meaning, it's that you put yourself in a space where meaning finds you when you transcend you. This is one of the great ironies of life. And it's a philosophical truism in almost every religion and secular non-religious philosophy, is that you need to transcend yourself. And there are two ways to do it. One is this kind of philosophical sophistication, looking upward, I call it. The other is looking outward and serving others, loving them, which in the Aristotelian sense is to will their good notwithstanding your feelings. And it's intensely pleasurable because you understand the meaning of your life when you love somebody, notwithstanding how you actually feel. It's an extraordinary experience. And this is what I talk about over the course. Look, this is a mystery. This is one of the great mysteries of life, but it works every time.
Just to be contrarian for a moment, there's an implication in the book that technology, looking at our cell phones 205 times a day, is fundamentally interfering with meaning. I mean, you can pretty much track some of these negative mental health statistics to the smartphone. But is there a think twice moment here? Is it possible that our tech devices can be gateways to transcendence? For instance, if you're not religious and you don't have a bedtime routine of prayer, could there be some benefit from listening to the Calm app or being roomy curious and being able to find these things that could also lead you to that place? I mean, the Stoics have never been more accessible to a mass market. Is there some way to use this in a constructive way?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So one of the things I talk about in the book is I'm fundamentally a techno-optimist because there's so much good that we can actually bring to it. But I'm very sympathetic to people who like to drink alcohol moderately. And the reason I don't is because I can't. Not because it's bad, is what it comes down to, right? I mean, this is an important thing to keep in mind, that many, many things in life, if you manage them properly, they're wonderful. But if they manage you, be careful. And the classic case of this is technology, which we're largely being managed by our technology as opposed to managing it. But there are lots and lots of ways that we can use it appropriately. My kids, for example, are very moderate. And one of the reasons is that 2 of my 3 kids are U.S. Marines, which means they can't use social media. It's illegal for them to use social media in the way that a lot of young people do. Another one is very, very traditionally religious. And so the result is that they follow a fundamental rule of technology so that this is a think twice true moment of clarity, which is that if technology is a substitute for your in-person relationships, it's bad for your happiness. If it's a complement to your in-person relationships and your sense of transcendence, it's good for you. But that requires incredible discipline, presence of mind, and making it fundamentally not the center of your life.
I also found very helpful and very curious your framing of work-life balance, that looking at these separately is not a particularly good idea. Finding meaning in your work up into the point of workaholicism, considering it a vocation, and then considering leisure time a pretty serious business.
Yeah.
Talk about how those two things, I think we're all in that struggle, and I think your insights on this would be very helpful.
Yeah, sure. One of the chapters is about finding meaning by finding your calling. And fundamentally, I'm talking about that in the vocational sense of work is what it comes down to. That's a really hard thing to do when you're a workaholic. And the reason is because work and non-work, they become, well, the work actually takes over everything. It invades every boundary and it ruins relationships. And I've done a lot of work in this, and I've taught a lot about workaholism. I teach at the Harvard Business School, for Pete's sake. These are workaholics in training. because they're going to take these unbelievable jobs, 100-hour-a-week jobs, et cetera, and how it's related to success addiction, how this is related to self-objectification. Almost all workaholics have the same fundamental childhood experience of only getting love and affection from their parents when they do something extraordinary.
The gold star syndrome.
Yeah, kind of. And so the result of it, and again, it's A's on the report card, first chair in the orchestra, pitcher in the baseball team, whatever. And they learn, their little synaptically plastic brains record the idea that love is earned, and that's wrong. Love is a free gift, freely given. Love is a grace. Anybody who makes you earn love doesn't love you. That's the bottom line.
Ready to
and that's
roll.
what all horrible marriages have in common, is that each of them, the spouses, have to earn each other's love. It's just like it's a pathology is what it comes down to. But a lot of people are wired that particular way, and so they become addicted to success. Win, 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 and they're highly workaholic is what it comes down to. Now, to find calling, you have to resist that. But one of the worst mistakes, and makes calling also impossible, is this idea of work-life balance. Why? Because work should be part of your life, and life, it includes work. It's a productive thing to do, whether you're paid or not, by the way. It's your productive endeavor.
Let's find a new route.
Work-life integration, which is work, non-work integration, and that requires you take the non-work as seriously as the work. A lot of Americans in particular, because we love to work a lot, and many of my colleagues and I
I'll
often
find
have
a
been
new
guilty of
route.
workaholism. So non-work is just
Turn
chilling
left.
so that we can recharge and work some more. And that's a huge mistake if you want to find your calling and you want to find meaning in your life. So I talk a lot about the work of Josef Pieper, the great 19th or 20th century German philosopher, who his most famous book is called Leisure, the Basis of Culture. And he talks about taking leisure seriously. And all leisure means is a productive, generative activity for which they don't pay you. That's what it comes down to. There's no worldly reward. It's done for the inherent satisfaction of what you're doing. And it comes in kind of three categories.
Turn right.
Religious or philosophical depth is actually becoming more adept. Relationships and learning. And so these are the three things. It's like becoming more, and for him, he was a Catholic, so it was more Catholicism. But again, all of this transcendence that I'm talking about is utterly applicable to non-religious philosophy and love relationships and learning stuff is what it comes down to. In other words, leisure is serious business if you want to find the meaning of your life and find your calling.
You mentioned, on the hierarchy, your time at AEI, you probably would put into the category of service. How did you personally know it was time to move into the calling zone? Or were there a confluence of events that pushed you there?
Yeah, well, to be frank, I was unbelievably burnt out. And part of the reason is because I wasn't doing it right. It went really well on paper. I mean, it's a great organization. I love the organization. I love the people. I believed in the mission. I mean, all of the ingredients for calling were there. But I worked 80 hours a week for 11 years. I was on the road all the time. I missed a lot of my kids growing up. I was obsessed with the organization and the success of the organization. And so the result of it was that I couldn't find integration between my work and non-work. I mean, it's funny because, I think my kids, I don't remember any Little League games. I barely remember any birthdays. I barely remember my birthdays during those particular years. And so the result of it was that I recognized that, especially as somebody really deeply interested in the science of human happiness, that I was doing it wrong and I needed to start again. Now, as a little bit of background, one of the 4 psychological profiles of careers that I've written about an awful lot, and this work comes from the work in the 90s of a psychologist named Michael Driver at USC in California. And there's the linear careers where you go up and up and up and up, you're really ambitious, and you're in the same line, and you only change jobs when you can go to something better. But the one that characterizes a lot of really creative people is the spiral career, which is a bunch of careers of your own design, like 7 to 12 year careers, and you take it down to the studs and you start again, and people are like, why are you changing careers again, man? And it's because it's in here. And I also knew as a CEO that you get 10 years. I mean, you really get 10 years. It takes 5 years to set up your vision, and then 5 years to instantiate your vision.
Get ready
but
to
you don't
turn
get
right.
a second vision. So I asked a guy, one of these titans of private equity who had hired and fired 1,000 CEOs, and he was on my board.
Right.
Yeah, I said, how do you stop as a CEO? And he said, well, sonny boy, there's two options. You can leave before you're ready, or you can
Get
leave
ready
on
to
somebody
turn
else's
left.
terms. And I said, I'll choose door A, Monty. and so
Turn left.
I left, I guess, a little bit before I was ready, but in retrospect, I was absolutely ready.
So that brings me to another point. You are not a suffering eliminist. You believe very much that that is part of the process. That's somewhat counterintuitive today. People want things to be easy, pleasant, fun. Talk about the role that that plays in getting to this elevated level, whether it's career or love.
Yeah, so humans want things to be easy and pleasant fun. That's just stipulate to the fact that Homo sapiens are trying to avoid unpleasantness. We're trying to avoid negative emotion all day long. And negative emotions come in basically four boxes. Fear, anger, disgust, and sadness. And the human limbic system is designed to actually experience these things because your limbic system is an alarm system for what's going on around you. It sets you up to be able to react appropriately and survive and pass on your genes and, not get wiped out and survive another winter is what it comes down to. So all of it's really necessary, but we're averse to those things. The problem in modern life is that we teach a lot of young people that if they are suffering, if they are experiencing pain, that something's wrong and broken. Well, just based on what I just said about the human limbic system, if you're having negative emotions, it means your alarm system is working properly. If you're having negative experiences, it means that you're alive on planet Earth dealing with your fellow Homo sapiens, which means the alternative. The truth is that, dukkha, which is the first noble truth of Buddhism, is that life is suffering for the reason that life is what it comes down to. And in eliminating that, the idea that you would go to a campus counseling center and say, I'm studying at Harvard and I'm really sad and anxious. And they would say, well, that's a problem we got to take care of. Well, it's like, no, if you're studying at Harvard and you're not sad and anxious, you need therapy because it's a hard thing that you're doing. Now, it can be disproportionate. Don't get me wrong. I'm a very big fan of mental health treatment when it's necessary. But sadness and anxiety are not prima facie evidence that something's wrong. And that's a big wrong turn that we've taken in our mental health infrastructure in this country, is to tell young people that they got to fix it when they don't feel good is what it comes down to.
So everything in a certain way in transcendence comes back to love. How can the knowledge and research imparted in this book help the lonely people living? When you talk about your beautiful marriage many times throughout the book, help all the lonely people living in the smartphone, Zoom, dating app hellscape find real love. What do they need to do to walk that back?
Yeah. So life is meaningful when it's in real life. Life, IRL, is what actually will bring meaning. And the simulacrum for life, the simulated life, it will leave you cold. Ultimately, it will leave you cold. Now, there's a role for technology in this. I've worked with dating apps to help them to be the ignition switch so people can meet each other. But the whole point is to get off the apps and into real life as soon as possible. There's one young guy at the beginning of the book named Mark, and he's 32 years old, and he's got everything going for him. The first person in the history of his family to go to college. He's super ripped. He's in shape. He's got a great job. He's making a bunch of money, and he's miserable. His life feels completely empty, and the reason is because his whole social life is virtual. That he's listening to podcasts instead of having real conversations. He dates on the apps. He doesn't see people most days because his job is entirely virtual. He lives in San Diego, but his company is someplace else. And so the result of this is that he doesn't have the IRL experience. And once again, you can simulate a lot in life, but you'll never pass the Turing test for meaning if you're trying to simulate meaning. And by the way, this is not a new idea. That was literally the plot of the movie The Matrix. That was fantastic science fiction in 1999. And the plot is no longer science fiction. It was an artificial intelligence, a machine intelligence that was subjugating humanity, that was taking energy away from human beings, which is sort of the idea was it would take kinetic energy away from people. But today we would say it's taking attention, which is energy. And it was keeping them in a pleasant simulation so it would continue to provide the energy. We're in the Matrix. Mark is in the Matrix, is what it's coming down to. And that's the important thing that we actually need to keep in mind, because that's the problem that everybody's facing today.
How does free will play into this? I mean, you mentioned sort of 5 different precepts that you intermingle. Is there a way to summarize that for us? in a coherent way, because it underlies all of this.
Yeah, so the free will is a real debate about consciousness that's been, I mean, that's as old as the hills. I'm not going to sort that out. People have different views on that. Here's the important idea. You need to think about that. You need to break your head on that, because, you know, everybody my age remembers their college experiences when they were 20 and they were coming back from a party at Saturday night at 11:30, and they would sit around the dorms having these unbelievably painfully pretentious conversations with their friends that if they heard a recording today, they would be mortified. But that was literally wiring their brains the way their brains needed to be wired. And now, of course, they're not doing that because each one is on their separate device, which is stunting their psychological and probably even their neurophysiological development, which is one of the biggest problems with why college is so much more depressing and less meaningful than it was in the old days.
Have you seen any improvement from 2019 to 2025?
No, I've seen things get worse, but I think things are going to get better, and I'm really an optimist about this because people always figure it out. I mean, people, you know, the doomsayers about AI, I don't believe it. And I don't believe it because we're geniuses. We're ingenious. We're ingenious at creating huge problems, by the way, like wiping out boredom and destroying meaning in the process. But we're also ingenious at solving the problems that are the biggest around us, and I think that we will. The problem is that between now and then, we could lose another couple of generations of young adults, and that's not okay, which is why I'm doing my work. I honestly believe that people are going to figure it out, that AI is ultimately going to be like a new industrial revolution, which at the beginning of the industrial revolution led to all kinds of urbanization and fragmentation and misery and trouble, and ultimately led to the middle class and the weekend and all that kind of cool stuff. And that's what we're actually going to get. But I want to see if I can avoid a lot of the pain along the way.
Well, on that optimistic note, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, more of my conversation with Arthur C. Brooks. This is Open to Debate. We'll be right back.
He's not in perfect state. What? What's her problem? There's the vehicle is just the wheels.
Your support allows Houston Public Media to be a vital source of education and connection, providing free access to programming for all ages. We are grateful to these Catalyst supporters. Their generosity fuels our ability to innovate and be prepared for whatever the future may lead. John Bradshaw, Estate of John Iman, Margaret and Vince Foster, Estate of Marsha Moore, Estate of Billy Winkleman, and the Wortham Foundation. Thank you.
As the news gets more complex and changes through the day, you need more than just a quick headline
here
check.
we go.
Here and Now keeps you connected to your world between Morning Edition and All Things Considered, as the news and the people shaping it are changing in real time. I'm Robin Young. Follow along on Here and Now.
Here and Now, every Monday through Thursday, 1 p.m. on News 88.7.
Welcome back to Open to
Keep
Debate.
left,
I'm here
and
with
then
Arthur
turn
C.
left.
Brooks, who is the author of the latest book, The Meaning of Life, Finding Purpose in the Age of Emptiness.
Turn left.
Now we're going to bring in some other voices, members of the press, authors, and other experts who've been listening along. First, I'd like to welcome Sonia Lyubomirsky. Sonia is a distinguished psychology professor at the University of California, Riverside, and a happiness researcher. She's also the best-selling author of 3 books, The How of Happiness, The Myths of Happiness, and the recently released How to Feel Loved, the 5 mindsets that get you more of what matters most, which she co-authored with Harry Reid. Sonia, please come in with your question.
Yes, it is.
It's a pleasure to be here. I find meaning in love. I want to say, Arthur, I love you. And my first question is, and I mean that, actually my first question is, I live in a city where people are obsessed with finding meaning, wellness, happiness. You can't go to a coffee shop or a party without tripping over people who are trying to find meaning in psychedelics and breath work and whatever. And I sometimes just want to punch them and say, why don't you go get a job or do something of service to others? Because this pursuing meaning, I think, can become a form of consumerism in itself, right? And then people are just kind of navel-gazing. Can the pursuit of meaning actually backfire and get it in its own way?
Yeah, it's such a good question. And just for a little bit of background, Sonia and I have traveled to Dharamsala to see the Dalai Lama together, and her research has been fundamentally important for me. for decades now. And okay, so what do you find in your research? You never tell people to go be happy. You go tell them to do something that will lead to happiness. If you want to find meaning, stop thinking about meaning and go do things that my great-grandfather took for granted. Ask big questions. Go love somebody deeply. Look upward to God or to serve other people. And if you look at meaning directly, you can't see it. Isn't that the funniest thing about these things?
Well, Arthur, you invited me and a group of others to visit Dharamsala, India, to have a dialogue with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It was very impactful, and he said some really, really impactful things. What impacted me the most was when he said, love is not a feeling, love is a decision. I've been thinking about this ever since, and I would love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, of course. And as a little bit of color, by the way, for our audience, Sonia and I, we thought we were going to die in a plane crash on the way home. We lost an engine at 13,000 feet over the Himalayas, and
an engine literally dropped out of the plane, and I was holding on to his hand the whole time. It turns out he's a great person to sit next to when you think you're going to die, because he's very confident. He's like, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Actually, it's actually more dire than we thought, right?
Yeah, who knows, or less, but we're not pilots. Anyway, so, but the Dalai Lama did say, look, love is a decision, love isn't a feeling, and that's incredibly important. That's an Aristotelian concept, by the way. This is not just an Eastern idea. It's best kind of put by the philosopher who brought Aristotle to more modern audiences, which was Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas, the Catholics, but Thomas Aquinas, who was one of these medieval scholastics, along with Averroes and Maimonides. And what he said was that to love is to will the good of the other as other. I mean, but that's just like so hardcore. And, to will the good of the other as other. In the Bible, that's love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. It's not a question of your feelings. It's loving notwithstanding your feelings. And this is the important thing to keep in mind that Dalai Lama was saying. If you feel aggrieved and you feel sad and you feel angry, the answer is to go love in spite of your feelings. Strong people love when they don't feel it, is what it comes down to, which of course changes the world. Loving without the feeling is what changes the world.
His Holiness also said, I am your mother and you are my mother. Arthur, I am your mother, you are my mother. He said, how can we harm each other when we're each other's mothers?
I know. And by the way, our mothers don't always have tender feelings toward us. And we don't always have tender feelings toward our mothers, but we would never hurt our mother.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Sonia.
Can't wait to read your books as well. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome Matthew Crossman. Matthew is an ordained pastor and senior lecturer of divinity and humanities and director of the Life Worth Living program at the Yale Center for Faith and Culture at the Yale Divinity School. He's also been an author or co-author of several books, including Life Worth Living, A Guide to What Matters Most. Matthew, please come in with your question.
Hi, Arthur. Thanks so much. It's great to be part of this conversation.
Thanks.
I'm wondering, what's the difference between having meaning and having a sense of meaning? I guess I mean to ask, can we be wrong about meaning? Or is meaning the sort of thing that's sort of like self-authorizing?
Is it self-creating? Kind of like the Buddhists would say that people are self-creating or that the soul is self-creating?
Well, yeah, mostly I'm wondering, can we be wrong, right? When Jesus, talks about, a rich man tearing down his barns to build bigger ones, he doesn't describe that rich man as, deeply unhappy. It seems like a lot of the religious traditions, at least, hold open the possibility we can be really profoundly mistaken about, the genuine presence of meaning.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And a lot of people will, it's funny because, people will ask me, I like you, I'm a committed Christian. It's literally the most important thing in my life. And people will say, well, obviously, as a happiness specialist, you must want that more than anything else for your kids, is happiness. I say, wrong. That is not what I want. I want holiness for my kids. I want honesty for my kids. I want compassion for my kids. I want loyalty and faithfulness for my kids, more than I want happiness. And that's an important thing to keep in mind, because all of the things that I talk about in my study of happiness, none of that has the metaphysical significance of saying what's right. And so people ask me, for example, about transcendence, and Leah asked me about transcendence earlier. And to say, transcendence actually is very commonly achieved through religious faith. But transcendence can also be achieved through other things, through a walk in the forest, through studying the works of Johann Sebastian Bach, by, Vipassana meditation practice. None of that says what's metaphysically right. That is a different kettle of fish. That's a completely different conversation, as a matter of fact. And so I have really two goals in my own life. I want to have a sense of meaning, and I want the truth. I want the truth is what it comes down to. And so your question is not splitting hairs, man. Matthew, you are not logic chopping, despite the fact that we're both Ivy League guys, which is what we do for a living, is logic chopping. It's very, very important distinction, and I recommend to everybody that you seek the truth relentlessly and not just try to have a sense of contentment, because that's not good enough.
I share your desire to be generous and hospitable to non-religious folks in the conversation about transcendence. So this question comes from a place of agreeing with you on this. But I'd love to know, just from your perspective, what does God offer that secular philosophy doesn't or can't?
Yeah.
And I wonder whether it might be something like genuinely unconditional love. I'm actually really heartened by how much this conversation has talked about love. But anyway, I don't mean to propose an answer to you. I genuinely want to know what you think.
Well, certainly if I just gave you that answer, it would be more than sufficient, I dare say, because that is the basis of our shared faith, is unconditional love. I mean, God is love, said St. John the Apostle. I mean, it couldn't be clearer. It's in black and white in the Christian Bible, at least. And so that's a very important thing for us to keep in mind. But there's other things that make religion especially efficacious. Number one is it's an established physics of what we're talking about here. For a lot of people, it's a simpler path is what it comes down to. The idea of creating my own path, that's a hard thing to do. I mean, I've studied a lot of math in my life, and I didn't make up my own math. I'm just not smart enough. And, when I go back and I look at, St. Thomas Aquinas, who we just discussed a minute ago, he's so much smarter than me. And, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to come up with 5, sources of evidence of the existence of God. I'm not good enough is what it comes down to. And so for me, it makes it possible for me to kind of cut ahead. I use calculus all the time in my work too. I didn't invent calculus. Leibniz and Newton invented calculus. So in a very, just instrumental way, it's an incredibly efficacious thing to do. And then of course, for me, it has the advantage of actually ringing true about what I want, which gets back to your first question, your beautiful first question, which is the sense of meaning versus the deep meaning, the deep truth that is behind cosmically, mystically, the truth that underlies all things. And for me, that has the ring of truth to it, and that's ultimately what I want the most.
Thank you, Matthew. Finally, I'd like to invite one more questioner, Julia Pogachevsky. Julia is a senior health reporter for Business Insider. Julia, thanks for joining us. Please come in with your question.
Thank you so much, both of you, for this conversation. It's been fascinating. And a theme that I noticed throughout is that modern life is reducing the friction that is needed to find purpose and meaning, whether it's social media, whether it's AI. And I guess my question is, if we keep optimizing for ease, let's say more people are dating AI bots or outsourcing thinking to AI, what do we stand to lose, not just individually, but as a society?
Well, the biggest problem, of course, with trying to create a simulacrum for these relationships is that we don't make them easier, we actually make them impossible. And life is like this. A lot of times what promises us greater ease actually bars the door to what we truly want. This happens all the time. And I mean, humans are incredibly good at solving small problems and creating huge crises as a result of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the minor annoyance of physical pain in the form of a headache or even more extreme pain. And I'm going to create opiate drugs that will kill 100,000 people through overdoses. I am going to create a social media platform that promises to eradicate loneliness and makes loneliness worse. This is the kind of thing that we're doing all the time. And so the result of it is that we need to remember that for a good deal of our lives, friction is what we want, because we actually get what we need by passing through suffering, even suffering that we elect. And this is an incredibly important subject that I talk about in my book, because I have the last chapter of the book, or the second to last chapter before the conclusion, is called Don't Waste Your Suffering. Don't waste your suffering. And, so, by the way, my students will say when I talk about suffering, are you saying, Professor, we got to go looking for it? And I say, oh, don't worry, it will find you. The question is what you do when it does. Are you railing against it and trying to eliminate it? As we talked about Lee and I talked about in the main part of the conversation, are you optimizing tools so that you can avoid it as much as possible? Or are you living your life and saying, what am I supposed to learn from this friction? What am I supposed to learn from this? If there were a machine that would hook electrodes up to my body so I could get more efficient muscle protein synthesis while I sat there in front of the television, I would still go to the gym. I still would go to the gym because, I'm telling you, so Julia, I want to be alive. The Saint Irenaeus and, the end of the 2nd century, this ancient thinker in Christian theology, he said that the glory of God is a man fully alive. Forgive the gender-exclusive language. He meant a person fully alive. And fully alive means all of it. Bring it on. Bring it on. And only when you say bring it on are you setting yourself in a position to not avoid the friction. Some, yes. Look, I'm going to take an Advil if I have a headache. Some of it, for sure. I'm not going to walk all the way from New York City to Washington, D.C. or take a horse. I'm going to avoid some of the friction, but I'm not going to say that my goal in life is to eliminate friction, because that's not to be fully alive.
Thank you so much. You talked about work being, a big part of finding meaning and purpose. And as we know, there's a lot of anxiety about AI taking people's jobs.
Right.
Do you see that disruption as potentially, creating a deepening the meaning crisis for people? Or do you see it as potentially an opportunity for people to, take on potentially more meaningful, more human work?
Yeah. So my answer to that is yes. And let me tell you what I mean. Typically what will happen when there's a tremendous technological disruption is that it creates a lot of opportunities for profit, right? Which is why people are undertaking it. This is just how markets work. And I'm not against markets per se. In terms of human development and human welfare, generally speaking, there's a period of adjustment that creates a lot of human costs.
And then
ultimately, we figure out how to use it in a way that makes our lives better, is what it comes down to. And this is what I anticipate with AI.
Turn right.
I anticipate a lot of dislocation of jobs, which is what people are talking about. But more importantly, people using it incorrectly. AI is an adjunct to the left hemisphere of your brain. It's great at solving complicated problems. People are using it wrong. Not just for that, but they're trying to solve complex problems. That's the girlfriend experience. We're creating, pornography AIs, for example, which is going to exacerbate the crisis of addicted pornography, especially in the lives of young men. We're going to see more and more people who use AI as a friend. God forbid, therapists. And you can't fool your brain. It will never pass the Turing test, because we're trying to solve problems that originate from the right hemisphere of our brain in the left hemisphere of our brain, which is going to make our problems worse. And that will lead to more depression and more anxiety and more loneliness and more addiction, etc. That's what I expect in the short term. In the long term, and by the way, in the interim, the people who get it right will use AI to solve a lot of complicated problems, which will eliminate a bunch of dumb things they don't want to do and use that time with the people that they love. So get back to Sonia's point, so they can love more. Love takes time. Love is a very time-intensive activity. And so the result is we need actually to be interact with other people and to solve that problem. And I believe ultimately at the end of the day, most, not everybody, but most people will be able to see AI as the source of a real renaissance in their lives. Ultimately, we could have more people doing crazy, complex, love-based things like having babies and falling in love and getting married and studying philosophy and doing all that stuff and actually working fewer hours and doing that. I ultimately think it's going to take decades to do, but that's where we're going to wind up. I'm crazy optimist, I know, but I think that's where we're going to get.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for that final question, Julia, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Arthur, before I let you go,
at the roundabout, take
researching, thinking deeply about this book, building on so much of your prior life experience, what did it make you think twice about? Is there any truth that you held dear
Go straight on.
You're now reconsidering?
There were a lot of, just bad, meaning hygiene practices that I had in my life. And they just creep in. They just creep in. I mean, I'm a workaholically success-addicted, self-objectifying adult child. You know, I am. I mean, it's like kids saying another book and a book. And I would take a book about meaning and then bust my hump to try to make it into a bestseller. I mean, it's just the absurdity of that. Yeah. The bottom line is this: you're never going to solve this problem because complex problems don't have solutions. You live with complex problems. You recognize that they are an ongoing project in your life.
Caution,
and to get back to the point that you and I made a bunch of times and that we talked about with Sonia and all of our guests, is that happiness is love. Meaning comes from love. It just does. And anytime something is being credited at, that love is being credited at, it's because you're making a mistake. And to the extent that even with my book on meaning, I would credit up my love relationship, shows that I'm a weak man. I'm frail.
Go straight on.
And I need to get back to the first principles that I talk about myself, and I'm dedicated to doing just that.
Well, it sounds like you're getting better at it. Progress.
Life's pretty sweet. I'm not going to lie, but there's room for improvement, and I can always backslide. So, wish me luck.
Well, I do, and I wish you luck on the rest of the tour, and I am so grateful that you took the time to join us today. Thank you. And again, the book is The Meaning of Life, Finding Purpose in the Age of Emptiness. Also like to thank our questioners for bringing their thoughts to the table and moving this conversation forward in unexpected ways. Sonia, Matthew, and Julia. And a big thank you to you, the audience, for tuning into this episode of Open to Debate. Thank you for listening. Please visit us on Substack to share your thoughts and to continue the conversation. As a nonprofit working to combat extreme polarization through civil debate, our work is made possible by listeners like you, the Rosencrantz Foundation, and other supporters of Open to Debate. Robert Rosencrantz is our chairman. I'm the CEO, Liam Mathau. Elizabeth Kitzenberg is the senior advisor to the CEO. Andrew Lipson is head of production.
Caution, please
Michelle
mind the speed.
Deversini is our director of marketing. This episode was produced by Gabriella Mayer. Alexis Pancrazzi is executive producer. And I'm your guest moderator, sitting in for our moderator-in-chief, John Donvan. We'll see you next time on Open to Debate.
Support comes from Pearland, a community dedicated to growing innovative businesses and inspiring families, offering a diverse workforce, modern infrastructure,
please mind
schools,
speed.
parks, and more. Details at pearlandedc.com. Pearland, innovation lives here.
Houston Public Media exists for those in our community in Southeast Texas.
Caution,
we
please
appreciate our
mind
visionary
speed.
supporters for enabling us to be the essential source for independent journalism and programs that inform, inspire, and engage all Houstonians. Jenny and Mike Conway, Judith and Mark Cook, Carolyn and Platt Davis, Janice and George Fleming, Amanda and Morris Gelb, Maria and Rex Gray, and Cynthia Holliday. Thank you.
Your NPR station, News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at houstonpublicmedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
Welcome to Party Politics, where we prepare you for your next political conversation. I'm Jeronimo Cortina.
And I'm Brandon Rottinghouse. We're political science professors here at the University of Houston, and we're going to dig in this week in a slightly different way than we normally do. Typically, we cover the crazy news of the week. This week, we're going to dig deep into some core policy questions that animate Texas politics and are of serious concern to the future of the state. There are three of them we're going to get to this time. First, water. Second, transportation, and third, THC reform. They're all in the news in various ways, and we all experience them in different ways. So we can get into some of the details, but we hope this is a kind of part of a continuing series where we address these big policy questions that a place like Texas is always concerned with. Their economic questions, their policy questions, their political questions, and they're just obviously connected to the future of the state. So let's first talk about water. Water is the most precious resource that the state has, and everybody wants a taste, right? Or everybody wants a sip is maybe one way to go about it. This is not just a natural resource issue. This is also a core political issue about growth, property rights, regional powers, the battle between cities and rural areas, between...
This programming sponsored by Woodlands Waterway Arts Festival. Over 200 artists, authors, music, food, and family activities at the Woodlands Waterway. April 10th through 12th. Open for kids 12 and under. Tickets at thewoodlandsartscouncil.org, where dreams take shape.
Two monsters
the Tetons over there,
trying to fill up the next glass of water.
This is Mothra versus Godzilla.
Yeah, it is very complicated.
Over a cup of water.
And it's obviously tied to primarily urban growth. It's primarily tied to some of the Texas regions that are metropolitan and fast growing. But it's also a story of the implications that it has for the agricultural industry in terms of having irrigation water and municipal water. And that's some of the ways that the Texas Water Board divides the usage of water in the state. So it's also tied to population growth. And as you know, Texas has been increasingly growing in terms of population. 2020, we have around 50 million people. 30 million people. And by 2050, 2070, we're going to have almost a little bit over 50 million people. Wow. Water is also important because it's tied to industry. It's tied to economic growth. It's tied to data centers. It's tied to
drive safe.
The data center issue is really the most intriguing, and we're certainly going to see more of this pop up in the next legislative session, because this is really going to be a conundrum for a lot of rural areas that want the growth and they want the money from the development, but they also are worried that it's using resources in ways that are problematic and that really minimize and diminish it very quickly.
Keep left.
It's all about growth,
and then
right?
turn
Obviously,
left.
it's a question about how urban and rural Texas kind of compete
Turn
for
left.
this. It's funny because politically that used to be where the fight was, right? Rural Texas versus urban Texas. And now you see it really kind of more suburban Texas versus urban Texas, because the population has shifted into these different areas. I want to ask you about Corpus Christi. This is a huge event and moment because Corpus Christi is running out of water. They had planned years ago to do this desalinization plant that was going to solve some of the region's water problems. It turns out that's not going to happen, and they end up kind of looking for other sources. Greg Abbott has said that they're going to have possibly some state intervention on this. They have attempted to remove their mayor, and so this is just becoming a real mess politically. What does this tell us about the way that urban Texas is handling the water policies?
Well, I think that, we have the Texas Water Development Board. And the Texas Water Development Board does, first of all, divides the state into regions. And then each region does a very thoughtful and very deep planning. The interesting thing is, or I think what it's missing, is that municipalities and counties think about water as an afterthought in the whole scheme of planning or when there is an emergency. But no one takes these results from the Texas Water Development Board and inserts them in every single aspect of planning. And that has to do with building new roads, right? Because if water cannot refill surface water wells or whatnot, then we have problems. With new communities being developed, with irrigation, municipal use, etc., etc., etc. So that lack of planning is extremely important on the one hand. Then I think the second part of the problem is that we have, especially in big cities, a lot of water that is wasted. Because we have aging infrastructure, leaky pipes that have been there 50 years or more and have never been kept or changed or whatnot. And that has also important implications because we waste a lot of gallons of water in these leaky pipes and so on and so forth. So
there's a big issue in Houston, and they tried to address it by fixing some of the pipes, and because people's water bills were outrageous because it was just dripping and dripping. And that's something.
But you need people.
And money.
And a lot of money and a lot of people to fix it, because the city knows where those leaky pipes are. But if you don't have the resources to go in and change them, then it's useless, right? So that's another issue in terms of the planning that counties, municipalities, cities, so on and so forth tend to think about. They don't have a plan, right? Most of them don't have a plan that is going to say, we're going to be changing infrastructure so often and move forward with these constant plan. It's like when the thing exploded, it's like, oh, we need to fix this thing. It's like, but this thing has been there for 30 years.
You can't fix it that easy.
You knew that you would have to change this thing 30 years ago when you finished building it.
That's so true, and these problems are preventable because these are predictable, right? And the other issue is that you have basically drought turns this process into the zero-sum game. So like you said, there's this kind of long-term crisis that the state affects, and you can see this coming from a long way off. The state's more often in drought than not, and so this becomes a problem where you've got to fight over kind of who owns what water, right? So as we know in Texas, basically there are people, if you own the land, you own the water underneath the land, but there are kind of junior property rights holders who can use some of the surface land, but those are generally cities that use that water for various purposes. When there's a drought, sometimes the laws revert to people who own the water underneath, and that often means agriculture, and that's a huge industry and obviously something that has to be protected. But that fight is really the kind of animating force in this. So like you said, these various water boards have to figure out how to manage all of this. And the other component to this, there's two I want to mention. The first is energy production, right? Like oil and gas production, especially in the Permian Basin, uses a lot of water. And so that obviously is a huge factor when it comes to how the water gets distributed. The other is these big data centers, right? These kind of municipal areas, especially in rural Texas, are encouraging these groups to come locate there because it means some financial boom. But it also takes a lot of resources. So how do those things kind of play into this water story?
Well, I mean, there has to be a concentrated effort from the state government doing this approach, because there is only one water. It's yes, property rights, you own the land, you own the water, yes indeed, but that water is not your water because that water under the aquifer is connected to other storage, whatever, right? So there has to be a concerted effort in terms of conservation and water loss reduction. Also in terms of implementing good reuse technologies. Also trying to the aquifer storage, and these regional coordination is extremely important. And just to give you, an idea of just like changing the HOA requirements of having your front lawn evergreen 365, that could have very important implications for conservation.
I didn't know I had to do that. That's my bad. That's why it's always dead.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Or just, for example,
so I'm doing my part to save water.
You are doing your part. New technologies of permeable, pavement stuff that
go
could
straight
just
on.
Refill aquifers, and so on and so forth. So, and also storage. When we have huge storms, all that water is, wasted-ish, right? So
it runs off and
it runs off,
goes
right?
into the
into the
ecosystem.
ocean. So you could use it and storage it and for other purposes.
That's a great point. No, and I think your point about the kind of environmental impact is really good. That is that the political story and the environmental story are connected here, right? And obviously it affects everybody slightly differently, but everyone's sort of in the same vein, right? Where you need to be able to kind of solve the tension for this enforcement of flow standards, but also prioritize human consumption and development. Because like you said, we're growing as a state. You have to be able to have that growth accommodated. That is really the tax base for the state. If that changes in a significant way, then you could have a budget crunch, which creates all kinds of other problems. So that's one thing. And solutions obviously are, possible. It's just, it's hard to coordinate across such a big place when everyone has their own incentives and their own interests to be able to kind of pull in some of those dynamics. So that creates a lot of that tension. What about data centers? This is obviously a kind of huge question because that explosive growth is straining the energy grid, but it also requires a lot of water to be able to build and to be able to produce. So how does that play into some of the big picture
Go straight on.
water use?
Well, I think that the industry and regulators have not figured out. I mean, data centers are a need because that's where technology is moving, that's where the industry is moving. But in terms of capacity, in terms of power generation, that's a huge thing, right? Because we have one grid, ERCOT manages that grid, the Texas Power Grid, but it doesn't necessarily produces a little bit more. And it's not just about one source of power generation, it's about multiple sources, and it's all of the above. It's coal, absolutely. It's solar, absolutely. It's
At the
wind,
roundabout,
absolutely.
take the second
And now
increasingly nuclear.
Exactly.
Actually, right?
The state is moving into that. Governor Abbott had a commission studying these particular new technologies. And these new technologies, especially what they're called small modular reactors, are just fascinating. Are little reactors, very safe, that could produce a lot of energy that is going to be super clean on the other hand. And for certain communities, especially when you're thinking about rural communities, that is impossible to say, oh, we're going to build a new coal plant here. Well, that's going to take 11,000 years. But creating these small modular reactors is something that you can generate, and these data centers can be self-sufficient. And the energy or the power that they're not using, they can inject it back to the grid.
Yeah, that's good. Well, one additional problem the state faces is that we have to get around. And so transportation is a huge question about the way the state's going to be able to govern itself. Like we said, growth is a huge component to this. The state's adding millions of people every decade, especially in these big urban centers. We don't have to tell anybody listening or watching that it's getting stuck in traffic is a bummer, and part of the reason is because there has been this pressure. The state has proposed efforts to try to funnel off money from certain tax base to fund transportation issues. So Proposition 1 that the voters passed is a way to skim off money from oil and gas revenue. Proposition 7 does the same for some sales tax revenue. So it's just redistributing where that tax money goes, but it's for like this specific fixed purpose. The problem is it's not enough money. Correct. We are growing too fast and the roads are aging too quickly to be able to keep up with all of this. So because Texas is so structurally car dependent, it's a challenge to be able to maintain these roads. We haven't seen a significant investment in public transportation. In Houston here, Metro is always struggling for funds. Their ability to get ridership is pretty modest. In my hometown in Collin County, the effort to try to essentially undo DART is underway. They've paused things, but this was a project, it was a long-term project. Counties paid for with the hope that there would be a kind of light rail between, the suburbs and the urban core and the airport. And there's just been problems in terms of ridership, in terms of crime, in terms of funding. So it's the case now. A lot of municipalities are saying, forget it, right? And that just pushes more pressure onto roads, especially toll roads, which people hate. It's being taxed twice, and in some cases it is. We actually know, too, that the way that these are funded essentially will be perpetually roads that are paid for by us. The idea was to have the toll roads in place, and then essentially it'll pay itself off with the tolls, and then there won't be tolls. But there's this kind of conundrum where they're allowed to continue to collect debt, which means they're allowed to continue to collect tolls. So this is an ongoing issue that the legislature has addressed to say things like, we can ban toll roads or limit toll roads, but it's still all part of the same problem. So I just spit out like 10 different problems to you. Help me solve it. What's Texas going to do?
Well, I mean, you just spelled out 8, but I have another 10. And the issue here, oh yes, the issue here is when we think about transportation, we tend to think about commuters stuck on traffic on 59, 45, and I-10.
You call me at least twice a week.
Yes,
stuck in traffic, complaining about it.
Yeah, I'm stuck in traffic, right? Toll roads are also parking lot. They're not fast or anything like that. It's whatever.
Same.
If you take any toll road in the state of Texas, it's going to be packed, traffic hour, whatever.
Right.
But here the issue is important because Texas is growing so much. The amount of tonnage that we're going to be moving in a couple of years or decades is going to surpass between 8 and 10 billion tonnage of goods, labor, energy, trade, etc., etc., etc. You cannot solve Texas transportation problems by building more roads. First of all, there is no room anymore. In terms of that, it's very costly and takes forever, right? The other thing that the state needs to start thinking about is obviously we have the Freeport port down there in Brazoria County that is very interesting to move goods around. And also we have the railroad. And the railroad is extremely important. If the state really starts investing in getting those rail lines up to speed, up to technology, then you can start moving a lot of stuff via railroad and have at least some of the roads be less congested. If you drive from here to the border, you only see 18 wheels, and it's great, right? Because that means that the Texas economy is booming. But there is a lot of traffic moving goods around the state. So that's one important issue. And the other important issue is that you have to have roads that serve urban reliability, rural reliability, truck reliability, and that the delay per person per vehicle is reduced every single year.
And that's a struggle because it's costly, and TxDOT already says they're underfunded, even despite the fact that, like we said, that a bunch of money is being poured into it. So that's really the bottom line, is that it's really about growth, geography, and about governing priorities, right? Where are you going to put the money, and how is it going to affect the economy? Like you said, there's a lot of different moving parts that have to be thought through. So can Texas build its way out of this traffic conundrum? The answer, I think, is no, unless we have like a lot more money.
I think the answer is yes. But you need the political will to do that, and you need a significant budget reallocation in terms of
turn left.
How these priorities are going to be tackled, right?
Totally.
And we need to start thinking, for example, if school vouchers is the next round. We already know that, for example, school vouchers were over the top and very clear, close to the 1 billion. Is are we going to increase that, or is it like, well, this is it? No more money into this thing, and then the money is going to go to these very important issues.
That question is like a priority question. Right?
Exactly.
Well, the other question, too, is sort of what the future looks like for transportation, right? You have managed lanes in terms of like HOV lanes. You have like environmental, like vehicles, like EV vehicles, right? Which you need infrastructure to be able to accommodate, right? So that also has implications to taxation, because a lot of the kind of gas tax is connected to the kind of funding for TxDOT and for a lot of these infrastructure and road programs. But if people are driving electric vehicles, then they won't be able to pay the gas tax. You have to pay like a fee to have one, but that's a one-time deal, and you don't pay gas anymore. So that's an issue, I think, too, that has to be thought through in the future. As that grows, it continues to be something that motivates the economy and people's sort of frustration at the pump. They're going to look for alternatives, and that alternative has serious implications to how transportation policy unfolds, especially the funding side of things. The third issue that is on our list of kind of complicated scenarios is about THC and THC reform. There's been a lot of movement the last couple of months on this issue, but it is basically predates a lot of fights that the legislature has had about what to do about the regulatory issue of THC. In a nutshell, basically, the ledge voted to ban it. The governor vetoed it, saying we're not sure that we're ready to ban it. We want to regulate it. The regulations came out and end up going into effect at the end of this month. The rules basically eliminate smokable hemp products.
Caution, please mind the speed limit.
Increase licensing fees. It also has things like increasing child-resistant packaging, increasing licensing fees, like I mentioned, new labeling, testing, and bookkeeping requirements. So there's a lot more kind of financially that's put into this. The effort in terms of the supply side, a lot of purveyors say that it's going to price them out of the market. This is a huge booming market, $1 billion market in Texas, multiple billions of dollars across the country. The national government, the federal government, basically opened up this loophole to allow for some THC products to be available. It's not like full-blown marijuana, as some states have legalized. It's sort of partially that. It's diet weed, as some people call it. This is something that's federally legal for now, but the feds have said that they're going to undo this, and they closed this loophole. The Farm Bill that was passed in 2018, essentially kind of killing this market across the country. I think they'll probably do something to try to save this, but as it is now in Texas, it's still legal. They're still able to have these regulatory structure around it, and it's a huge booming industry. All those things are coming to this head where something's going to have to be done, right? If the market goes away because the feds have closed this loophole, it's going to kill all these businesses that have tried to
Let's
invest
find,
in this.
never mind.
And that's
I'll
not
find
just
a
true for
new
Texas,
route.
it's true for the rest of the country too. So what do you see as like the kind of path forward on this? Is the ledge going to get involved any more on this, or have they kind of already decided looking at
I don't know, because I think there's a two-track model in the first hand. So one is that Texas will become a recreational cannabis state like Colorado or Illinois.
to legalize marijuana.
Right, to legalize marijuana, right? And that is, as of today, not very likely to happen.
I'm not going to bet on that.
Right. Then you have the THC market.
It's those tolls.
Hemp, etc., that there seems to be willingness on behalf of the state government to regulate tightly, right? And that is something that will
have to get some kind of
continue
other,
going. Obviously, marijuana, cannabis is not going to be legalized anytime soon. And then on the other track, you have what would be the compassionate use program. And that has been increasing in terms of the number of issues that can have access to these medical marijuana or medicalize it, or et cetera, right?
Which is expanding, but a lot of people who are against the ban on THC products say that it's not expanding fast enough, that a lot of veterans groups in particular are suggesting that it's too expensive to go through that system.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
I'm sure you, like me, have friends who've been involved in this. They've had various forms of cancer, other kinds of long-term diseases that they need to be able to have access to it, and it's pricey. So that's a problem in terms of the way that the system is structured. So part of it is like a regulated, heavily organized arrangement where medically
Finding a new route.
It's like legal, but on the other hand, it's like
reroute.
sort of cheaper, but it's less well regulated until now, at least according to the government.
And you need to increase, for example, the number of licenses that last year the legislature said that they were going to increase it. I think there were 3 providers, and now they're going to increase it to 15. So that will facilitate access for these medical reasons. And indeed, in terms of when you think about medical marijuana, it has a lot of things in terms, as you say, cancer, PTSD, epilepsy, you name it, and all these things have important implications for patients. But
Keep
again,
left,
it's something
and then
that is, I
turn
think,
left.
it's moving slowly but surely.
Turn
and
left.
then we're gonna see, I guess, in a couple of years or whatnot of sessions, where the answer in terms of legalizing recreational marijuana comes a knock on the door.
I mean, polling suggests that people want it, and so it's not that always the case that people get what they want in these conditions, because there's lots of caveats to it, right? There is a concern about the health implications to marijuana. There's a lot of abuse. Also, it's just the case too that it's hard to police that, right? Like, local municipalities don't have the organizational capacity, the enforcement capacity to check to see like whether or not the kind of whatever you're smoking isn't like legal or illegal. So like there's a lot of problems there that have to be beefed up, and the ledge just wasn't ready for all of that. They kind of tripped into this, stumbled towards the solution. The governor sort of bailed them out, saying, okay, we're just going to veto this and see if the regulatory structure can handle it, and maybe it can. It's still very new, obviously, but this is the question that the ledge has to deal with. Do they regulate, restrict, or legalize? And those are all complicated, very politically charged questions, right? Because the Republicans are not sure what they want to do on this. Democrats are pretty unified that they would like to see it happen. but that does mean implications. Other states that have legalized marijuana haven't had just a boom of financial resources as a result. So it's not like just the kind of golden ticket that's going to get you, into the chocolate factory.
Sure, he's not the golden ticket, but it's also not, pocket change. It's a big amount of money.
And if the state's got expensive tastes, like, for instance, school vouchers, or they want to fund water or transportation issues,
there you go.
Gotta have something to pay.
There you go. Well, but for this week, that's it. Please send us which other policy issues you want us to discuss, and certainly we'll take your suggestions into consideration. I'm Geronimo Cortina.
And I'm Brandon Rottinghouse. We'd love to hear from you. This is Party Politics. We'll see you next week.
One bar. That's pretty hard. I don't think I'm going to be able to adjust this one. Steering is too slow for that.
Go straight on.
Houston Public Media is a service of the University of Houston and is supported with your gifts to the Houston Public Media Foundation. More information available online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. This is Texas Originals from Humanities Texas for the advancement of history, culture, and education.
Once, when asked about her many achievements, the politician, diplomat, and rancher Anne Armstrong explained, "I was born with energy." That energy spurred Armstrong to become a woman of many firsts. First female co-chair of the Republican National Committee, first female counselor to a U.S. president, and first woman to chair the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. Armstrong is so closely associated with Texas that it's easy to forget that she was born in New Orleans. In the 1950s, after marrying cattleman Tobin Armstrong, she moved to South Texas and became active in local politics, while also raising 5 children and helping to run her husband's Kennedy County Ranch. Armstrong became co-chair of the RNC in 1971. The next year, she became the first woman to give the keynote address at a national party convention. While serving as a cabinet-level counselor to President Nixon, Armstrong created the White House Office of Women's Programs. She later became counselor to President Ford, who appointed her ambassador to Great Britain. Armstrong was a beacon to many women who aspired to public service, including Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, who described Armstrong as her greatest mentor for 30 years. Armstrong maintained strong ties to South Texas throughout her distinguished career. When she died in 2008 at the age of 80, she was a sitting member of the Kennedy County Commission.
For more information about this Texas Original, visit texasoriginals.org. Texas Originals is produced by Houston Public Media and Humanities Texas, with funding from the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Listening to the news can feel like a journey, and 1A is the place for daily conversation that guides you beyond the headlines.
Caution, please mind the speed.
We bring together thoughtful guests and listeners from every state to help us take the pulse of America. I'm Jen White. We'll get to the heart of the story together on 1A.
Charging, but anyway, I got fined. $1,100, yeah.
1A, weekdays at 2 p.m. on News 88.7.
Houston Public Media delivers essential journalism and programming that informs and unites our community. We extend our gratitude to our innovator supporters for enabling us to provide free programming for all. Ellen Benninghoven and Michael Schaefer, MD, the Brown Foundation Incorporated, the Cullen Foundation, the Hamill Foundation, Joan Hessedance and Rick Wall, Ed and Jean Matthews Foundation, and John B. McGovern Foundation. Thank you.
From Texas Public Radio, this is Texas Matters, a weekly radio news magazine that looks at the issues, events, and people of the Lone Star State. Today on Texas Matters, the blood-soaked life of Belle Starr, the queen of the Western Outlaws.
This area where Belle Starr was prevalent, where all of her outlaw friends were prevalent, it was enormously violent.
This is Texas Matters from Texas Public Radio. I'm David Martin Davies. Belle Starr, born Myra Mabel Shirley, was a notorious figure of the American Old West known as the Bandit Queen. Living in the late 1800s, she was a famous outlaw in the ranks of Jesse James and the Younger Brothers. She was a horse thief, bootlegger, and a symbol of rebellion. Starr challenged the traditional gender roles and inspired countless legends. Dane Huckelbridge has written a new biography of Starr. Using public records and contemporary newspaper accounts, he separates myth from fact. His book is Queen of All Mayhem, The Blood-Soaked Life and Mysterious Death of Belle Starr, the most dangerous woman in the West.
There was a period starting shortly after her death when her obituary first appeared in the New York Times, and then there was a short book written about her life, the sort of a salacious account that blew up and gained popularity across the country. There was this long stretch where she was something of a household name, beginning in the late 1800s. I'd say the first half of the 1900s as well, first half of the 20th century. And then in the post-war years, the Cold War period, I think you start to see that she fell out of the public consciousness a little bit. She was forgotten, and you saw other female Western characters like Calamity Jane or Annie Oakley rise center stage, and she was forgotten a bit. And I think that's what I mean when I say, when I say that she's been lost, she's been forgotten to a certain extent, is that she doesn't have quite the same, name recognition that she did once upon a time. Although certainly, she's not completely unknown either. Particularly among people who grew up with, Westerns or are just Wild West enthusiasts. There's people who come from that area, kind of Texas, Oklahoma. You hear some awareness of Belle Starr, but she's definitely not the same kind of household name, I think, that she once was.
It's interesting how she was portrayed in those Westerns, kind of a femme fatale sex pot of some sort. Gene Tierney movie. Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen. Very much fictionalized telling of her story. Elizabeth Montgomery took a stab at it in 1968. Some other B westerns, spaghetti western. The look that they took at her was very much informed by the times that these films were created, not really looking at her as a feminist icon.
I think that's exactly, what you're saying, exactly correct. These depictions, when she was depicted in westerns, it wasn't accurate because the real Belle Starr at that time, there really wasn't a place for her in the sort of, at least in the American, the American creation myth that westerns became. When you think about the role of women in westerns at that time, it was very much, often like the school teacher for back east, or the kind of, quote, civilizing influences coming to tame the West and, keep men in line and whatever. And, and Belle Starr wasn't like that. I mean, she was truly a representative of the Wild West. She was truly an outlaw. She was fiercely independent. She was sexually independent, financially independent. She lived her own life without apologies in a way that many people found offensive and would not have sat well with censors to a certain extent. And I think that's why her depictions from that era aren't entirely accurate, and also why she eventually just kind of fell out of favor, why you stopped hearing that much about her, because she didn't fit into the rubric, the sort of paradigm of how women were traditionally depicted in American Western.
When she was killed and she was murdered, shot in the back, shotgun blast, and then in the face, that's where her story basically begins.
Well, yeah, that was when she went from being just sort of a colorful local character around Oklahoma, it was then Indian Territory, and, kind of northern Texas, this sort of outlaw corridor at the time, Fort Smith, that area. And she went from just being this local, colorful character to her story effectively, as I mentioned, blew up. I mean, it was at a time when particularly Easterners were really hungry for these stories of the vanishing West, and particularly outlaws, desperados, things of that nature. And I think just kind of on a whim, a dispatch went out after she was killed from the editors, and the New York Times found out, and they ended up running it, it's sort of obituary, just because there was so much novelty. This bandit queen, this outlaw queen,
this desperate woman.
Go straight on.
Exactly, and from there, her story kind of blew up and caught the eye of some salacious tabloid publishers, Fox among them, and he commissioned this. He had this, Police Gazette, this sort of true crime gazette, already doing some publishing, and he commissioned this book to be written about her life, much of which was fabricated, some of which was true, and from there her story took off, and that's really, the idea of Belle Starr as this, I guess, as a public figure, as sort of a Western icon. That's when she garnered national attention. Prior to that, she was really just sort of this very colored, character with a very checkered past, who was known, just locally in these places where she was constantly getting in trouble with the local authorities, both tribal police and the U.S. Marshals, the federal police. So up until that point, she'd just been this sort of local pariah who was always causing trouble in that, this very localized area in Texas and Oklahoma. And then it was after her death that her story went national.
Finding
she was basically
a new
branded
route.
as the female Jesse James.
Essentially, yeah. And it's not... That part really wasn't an exaggeration, because she was friends with Jesse James. She actually hosted him briefly when he was hiding out at her outlaw ranch, Younger's Bend, in the Cherokee Nation. And she led a gang of criminals. She rose in the ranks of frontier organized crime, I guess you could say, to the point where she was the leader of a band of outlaws who engaged in horse theft. That was a big racket. Almost certainly smuggling. Also, almost certainly armed robbery. I mean, it's because we're really talking about organized crime. A lot of it did happen in the shadows. So you have to, some of it you can take guesses at because of what she was arrested and charged with. And she was arrested and charged twice with horse theft and once essentially with armed robbery. And also just how she was depicted at the time and who she was associating with. And how she appeared in, newspaper articles, court records, things like that of the day. And she was, it was acknowledged, it wasn't an exaggeration, that she was the leader of this band of desperados that operated out of the Cherokee Nation at that time.
There is this argument that the Wild West wasn't that wild, that's just an exaggeration, that's just the American myth. But when you look at the life of Belle Starr, it seems like it was pretty uncivilized, untamed.
Yeah, it was interesting going into this, because I remember years ago I'd taken at Princeton this history class on history of the West, and I remember initially I was all excited because I'd grown up with westerns to a certain extent, things like that, and essentially the class was its whole point seemed to me to be kind of to stress this fact that forget about the Hollywood depictions or what you've seen in westerns. That's not what the West was. It was, spent a lot of time talking about water rights and, land rights and emphasizing how many settlers didn't even own guns or this and that. And so I had this idea in my head that, going into this, that, maybe there was quite a bit of exaggeration. Maybe it wasn't quite as wild as I thought.
Because how could you even have a country? Stagecoats were being held up all the time. It's that's pish posh. How could that actually be true?
But looking into it though, particularly, and maybe perhaps there are big stretches of the West where things were tamer, but this area where Belle Starr was prevalent, where all of her outlaw friends were prevalent, it was enormously violent, and there was lots of crime and banditry. And the proof is kind of in the pudding. When you look at her life, how many people in her life, including herself, died from gun violence?
Her husband.
Her husband. She had two brothers who were both killed in gun violence. One serving as a guerrilla, at the time of the Civil War in Missouri. Another shot off the horse he stole a horse and was effectively tracked down and shot off his horse. In terms of her husbands, her first husband, Jim Reed, he was killed by a bounty hunter, gun violence. Her second husband, well, I guess technically third husband,
Caution,
Sam
please mind
Starr,
speed.
he was killed in a duel. You could argue potentially defending her honor. That's some debate, but he was killed in a gun duel. And then she was gunned down, sort of gangland style.
Caution,
it's still up in
please
the air.
mind
I
speed.
talk about this in the book. And then the husband at that time, Jim July, shortly after her death, he was also killed, fleeing from the law. And then her own son, not that long after that, was also killed in, there's some dispute whether he was killed in sort of a drunken bar brawl or whether he was trying to apprehend criminals himself. I think it was the latter. I think it was just a drunken bar brawl. And when you look at this, just the amount of violence, the amount of bloodshed, it becomes clear that this was, at least in her milieu,
this was a way of life, and it was enormously violent. I don't think there's looking at her life and the people around her. It's hard not to reach that conclusion.
So when you said one of her husbands was killed in a duel, what does that mean?
It was something pretty close to what you would think of, maybe not quite as theatrical as the classic,
The High Noon.
Well, yeah, but essentially he had a lot of trouble with the tribal authorities because her husband was Cherokee and they were living in the Cherokee Nation, and he'd had a lot of entanglements. His family for a long time, the Stars, a lot of entanglements with authorities, and not that long before that, this Cherokee lawman named Frank West had gone a little bit renegade and shot him off his horse and actually killed the horse in the process, the horse was named Venus. It was Belle Starr's favorite, prized horse.
Go straight on.
And later on, it was actually a Christmas party, ironically. It was just these bad, sticky situations where Belle and her husband Sam showed up at the Christmas party, and Frank West, this Cherokee lawman, also happened to come by. And there was a bonfire, and he was down the hill a little ways, kind of warming himself by the bonfire.
Go straight on.
And according to legend, anyway, in some accounts, Belle Starr, who was a big enthusiast of the piano, was playing at the piano. Some accounts have it as like a pedal organ, but some kind of keyed instrument. And there's this party going on, and then it was just like what you think of a Western, but it wasn't the record skipping off, but something like that, where music stopped. And they noticed Frank West, their mortal enemy, this Cherokee lawman, down at the warming himself by the bonfire. Some accounts have Belle Starr saying to her husband, "Go get that SOB." some just have Sam deciding to do it on his own, but he called him out. He left the cabin where the ranch house where this party was going on, went down with his guns, kind of challenging the Cherokee lawman Frank West to a duel. And they both drew their guns, they both fired, and they both ended up dying. It was very, very cinematic. They both hit each other with bullets, and they both died. So Sam Starr did get his revenge. He did kill the lawman Frank West, but he died in the process as well. So they both fell to the ground with bullets in them.
Belle Starr liked to play the role of the outlaw queen, didn't she?
I think she relished in it, and she embraced it. And you can see in the way she dressed, how she carried herself. She wore this long black velvet riding habit. She liked to ride side saddle with two big revolvers at her gun belt. And she wore these, elaborate Stetsons pinned up with big plumed with big feathers. And it was a get-up, She saw herself as this sort of lavish gangster, dressing in fine clothes to be feared and respected, and she embraced that role, and she was very open about it. Even in interviews with Dallas newspapers, she would say, I'm a friend to any gallant outlaw. I don't think she ever called herself an outlaw queen. Other people did, but she embraced that role and was very upfront about it. Yeah, and to her own detriment in a way, though. It's a bit like when mobsters get a little too comfortable in the limelight and attract too much attention or something like that, get from the feds. She sort of had a similar problem, and she got to this point where she was openly challenging U.S. marshals in the street, sheriffs in the street, and posturing as a sort of cock of the walk, whatever. And it caught up with her, and it got her a lot of unwanted attention from the authorities, and they started raiding her ranch, Younger's Bend, and going after her, and then tribal authorities started going after her husband. And eventually it caught up to her, and she did get in a lot of trouble and get arrested multiple times and charged once for horse theft. And that's when she spent a year in prison in Detroit.
She had her ivory-handled six-shooters.
Yes, her prized possessions were her six-shooters, and according to legend anyway, she had a prized silver-plated revolver that Cole Younger, the great outlaw and partner of Jesse James, gave to her. And there's this whole other story I explore in the book, too, about this potential love affair between her and Cole Younger while she was married to a different outlaw, Jim Reed. And there's been a lot of conjecture and debate about that over the years, whether or not that love affair actually happened, and even whether or not her daughter Pearl was actually the daughter of Cole Younger. And there's no definitive answers, but I talk about that in the book.
Well, you have the two pictures side by side, looking at the facial comparisons, and it does seem like there's something going on there.
Yeah, there are pictures, a picture that's believed to be of her daughter, and there is a picture of an older Cole Younger after he gets out of prison. he was one of the few who actually didn't get, one of these outlaws who didn't get killed. He just ended up getting arrested and doing a long prison stint. But when you look at her daughter and Cole Younger, it's hard to deny that there isn't a resemblance. But he steadfastly denied that there was ever anything untoward between them. And he did admit that she kind of had a crush on him, but he denied that anything ever happened between them. But then, if something had happened, he was former comrades with her husband Jim Reed. They fought together with Quantrill's Raiders during the Civil War. So it would have looked very badly if he'd had an affair with Belle Starr while she was married to his sort of friend and former war buddy Jim Reed. So that could explain why he may have denied it. And I think. And Belle Starr, she never discussed it openly that much, but there was times later where friends would say that she sometimes referred to her daughter Pearl as Pearl Younger and kind of took up the name. So, there's no definitive proof either way that I'm aware of, but they say where there's smoke, there's fire. And there's certainly at least a lot of smoke around them potentially of having some kind of love affair, but it could also just be rumor and legend. It's hard to say.
Wow, who knew that Wild West was Peyton Place?
Yeah, with Belle Starr particularly. I mean, her love life was very colorful, and she had lots of lovers. She was very independent. She, at one point, one of her lovers who she later married, Jim July, she actually forced him to change his name to match hers upon marriage. And he was 15 years younger than her. So that's what I was going back to, how there was, there wasn't really a place for her in these sort of, puritanical, morally pure lily white westerns of the post-war era, to have this woman who married a Cherokee, married her Cherokee lover who was 15 years her younger and forced him to change his last name to match hers. It was very, she was fiercely independent and lived life on her terms. And I think that's part of the reason she was written out of the script to a certain extent in westerns of that era, because the real, authentic Belle Starr, there really wasn't a place for her alongside, John Wayne in one of those classic western movies.
So she grew up from not wealthy family, maybe middle class family, established family of the South, a genteel Southern belle. She rejected that role. She decided she wanted to have freedom and independence. If that meant she was also going to have to be an outlaw rather than being someone else's property, a person who had no voting rights, no rights, then that's what she chose. Is that the story?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. And yeah, her family, she grew up in southwestern Missouri, Carthage, Missouri, kind of on the very outer edge of the Ozarks. And her family was kind of Appalachian stock. They'd done the whole western thing from Pennsylvania to through to Kentucky, then to southern Indiana, then to the outer edge of the Ozarks in southwestern Missouri. But her father did fairly well. He was ambitious, and he started out breeding horses and became successful as a horse breeder, stock farmer, and then ended up moving into town, into Carthage, and going into business, opening this tavern hotel, which became quite successful. And he did manage to become something of a town father, something of a community leader, this prosperous businessman in town. And so that's how Belle Starr grew up. And her mother was something of a Southern belle, too, from Kentucky.
Well, she was a Hatfield, wasn't she?
Well, there's long been the stories that she had Hatfield blood. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how firm that connection is, but that was the story, that she was connected to the Hatfields. But I think she came from was fairly educated. I don't know if she was wealthy per se, but had some social graces, as was quoted at the time, and was educated and was something of a Southern belle. And I think that's the milieu that Belle Starr grew up in, was this in town, surrounded by fairly sophisticated, educated people. And she herself was sent to the local girls' school to kind of learn Latin and Greek and how to play the piano and French and art and these types of things. But her role, I think, in this society as kind of a Southern belle was just to be ornamental, was just to be married off to a local businessman or someone prosperous in the community, and entertain friends and keep house, so to speak. And she just never wanted that.
You know, she was fiercely independent. I think you'd probably say something of a tomboy growing up, but she loved riding horses. She loved shooting guns. She loved going off with her brother into the woods to hunt or fish or explore. And during the Civil War, when her brother became a bushwhacker, joined the Confederate insurgency in Missouri, she helped him out. She essentially was a teenage spy doing reconnaissance missions, feeding him information because she had more freedom of movement as a young woman. And that was her first taste of action and adventure. And I think she realized quite quickly that the sort of independence and freedom and self-determination that she wanted, that if she followed the law-abiding route, it just wasn't possible. And being an outlaw, she had the freedom to kind of do whatever she wanted. She could love whoever she wanted. She could take whatever she wanted. She could live wherever she wanted. And that's the path she chose. But the irony in that, I think, is when you look at what she actually did as an outlaw, her two main money-making schemes, her two main rackets, one was stealing horses. She loved horses, was passionate about them. She stole horses, traded them, fenced them for outlaws to get back on the market. So she was in the horse business just like her father. And she also, her ranch, Younger's Bend, she had something of a protection and sheltering racket where she would offer the outlaws, including outlaws like Jesse James, the chance to come and hide out on her ranch and escape from federal authorities. And, in exchange for tribute. So she made money from that. And, so essentially she was in the hospitality industry. So when you look at her two main rackets, how, she was raising, dealing in horse flesh in the hospitality industry, just like her father.
Weren't there reports that she disguised herself as a man to do robberies?
There's long been rumors about that, and I don't think it's been proven, but I'm convinced she did. There's one famous armed robbery that she was charged with. She ended up beating the rap and getting off. But there was a witness, a girl who testified against her and said,
get ready to turn
pointed
left
to Belle Starr and essentially said,
caution,
this woman
please mind the
robbed us
speed.
dressed as a man, wearing a white hat, and she did have a white hat she was famous for. And it seemed too specific to have been made up. It wasn't women dressing up like men in the Cherokee Nation to rob people at gunpoint was not common at that time.
Keep left, and then turn
it just
left.
seems it fits with her character, and it seems. I think
left.
it was probably true. You can't prove it, but I think she was involved in this holdup, and I think she did do it disguised as a man.
So was she a rarity? Was she an outlier? Was this not that big of a deal? I mean, there are a lot of women that were married to outlaws. They may have gotten sucked into the world of crime as well.
I think there were a few, but I think women who did it to the extent that Belle Starr did, I think that was quite rare. I'm not aware of that many who did start out being kind of sidekicks, tag along like she was with her first husband, Jim Reed, but then eventually went on not just to being sort of gang lords, crime lords, leaders of a gang, but actually leading a gang of men who were more or less subservient to her. And she certainly was a leader of a gang and ran. I mean, maybe it's an exaggeration to say she was a mafia don of sorts, but I guess you could make that case. She was the leader of this organized crime racket, and I think that was quite rare. I'm not aware of that many instances.
And you write that her power came from her Rolodex, that she knew so many outlaws.
Well, I think that definitely contributed to her rise in this world. And at this time, she didn't start out in the Cherokee Nation. She started out in kind of white Anglo frontier society back when she was married to Jim Reed. But not long after his death, she made her way to the Cherokee Nation, where many of these outlaws long had dealings, smuggling whiskey and fencing horses with outlaws in the Cherokee Nation. And she ended up marrying into this family, the Stars, who were a very well-known family, and they had a long history of being political rebels during the Cherokee Civil War, then also getting into legal entanglements, crime problems after that. And Tom Starr was sort of the patriarch of this family. And she married Sam Starr, his son. And that was her entree, I think, into this world of Cherokee organized crime. And I think her Rolodex, as I said in the book, the fact that she was close friends with many of these outlaws, including men like Jesse James and Spaniard, whoever. Some of whom were Cherokee, but many who came from the Anglo side of frontier crime. I think that was a boon to a certain extent and made her more appealing because, she could help them get business when it came to whiskey smuggling, fencing horses, things like that. She had these great contacts, on the outside in the Anglo world. And I also say in the book, too, she was an expert in horses. She had grown up on on her father's stock farm, breeding, while he was breeding horses. She was really like anything equestrian, kind of an expert in that regard. And I think, given the fact that stealing and fencing horses was a major source of income for these sort of crime families in the Cherokee Nation and in Indian Territory, I think that very likely made her appealing as well. Someone who is an expert at judging horse flesh and who had all these contacts in the frontier criminal world.
When she died, shot in the back while she was riding down the trail, shotgun blast, and then she was shot in the face. Being shot in the face tells you that this was personal.
You could argue that. It was definitely an execution. I think the way she was killed, she was riding her horse alone. She just helped escort her husband at the time, Jim July, into Fort Smith to face theft charges, and she escorted him halfway and then was riding back. She stopped briefly at a little social gathering, kind of post-church or whatever Sunday gathering, and just to say hello, to chat. And then she was going home from there on her horse, and somebody shot her in the back from about 20 feet away, I believe, with a barrel of buckshot, knocked her off her horse, shot her off her horse. And then as she was lying face down in the mud, walked up to her and, essentially executed her gangland style with a second barrel of buckshot at point blank range. And there's long been debate about who that was. And there's a number of characters who were pretty promising suspects. But yeah, it's never been solved who that was. I think it's a great, a great crime mystery from the Wild West and from American history in general. And yeah, I talk about that quite a bit in the book. I put forth the different suspects and their motives and explain how realistic or how likely it is that they were the killer.
Where is she buried?
She's buried still right in the Cherokee Nation, right outside where her cabin used to stand at Younger's Bend, and you can still go visit her grave. It's not very well marked. There's not big signs or anything like that per se, but if you know where to look, it's just right off the road. You have to walk maybe 40 yards, something like that, and her grave and tombstone are still there where they've always been. But unfortunately, her cabin is no longer there. I mean, I think for a long time it did stand and people could visit it, but I don't remember the exact year it was torn out. But her cabin isn't there, but you can walk over and visit her grave. And people still do. You can see little offerings and candles and notes and things like that.
Dane Hucklebridge is the author of Queen of All Mayhem, The Blood-Soaked Life and Mysterious Death of Belle Starr, the most dangerous woman in the West. That's it for this edition of Texas Matters. Thanks for listening. I'm David Martin Davies. Email us at texasmatters@tpr.org. There are past episodes of Texas Matters at tpr.org, and you can find us wherever you download cool podcasts. And tune in again next week for another edition of Texas Matters from Texas Public Radio.
Support for Houston Public Media comes from listeners like you and from St. Luke's Health and the St. Luke's Foundation, supporting clinical excellence, compassionate care, and a healthier future for all. More at supportstlukes.org.
I'm Ira Flato. When did you first get captivated by science? Astronaut Leland Melvin says his interest was sparked literally when his mother gave him a chemistry set.
I created this explosion. I burned her carpet. She ran in the room and, I got a spanking, but my brain was activated to science.
Activate your brain to science on Science Friday from WNYC Studios.
Science Friday, every Friday, 1 p.m. on News 88.7.
Your NPR station, News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at HoustonPublicMedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
Hello, welcome
Welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with
right.
Aaron Jones in London and me, Anne Sol, in Nairobi.
Iran has ridiculed an ultimatum by the US President Donald Trump after he issued an expletive-laden threat to bomb Iran's bridges and power plants on Tuesday unless the Strait of Hormuz is unblocked.
The region continues to bear the brunt of the war. Iranian drone attacks hit power and water desalination plants and an oil sector complex in Kuwait over the weekend. We'll hear reaction and analysis from inside the country.
In Israel, rescuers have recovered 2 bodies from the rubble of a residential building in Haifa after it was hit by an Iranian missile on Sunday. We'll hear from our correspondent in Jerusalem.
It's all over now.
And in Ukraine, wounded war veterans are offered an opportunity to bond and discover new talents through drama. We'll hear from our correspondent on that story. But first, this latest bulletin of world news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. Iran has said it would retaliate if President Trump goes ahead with his threat to attack civilian targets, including bridges and power plants. On Sunday, the U.S. president once again set a new ultimatum for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has described the ultimatum as nonsense. Daniel DeSimone reports from Jerusalem.
Today was supposed to be the deadline set by President Trump for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face widespread destruction of its civilian infrastructure, including power plants. After an expletive-laden tirade online, he appeared to extend the deadline to tomorrow. Iran's Central Military Command says there will be a much more devastating and widespread retaliation if civilian targets are hit.
Iranian media reports say an airstrike on a residential building in Tehran has killed 13 people. Further strikes on the Iranian capital hit a university and a nearby natural gas distribution site. Iranian officials say U.S.-Israeli airstrikes in the central city of Qom killed at least 5 people. Meanwhile, in Israel, authorities say 2 people were found dead on the rubble after an Iranian missile strike on a residential block in the northern city of Haifa. There have been reports of explosions in the southern Russian port city of Novorossiysk, with local media saying a major oil export terminal has been hit in a Ukrainian drone attack. The city's mayor said drone debris had struck an apartment building. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has expressed regret to North Korea over a drone incursion that he said was carried out by individuals without government approval. He said such actions unnecessarily provoking Pyongyang were against the constitution. Here's David Bamford.
In a rare move, President Lee has in effect apologized to his rival Kim Jong-un over a drone incursion that took place last January. Mr. Lee said an investigation had established that a South Korean intelligence official and a military official were involved in what he called irresponsible and reckless actions that had created unnecessary military tensions. At the time, Pyongyang accused Seoul of a serious provocation, saying it had shot down a drone carrying surveillance equipment.
Afghanistan's Taliban rulers have issued a new decree ordering a review of what they described as foreign terminologies used across government institutions. They said all agencies must provide appropriate equivalents for the terms and submit them for review. The government said the replacement should reflect Islamic and Afghan values. The Taliban have not defined what qualifies as a foreign term. World news from the BBC.
Drive safe.
Astronauts on the Artemis 2 mission have entered what's the known sphere of influence, where the moon's gravitational pull is stronger than Earth's. The 4 astronauts on board are now expected to venture deeper into space than any human before them when they fly around the far side of the moon on Monday. For 40 minutes, all communication with Earth will be lost. The drinks giant Diageo has joined Pepsi by pulling its sponsorship of a British music festival that's booked Kanye West as its headline act. The American rapper is due to perform at the Wireless Festival in London in July. Diageo's brands, Johnny Walker Whiskey and Captain Morgan Rum, have been listed as event partners. West, who's now known as Ye, has been widely condemned for making anti-Semitic and pro-Nazi remarks in recent years. The world's first professional curling league will hold its opening competition in Canada later today. The mixed-gender teams will play in shorter matches. Details from Kate Farron.
Interest in the sport, which Scotland is widely credited with inventing, has been largely limited to its 4-yearly appearance at the Olympics. The aim of this league is to gain a wider following. 6 teams of 5 men and 5 women have been invited to play a range of games. 3 teams from North America, 2 from Europe, and 1 from Asia. The Olympic silver medalist Bruce Howard called the new competition an exciting opportunity to show the sport.
Iran has said its participation in the upcoming Men's Football World Cup will be uncertain unless FIFA relocates its matches from the United States to Mexico. Iran's sports minister said he was not certain that Iranian players would be safe in the U.S. Football's world governing body has declined to relocate Iran's games. BBC News.
Many thanks for that news. Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service, live from Nairobi with me, Anne Soy, and from London with Luke Jones.
In a moment, we will get moving with our top story, the war in Iran, and we'll discuss the toll it's taking on the region more broadly as well. We'll head to Kuwait in a bit, and we'll get the latest from our correspondent in Jerusalem on what is happening on the efforts to try and bring all of this to a close.
I will also bring you the story of Ukrainian war veterans who are discovering new talents acting on stage. And as ever, would love to hear your comments on any of these stories. Our text and WhatsApp number is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Let's begin with matters in the Middle East and what the US president is saying about it. In a post on his Truth Social website, President Trump said that, quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. He also used some language we can't use on the radio. This is the latest shifting target and deadline for Iran unless the Strait of Hormuz is unblocked, he says. And despite all of the pressure coming from Washington, the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed by Iran, and that is having a major impact on the global economy as it is a vital corridor for oil, gas, fertilizer and much else.
Well, over the weekend, Iran continued its attempts to hit its neighbors in the region, including overnight strikes on Kuwait. That was on Saturday night into Sunday.
And then turn right.
The drone attacks hit power and water desalination plants, an oil sector complex, and government buildings. In Kuwait, around 90% of drinking water comes from desalination plants, making them among the country's most vulnerable and strategically important targets. Joining us now from the country is Abdulaziz Al-Anjeri, founder and CEO of Reconnaissance Research, an independent Kuwaiti-based think tank. Welcome to the program. Now, we've just been talking about those attacks that were recorded over the weekend. What has the reaction been from Kuwait?
Thank you very much and good morning. Well, Kuwait has been under repeated, unprovoked attacks from Iran for more than 4 weeks now. However, the mood is not panic. And you know, it's difficult for people to fathom how.
So can you turn right on red light on Wyoming? Yes, you can turn right on red light in Wyoming after making complaints on this. A sign specifically prohibits it, but there was no sign
prohibiting it. There is a concern, but it is matched with composure, solidarity, and a clear sense that Kuwait is facing this ordeal with dignity rather than fear. And we can also see that resilience expressed in a small, meaningful way. Many people have begun wearing pins shaped like a flower called the arfaj. The arfaj is the national flower of Kuwait, which despite being a desert flower that flourishes with little to no water, now it is a symbol that captures the mood rather very well. Kuwait may be under pressure, but it remains rooted, resilient, and unbroken.
So a flower that, survives with very little water, is that also, a reflection of the reality now and perhaps the fears that people have when water desalination plants are hit, electricity plants are also hit, that really affects people.
Yeah, it was right
How
there.
disruptive
Wow.
have these so far been, and what are people's fears?
He's telling me there's a sign not to turn right.
When essential infrastructure is targeted, I mean, people pay close attention, especially in a country where desalination is pivotal, But concern here shouldn't be confused with loss of confidence. Kuwaitis are very realistic. They understand the sensitivities of these facilities.
Go straight on.
But they also trust the state's institutional experience and the country's ability to maintain continuity.
Right, and then turn right.
Now, 30 days after the attacks, the supermarkets are fully packed. You don't see moods of panic shopping. And this is very significant because in any other country that has similar attacks, you see the supermarkets emptied in the first day. You see people running away from the country. In Kuwait, it's completely the opposite. People are trying every way possible to come to Kuwait through Saudi Arabia and Dammam, 12 to 14 hours by car. Still, despite the attacks increasing in its power and impact.
And what do they make of the reaction so far from the authorities? This is a country that has traditionally tried to stay out of regional conflicts. Are the public in support of the stance that Kuwait has so far taken in this, or do they want it to change? Do they want them more involved?
Part of the calmness and confidence that not only Kuwaitis but people living in Kuwait have comes from culture, and part of it comes from our faith. We are Muslims. We know that there's a tragedy, but when it happens, we grieve deeply, but we also speak of something called qada and qadar, something that matters in the hands of God, something that we have no control over. It doesn't mean we let things happen as they are. No, we try our best. We hope that what will happen will not continue, but if the inevitable happens, if a tragedy happens, we don't dwell on it and try to
Why is it?
we are very slow. Explain it means solidarity, prayer, resilience, rather than hysteria or panic. So yes, there is concern, naturally, but the deeper story in Kuwait is of a society that remains rooted, faithful, and steady under pressure.
So does the public support the position of the government so far to just stay away from this conflict?
Yes. I mean, we understand that we have been put by the Trump administration, heavily influenced by Prime Minister Netanyahu, in this ordeal that we didn't take part in. We realized that the miscalculations that thought this would be a 3 to 4 day quick, epic fury ended up being completely different. We are the collateral damage. We are the ones taking the shortest end of the stick. But despite that, we realize it's not our government's fault. We understand we are a small sovereign nation in this big geography. And we know that no matter how bad things are, they will end. Remember, Kuwait survived the invasion of Iraq in 1990. Who would have thought a country that was taken away completely would be liberated within 7 months? And people rallied around the government. The same emir who was emir during the invasion became emir. The same crown prince became a crown prince. Nowhere in the history a country was invaded, liberated, and the same heads of state, the same cabinet members return to their positions. That shows that people rally behind
I'll find a new
their
route.
government and the ruling family, and that is still continued until now.
Many thanks. We'll have to leave it there. Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Anjeri, founder and CEO of Reconnaissance Research, an independent Kuwaiti-based think tank.
Of course, the impact of this war is being felt all over parts of the Middle East. In Iran, despite an internet blackout which has lasted for weeks, the BBC has been working to hear from people actually inside the country itself about their experience of life under US and Israeli bombardment. We got these messages from some people there, and some of our colleagues have revoiced what they told us.
We are worried about Donald Trump's threat to unleash all hell on Iran if Iran does not make a deal. We're stocking up on water and essentials.
I see this as a total failure for the US, that their fighter jet was shot down by Iran. They are fighting against a country far inferior to them, and yet this has happened.
On one hand, I'm glad about the way it has progressed, but on the other hand, I catch myself thinking that if Iran had taken the pilot, Trump might have backed off from some of his threats.
Well, it shows that the US cares more about its forces. I think the Iranian officials were looking to use the pilot as a bargaining chip.
These are some people in Iran sent to our colleagues over on BBC Persian. Well, within Israel, 13 people have been killed by an Iranian strike on an apartment block in Haifa. Let's get more on that and much else besides with our correspondent Daniel De Simone, who is in Jerusalem. Daniel, if we'd start with that attack in Haifa first of all, what's happening there? What do we understand?
So the attack in Haifa, according to rescuers, has led to 2 people being killed. Two people were found dead overnight, and 2 other people are still unaccounted for, they say. There's been continued to be missile alerts throughout Israel overnight, including
Get ready to turn left.
There was a missile alert at 3:30 a.m. And the Haifa attack is the only deadly attack of the past day that we know about, but 2 people still accounted for, so that the death toll, there's fears that it could rise to 4.
And so we've got Israeli airstrikes going into Iran, Iranian missiles coming into Israel, but we also have
Get ready to turn right.
continuing in southern Lebanon.
Well, so in southern Lebanon, according to the Lebanese authorities,
right.
In Lebanon as a whole, there were 3 deadly incidents yesterday, according to Lebanese authorities, including in Beirut. In southern Lebanon, there was an incident in which 7 people are said to have died, all members of one family. There was a visit by the chief of General Staff for the Israeli military to southern Lebanon yesterday. Remarks from him saying that southern Lebanon below the Litani River has become a kill zone for Hezbollah fighters. What the Israeli military and political leadership have been talking about is taking what they call security control of southern Lebanon below the Litani River. They're saying that they won't allow the hundreds of thousands of people who've been displaced in that area back until Hezbollah, the threat from Hezbollah has been eliminated. The threat that they say from Hezbollah is of missiles, of rockets fired into northern Israel, so communities in northern Israel. They are clearing villages, destroying villages that they say pose a threat from Hezbollah. They say Hezbollah has been using to attack Israel.
And in terms of how this war might actually draw to a close, we've been focusing a lot on the swearing threats made by the US President Donald Trump. But in that same message, he expressed optimism yet again that talks might be fruitful. Is that the vibe you're getting where you are, Daniel?
I mean, that isn't the vibe at all. I mean, he keeps saying that Iran wants to negotiate, they want a deal. There seems to be no real evidence of that. There are apparently negotiations going on. There's been apparently negotiations between his envoy and son-in-law and the Iranians. There's also been negotiations involving other countries, including Egypt. Egypt's foreign minister yesterday was said to have had calls with the US and Iran. But Donald Trump has, as you said, set out this really expletive-laden threat to obliterate
this is where
Iranian civilian infrastructure, including electricity plants, water desalination plants, really extreme threats that he's been making. and he set this deadline now. It was meant to be today. It's now been extended till tomorrow US time. I think that would actually be into Wednesday here. And he's saying unless the Iranians reopen the Strait of Hormuz, he will unleash hell, create hell for them. The Iranians, in response, saying they will create hell themselves throughout the region
price went up too.
if that happens. And certainly the Iranians today, again, the Central Military Command saying today that if civilian targets are hit, their response will become even more devastating and widespread.
Daniel DeSimone in Jerusalem, thank you. And we will hear from Donald Trump a little bit later on. He's going to host a news conference after that US airman was rescued from that downed F-15 in Iran. That's about 11 hours' time, 1300 Eastern time.
Well, the president's latest comments have also had an impact on the price of oil. It's shooting up. Let's get the latest now from Nick Marsh from our business desk in Singapore, who's been following the impact it's having on oil and the markets. Nick, how are things looking now?
Yeah, the price of oil is still very high. Just looking now, Brent crude is around $109. The US traded WTI benchmark is at around 112 or so, 111. Very high, basically a reflection of the fact that traders are taking a look at the picture in the Middle East. The Strait of Hormuz still very much blocked up. Donald Trump issuing all kinds of threats to Iran's civilian infrastructure, not really buying his assertions that a deal is round the corner, and putting that all together and predicting, a quite prolonged disruption to world oil supplies for the foreseeable future. And that's why the price of oil remains high, as it has done, barring a few fluctuations, since this war started.
Wow, yeah, the fluctuations have been ongoing, and every time Donald Trump makes a statement, it changes again. You've been monitoring these movements minute by minute, but what about the long-term impact? What are analysts saying that would look like?
Well, I think if you look at it this way, Anne, I was listening to an oil analyst this morning, and he was saying that basically a tanker that would have crossed the Strait of Hormuz the day before this war started is probably just about reaching its destination now. So a country in Asia where it's supposed to unload that oil. So in the intervening time, businesses were, they already had the oil they needed. The material impact basically of this, physical barrels of oil hasn't really been felt yet. What are countries doing to sort of, tide over that shortfall? Well, they're buying Russian oil, in the case of the Philippines and Indonesia.
Turn left.
They're looking at reserves and fuel-saving measures and things. When all that stops, when you can't do that anymore, and from basically now, middle of April, let's say, when you really start to feel the absence of these physical shipments, that's when you get what they call an oil cliff, or analysts are calling it an oil cliff now, and you're going to get real physical shortages, and that could be a serious long-term problem. And the price of oil, if you think it's high now,
turn left,
even higher.
Right. Many thanks, Nick Marsh.
You're listening to Newsday with Anne and Luke. Sarah's back with some more sports news. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Luke. Thank you. In football, in the English FA Cup, the semi-final draw has been made. Chelsea will play Leeds, while Manchester City will take on Southampton. Leeds only made it through on penalties against West Ham yesterday. After a thrilling end to normal time, the referee added 11 minutes on at the London Stadium, allowing West Ham to come from 2-0 down in that period to force extra time and a penalty shootout that they lost. In basketball, Michigan and UConn have progressed to the NCAA Men's National Championship game after blowout wins in the Final Four. And in cycling, defending champion Tadej Pogačar won a record-equaling third Tour of Flanders in great fashion after dropping Mathieu van der Poel 18 kilometers from the finish line. But we hear this morning that his title could be revoked after about 20 riders ran a red light at a railroad crossing during the Tour on Sunday, while Belgian authorities will prosecute the cyclists involved, they said, including Pogačar and the Belgian cyclist Remco Evenepoel.
Sarah, thank you.
Now, In Ukraine, theatre audiences are being treated to a unique experience, watching wounded army veterans who have never acted before performing a famous Ukrainian adaptation of Virgil's Aeneid.
No wonder.
The production, which has already played to
State
standing
trooper.
ovations
It
in
didn't look like
Kiev,
it.
offers injured soldiers, some with
There was
amputations and
one
severe
there.
burns,
So this
an
guy is just an
opportunity to
emergency
bond,
landing on the
communicate,
highway.
and discover hidden talents after the horrors of war. Our correspondent Paul Adams has been to watch members of the Theatre of Veterans rehearsing for their next performance.
On a Kyiv stage, figures emerge out of a smoky haze. Soldiers moving slowly, bowed down, burdened, thirsty, exhausted, fleeing war, searching for a place of safety. Their injuries aren't immediately obvious, but soon you see them. The prosthetics, the burned faces, the stumps where hands should be. The story is ancient. Virgil's wandering Aeneas, reimagined as a Cossack warrior by the Ukrainian poet Ivan Kotlyarsky at the end of the 18th century. But in this production, there's never any doubt about where we are. This is here. This is now. We join the cast for a midweek rehearsal. The Theatre of Veterans is a remarkable organisation, giving soldiers who have experienced extreme physical and mental trauma a taste of life on the stage as an aid to recovery, acting as therapy. For each member of the cast, it's intensely personal.
First of all, it's for rehabilitation, for mind, for soul, for body.
Ivan Voynov was hit by a glide bomb in May 2024 near the city of Vovchansk, close to the Russian border. The explosion killed and wounded several of his colleagues.
Ivan There's no way I can do that on the highway.
He has two metal plates in his skull.
Have to wait for them to
a keen desire to see beyond his
blocking everything. I managed to do it, but it's extremely dangerous. It's way too close. There's no way to stop.
War right now, they know after
Time at least 2 seconds distance.
It's not the end. Life keep going, and they
it's not to make it harder on myself. People trying to misinterpret the fact
I think that I'm changing myself because all of us changing because of something.
Ina Korolenko's wounds are less visible. Months of ferrying dead and wounded soldiers from the front line and an explosion in her vehicle which sent her to hospital for 2 months left her traumatized and alone.
This project was a very big chance for us to return to our
American
life.
Lines, this is
Not to scared to say something to people
probably, I don't
about
know, maybe
myself.
railroad. Leaving Rollins.
Putting this inexperienced but enthusiastic cast through its paces is theatre director Olga Semyoshkina. She says it took time to coax the veterans out of themselves.
The guys and girls kept us very withdrawn. We couldn't touch them. It was too much for them to handle. The first thing we did was establish contact. Then we started to trust each other and open up. We joke a lot. We crack some of the darkest jokes in rehearsals.
The show has already played to enthusiastic audiences. Now they're taking it on the road around Ukraine. The veterans all play the same central character, Rene, a broken man going through hell, looking for a place to settle. Somehow, through theatre, they found
I still don't think that I want to, but step by step,
probably check my income, some of the garages.
The life of Ukraine. And to be a
some
part
of them must be low for some reason. The cost.
Keep right, and then exit right.
The Theatre of Veterans there. This is Newsday.
Exit right.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media. APM produces and distributes award-winning public radio programs that inform, engage, and captivate. APM is proud to connect audiences to the world with accurate, impartial, international news and global perspectives.
Turn left.
The BBC World Service.
Doom scrolling.
Let's break that habit, folks. I'm Aisha Roscoe, host of Weekend Edition Sunday, where if you want to know what's going on in the world and why it matters, all you have to do is give your thumb a rest and perk up your ears. We've got the news, but we've also got curiosity, joy, and surprise. Tune in for Weekend Edition
and then
from
continue
NPR
straight
News.
on.
Weekend Edition, Saturdays and Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on News 88.7.
Go straight on.
Houston Public Media is a...
You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi and Luke Jones in London.
Ahead this half hour, the cost of the US-Israeli war in Iran on Egypt, and we'll go to Beirut after deadly Israeli strikes in Lebanon kill a 4-year-old, amongst others.
Also, we'll continue to track NASA's Artemis mission as it takes its final run-up towards the moon. But first, the latest bulletin of this news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. Iran has warned that its retaliation will be devastating and widespread if President Trump goes ahead with his threat to attack civilian targets, including bridges and power plants. On Sunday, the U.S. president once again set a new deadline of late Tuesday for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. media said mediators were working on a potential 45-day ceasefire, although reports said the chances were slim. Israel and the U.S. have carried out overnight attacks on Iran, which Tehran says killed more than 25 people. Tehran responded with missile fire on Israel and its Gulf Arab neighbors. The Israeli authorities say 2 people were found dead under rubble after an Iranian missile hit a residential building in the northern city of Haifa. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has expressed regret to North Korea over a drone incursion that he said was carried out by South Korean individuals without government approval. Mr. Lee said an investigation had established that 2 South Korean officials were involved. There have been reports of explosions in the southern Russian port city of Novorossiysk, with local media saying a major oil export terminal has been hit in a Ukrainian drone attack. NASA's Artemis 2 mission has reached a critical tipping point on its journey to slingshot around the moon when lunar gravity takes over the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft. The 4 astronauts on board are venturing deeper into space than any human before them. And the world's first professional curling league will hold its opening competition later on Monday in the Canadian city of Toronto. 6 mixed-gender teams from North America, Europe and Asia will play in short matches.
And then continue straight on.
BBC World News.
Go straight on.
Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service this morning with Anne Soy in Nairobi and Luke Jones in London.
It is half hour with the Iran war now in its 6th week, and the impact is being felt across the region and beyond. We'll hear from Egypt and Lebanon.
We'll also hear from the parents of 2 autistic children about finding out about the condition and the challenges they have faced finding appropriate care and support.
And NASA's Artemis 2 mission is now deeper into space than any human beings before. Have you been tracking it? Please share your comments. Our text number is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Another delayed deadline has been issued by the US president. If the Iranians don't open the very economically important Strait of Hormuz, he says he'll hit power plants and, quote, blow everything up and take the oil. Across the war and the energy shock that it's created, we have been looking at how different industries and countries have been affected.
Go straight on.
Egypt, the economy wasn't in a brilliant way before the conflict broke out in the Gulf, and since then the government has raised electricity prices by 16% for high-use households, 20% for commercial users, and the government's also introduced austerity policies as well, including reduced fuel use, shorter business hours and delays in major projects. Dr. Syed Sadek thinks a lot about these issues as professor at the American University in Cairo. They're live with us. Welcome to the programme. The government clearly says there's a need for this kind of thing. Do you get the sense that ordinary Egyptians agree?
Yes, there is agreement and understanding why this unprecedented reaction by the government is taking place. They are following the news and they know the impact, because Egypt imports 20 to 30% of its gas and oil and so this is affecting them. In March, we had a rise in the fuel, car and vehicle, and that of course affected inflation. Now the rise in electricity this month is directly affecting the commercial business and the higher tier of people using electricity above 2,000 kilowatt per month, which means that the majority of the people are not directly affected, but when they go to a restaurant or supermarket, they may see a rise because the owners are passing through this price hike 20% to the consumers, and that is what they understand, and they understand that this is not a permanent measures. This is just a reaction to what is happening, fiscal protection of the budget. Otherwise, things can get worse.
But also, there must be an appreciation that things could get worse. I take your point that this is a temporary measure, but if this war continues, these temporary measures will drag on and on. And if Egypt's already in a situation where it's reducing the amount of fuel people can use and delaying major projects, it could get a lot worse.
That's the university back there.
Yes, and so if this happens, all these conservation measures will be extended and even more. And in fact, the Prime Minister had forewarned that if things get worse and this continues, the supply chains are affected because we are importing 60 to 70% of our food, a lot of production requirements, and so this also would be affected. The Egyptian economy in February, before this war erupted, reached a growth rate of 4.4%, and things looked more positive. But after this war happening, things, there is a lot of skepticism what is happening, despite the fact that we are far away from this conflict. But economically, Egypt, like other countries in the world, are affected.
But
unlike other economies affected around the world, Egypt's economy wasn't in a particularly good place beforehand, with high inflation, high amounts of debt. Still, the sort of long legacy of the Sisi government casting something of a shadow. Would you say that Egypt's economy wasn't a bad state anyway before this latest energy shock hit?
It was regarding the high debt. We have a debt of $170 billion.
Like look, it's from the right.
But
the agreement
with IMF was going on, and they agreed on cutting the subsidies on energy, but this was postponed until the end of the year.
But is on top.
Gulf crisis, they were faster applying what the IMF requested, cutting subsidies on energy, and this is what happened now. Of course, a lot of things can be said about the economy and management of the economy, and
wait a second.
this crisis
How
just revealed what is happening and put more light on some of the mistakes like that.
Because it's from the front, so there's another tree there behind.
For income, the number one source for foreign currency in Egypt is Egyptian workers' remittances in the Gulf. We get $41.5 billion from the Gulf. Tourism, maybe I get $13 billion. Suez Canal had been
so it's going to be
bad shape
from this
because of the
corner
gas
there. That
conflict
means I have to come from the other way. And there's no way to turn
the Houthiyun in Yemen blocking the Red Sea. And so this is the main source that we get is from the Gulf. And so what is happening in the Gulf is affecting us. And it should, it should invite the Egyptian government to re-examine its economic policy, and they have to be more active in other sectors
and then turn
rather
left.
than depend on external factors that can be affected with things like this war.
Dr. Saeed Sadek from the American University in Cairo. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
To Lebanon now, where the human cost of the conflict continues to rise. More than 1,400 people have been killed since fighting escalated between Israel and Hezbollah last month, according to the health ministry in Lebanon. The dead include more than 125 children, with thousands more injured and hundreds of thousands displaced. Now, Israeli airstrikes have expanded into central areas of Beirut, bringing down entire residential buildings, and the bombardment has intensified across the country. Israel says its offensive is targeting Iran-backed Hezbollah fighters after the group launched rockets in support of Iran. And amid the violence, families are being torn apart. Ahmad Salhani lost his sister, brother-in-law, and their baby daughter in an Israeli airstrike on a residential apartment in Jarmut, south of Beirut. He and 3 other family members, including his parents, were injured and are now in hospital. We can speak to him now from Beirut. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Ahmad. And I'm so sorry to hear about the loss of your family. Just tell us about your sister and her family, who they were and what happened to them.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. I would say we are just like another ordinary Lebanese family. My sister is a good mother for a few kids and has married her nice husband. And we were just like as any other family, fleeing the, I would say, the hostile areas. My sister happens to live in South Lebanon, and as soon as we figured that the hostilities will start in South Lebanon, she immediately moved to our place where we live, along with my family, my parents, I would say. She has 3 kids. One is 14 years old. She's a girl, and then there's another boy of 11 years old, and then there's their baby daughter, who is 2.5 years old. They are just like yes.
The baby daughter also lost her life in that strike. What do you remember about the moment the strike hit your home?
Well, you hear a lot from people saying like whenever you get struck, you feel nothing, and I would say that's true. The first moments when the strike happened, we were just sleeping. It
Go
was
straight
the end
on.
of the Eid that we were celebrating or trying to celebrate a little together. We did some just activities at home, just to feel the Eid, and then we were supposed to go back to our work on Tuesday. But Tuesday at 2:30 a.m. the strike happened. The first moments you just wake up, and the first seconds you feel it's just a dream. But then you realize that this is real life.
Go straight on.
All the consequences of it. You try just to save those who you can save. Of course, we tried to save everyone. Sadly, not everyone was able to make it, and we just, for those who remained, we are still like trying to understand all the incident.
And you were also injured. Are you out of hospital now? How are you doing, and how are your parents doing?
We are 8 members. The family is of 8 members. As you said, like my sister, my brother-in-law, and their smallest daughter have been martyred, but the others sustained different injuries. We are, recovering at least physically, a little by little. I would say it's a long road ahead of us, especially for my mom and the boy, the son of my sister. They have sustained the biggest injuries among us. When we come to mentally, it will be a much longer road in terms of trying to understand what happened and our loss. Especially for the kids and what they are sustaining in terms of losing their parents and what this means to them.
You say it's a long road ahead. What are your hopes when you look into the future for your family and for Lebanon?
Well, eventually, my biggest hopes is for the hostilities to end
Seems to be it,
in the
'cause
next
there's a
minute.
second
I
corner
just
there.
hope all the hostilities stop in the next minute. I hope no one goes through what we went through. Of course, it takes the person
straight
to
on.
go through something to understand how harsh it is, and how and to have high hopes of this not happening to anyone at all. And for my family, I just wish their speedy recovery. I wish they, they are able to at least process what happened all in all, and especially for the kids to have a decent life ahead. They and to receive all the support they might need, and that's what we are working on, of course. We are giving them, providing them all the support,
Go straight on.
Especially in terms of mental health, and so to process all what happened and move ahead in their lives.
Many thanks again for speaking to us, Ahmed Salhani there, who lost his sister, brother-in-law and their baby daughter in an Israeli strike on a residential apartment in the south of Beirut.
You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. Anne Soy in Nairobi and Luke Jones in London this morning. Let's have a look at the latest sports news now. Sarah's back.
And following a weekend of drama, the English FA Cup semi-final teams are known. In the women's, Liverpool have won 1-0 at Charlton to reach the semi-finals, and there was a big upset with Brighton beating Arsenal 2-0. The Gunners are 14-time champions of this competition, and they were flying high after knocking Chelsea out of the Champions League last week. They were subjected to that painful defeat by a Brighton side who trailed them by 17 points in the WSL. Alessia Russo came off the bench for Arsenal just before the hour mark, but she could not turn the tide in the match. After the game, Brighton star Fran Kirby, who has won 5 FA Cup during her time at her previous club, Chelsea, says she'll do everything to bring that Brighton team to Wembley for the final.
I tell the girls all the time, it's one of the best days of your life. Doing that FA Cup final, going to Wembley, the whole day is just so special. So I'm going to do absolutely everything I can to help this team, and I'm sure all the other girls will be desperate to get there, but it would be an absolute dream to do it.
Brighton and Liverpool will know the name of their future opponent later today as Chelsea play Tottenham and Manchester City faces Birmingham. The semi-final draw will take place later tonight after those games. In the men's now, Leeds progressed after a thrilling end to normal time against West Ham, who scored twice after the 90 minutes mark for 2-2. West Ham's 20-year-old debutant goalkeeper Finlay Herrick then saved the opening penalty in the shootout, but it proved to be in vain. Let's hear from the Leeds boss after the game, Daniel Fark.
Yes, and this is what football is all about. Also like to bring some joy and some pride in the hearts and the souls of the people, especially during this strange time in the circumstances in the world. So I'm pretty happy after decades of waiting and also a few tough years in the past that they are able to celebrate themselves.
Decades, 39 years exactly since Leeds were back in the semi-final of this English FA Cup. In the semis, Chelsea will play Leeds while Manchester City will take on Southampton. And after beating Liverpool 4-0 in the other quarter-final on Saturday, while Manchester City assistant manager Pep Lijnders has hinted midfielder Bernardo Silva's 9-year spell at City will end this summer, saying, quote, "Every good story comes to an end." Bernardo Silva's contract expires this summer at the end of the season, and he has not yet signed an extension. He's been linked with La Liga leaders Barcelona, Serie A side Juventus, and clubs in the US. Speaking of the US, in golf, the US Open champion J.J. Spaun won his second Texas Open title in 4 years by one shot. He'll take his good form into the opening men's major championship of the year. The Masters, of course, played in the southern state of Georgia in the US. This Masters that gets underway this week. Three-time champion Phil Mickelson will miss the Masters and step away from golf quote, for an extended period because of a family health matter. The American has only missed the tournament on 3 other occasions since making his debut at Augusta National in 1991. So no Tiger Woods, no Phil Mickelson in Augusta this week. And in cycling, defending champion Tadej Pogačar won a record-equaling third Tour of Flanders in great fashion after dropping Mathieu van der Poel 18 kilometers from the finish line. But we hear this morning that his title could be revoked after about 20 riders ran a red light at a railroad crossing during the Tour on Sunday, while Belgian authorities said they will prosecute the cyclists involved, including Pogačar and the Belgian cyclist Remco Evenepoel. For more sport from the BBC, as ever, head to bbc.com/sport.
Sarah, thank you.
Now, earlier in the program, we heard the story of a mother and her struggle when she realized that her child had autism. This was part of the documentary Life on the Spectrum from BBC Africa Eye's Florence Finney, who spoke to families in Malawi with autistic children. That's a lifelong disability that affects the way a person communicates and relates to other people and often leads to discrimination. This is what the mother had to say.
My neighbor started talking, saying, "This child is troublesome. Why isn't she locking her inside the house?"
Rachel's behavior was all-consuming, and the stigma Martha faced from the community made life feel impossible.
I felt crushed by the enormous weight. Because of her sickness, I could not find any peace. So I told myself that it would be better if she died.
Earlier, I spoke to O'Neill and Angela, two parents who are also featured in that BBC Africa Eye documentary. They live in Blantyre, the commercial capital of Malawi, and have 2 children called Aku and Max, who are on the spectrum. I started by asking the mother, Angela, about her sons.
Aku CK is 14 years old. He's currently in high school. He's in year 8. He's a very functioning boy. He doesn't really like talking to people, so he doesn't really have friends. But he goes to school every day. He enjoys music. He enjoys playing video games. He's just like every other teenage boy. Secondly, we have Max. Max is 9 years old. He's autistic. He is nonverbal, but he does attend school, and he has a very cheeky sense of humor. We have our own way of communicating with him.
How hard was it to get the diagnosis in Malawi?
CK, when we realized that he had the speech delay, we didn't really know what to do, and someone had recommended to us that there was a certain clinic that had helped their child, and this was just me doing research on Facebook. We went to the center, we found them, we called them and said, "Are you open to do an assessment on our son?" They called us in. I think we paid, at that time it was something equivalent to 50,000 Malawi kwacha, it was quite a lot. They took him in a room and they said, "We'll get back to you in 3 hours." In 3 hours, they came out and they basically said to us, it's not full-blown autism, but it's Asperger's. For Max, they said he's autistic, but then they also said, initially they told us that he was Down syndrome. And every time we'd go to the hospital, they would say, there's something about this child. So unfortunately in Malawi, because of ignorance, when I would take him to these hospitals, there would be some the local doctors and they would say, this child was not born normal. He was born abnormal. This was the terms that they would say often.
It sounds like quite a long and hard journey, just getting to understand his condition. And I'm wondering what it did to you as a couple, and even just encountering the kind of terminology that you're talking about, the level of ignorance even from medics.
First, it was a hard hit. You get so many questions running through your head. How are we supposed to deal with this? What
and then exit
to
right.
For me personally, my first worry was how is his
Exit
quality of life going to be? Not knowing what we were dealing with, it was very scary. It was quite traumatic. We've managed to navigate through this, my wife Angela and I believe because we were very close and we needed to work as a team to confront this issue. This whole autism thing, it took us a lot of work, a lot of research. We were studying it like
kids in Malawi who may not have as much exposure and education as you have?
Really, a lot of people, what they do is they just hide. I've met a mother who said the child is getting older and now he's aggressive, and so he just sits at home and he's at home with the maid. And I said, why have you left him at home with the maid? And she said, well, why not? I don't know who's going to deal with him. No school can accept him at that age and as big as he is. Who's going to deal with him? And I said, well, he needs to be stimulated in the right way, because if he's not stimulated in the right way, so he'll have these episodes of aggression because he's frustrated. A lot of people will just kind of lock the child away. The child will just be in the house. They don't take the child out. No school time, no play time. And that's really what I see most of the time. There was even a terrible story that we had on a group of parents of autistic children, where we kind of give each other support and we share our stories. And there was a terrible story about a lady in the village. The child was autistic. They just automatically assumed the child is bewitched, so they didn't know how to deal with him or stimulate him in the right way. And so they used to tie him to a tree, and that's where he would be the whole day. They would tie him to a tree, go about doing their thing, and they would only release him when it was time, you know, for him to eat or it was time for him to go to sleep. So this is what So this is what we're dealing with. The cruelty of children that are innocent. It's not that they asked to be here. It's not that they asked to be born this way. The ignorance now leads to the cruelty. Sometimes we have stories when they realize there's something wrong with the child, they now abandon the child, or they give the child to a relation and say, here, deal with this. Also, if you don't have resources, you don't have the money, you don't have the knowledge, okay, how can I deal with this? How can I get sensory toys or find a teacher that can help my child? We have these instances where when they don't know what to do with it, the child is just made to be there.
Make sure you stress about not knowing what to do, because I'm going to know exactly what I'm going to do.
Also, again, if we're talking in reference to Malawi, we just don't have those resources. The majority of our country is rural, so it's a bit hard to kind of get that word across and to get that message across.
Angela there and her husband O'Neill talking to me earlier about challenges of raising two children with autism. Two of their four boys are autistic and they live in Malawi.
This is Tuesday on the BBC World Service. Let's take you to space. NASA's Artemis mission is now the final run-up before it slingshots around the moon. If that sounds terrifying, wait until you hear what they're eating. Our science editor Rebecca Morale has been following the mission's progress.
With the moon getting ever closer, the astronauts now have it firmly in their sights, ready for a close encounter with its far side.
Houston, integrity on 1 for lunar flyby setup.
Go ahead. The crew are already wowed by the magnificent views.
Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
As everyday life in space can also be mundane.
Being human up here is one of the coolest things about this mission. And for example, we might go look at the far side of the moon and take in its awesomeness and then go, maybe I should change my socks and try to dig around for a pair of socks. So this is the dichotomy of human spaceflight.
Back on Earth at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, the NASA team is busy preparing for the flyby and monitoring all of the spacecraft systems, from communications to propulsion to life support, 24 hours a day. The crew have been trained by lunar scientists. As they fly around the far side of the moon, they'll be using their cameras, making sketches and recording audio descriptions. But they've also had time to answer Canadian children's questions.
What types of food do you eat in space?
This is actually
and
shrimp
then turn
cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already, so we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty.
Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today.
Their big moment is fast approaching. The far side of the moon isn't so far away.
Not far at all now. It's about 16 hours or so until they are round the wrong side of the moon, where we'll lose contact with them for 40 minutes, Rebecca says, over on bbcnews.com. Perish the thoughts. You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne and Luke.
Houston Public Media is a service of the University of Houston and is supported with your gifts to the Houston Public Media Foundation. More information available online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
Caution, please mind
Learn
the
something
speed.
new. I want to start with how crowds of people can act like fluids.
Yes.
What?
I mean, this is physics, so I love it.
Make a connection.
I have no idea who they voted for. I don't care. This tailgate in particular, everybody's welcome.
Dig a bit deeper. We're often looking for a small secular liturgy for our lives, and poetry can provide that sometimes.
Stay curious with All Things Considered from NPR News.
Weekdays beginning at 3 p.m. on News 88.7.
Your NPR station, News 88.7 KUHF Houston, a service of the University of Houston. Get local and breaking news anytime at houstonpublicmedia.org. Listen to us on your favorite devices. Tell your smart speaker to play News 88.7.
Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi and Luke Jones in London.
Donald Trump has threatened again to strike Iranian power plants and bridges. Iran, in response, has called the threats helpless.
Go straight on.
Stupid.
And on Sunday, the U.S. president once again set a new deadline to late Tuesday for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We have reaction from inside Iran.
Meanwhile, Iran continues to attack Israel and its Gulf neighbours. Iranians have attacked critical energy infrastructure. We will take you to the United Arab Emirates.
And a controversy in Mexico over plans to export artwork by some of their most influential artists. We hear from one of the people leading the campaign against the exportation of the arts. That's after the latest world news.
BBC News with Danielle Yarowiecka. Iran has warned that its retaliation will be devastating and widespread if President Trump goes ahead with his threat to attack civilian targets, including bridges and power plants. On Sunday, the US president once again set a new deadline to late Tuesday for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. US media said mediators were working on a potential 45-day ceasefire, although reports said the chances were slim. Overnight, Iranian attacks at its Gulf neighbours continued. Our correspondent Lorna Gordon is in Dubai.
Get ready to turn
We've
left.
heard alerts and siren sound in the UAE and in Kuwait overnight. What we have seen is an apparent narrowing of targets in Bahrain, Kuwait and the UAE over the last few days. Iran saying it has been targeting oil and energy infrastructure, and all the while, of course, this messaging on social media from President Trump, who is ramping up his rhetoric again, seemingly emboldened by that rescue of that US aircrew deep inside Iran.
Following the warnings of increased military action, oil prices opened higher in Asia on Monday.
Same thing, it has to be a ramp.
Iran says airstrikes in Tehran as well as in the south of the country have killed more than 20 people. Other attacks on the Iranian capital hit the Sharif University of Technology and a nearby natural gas distribution site. Meanwhile, in Israel, authorities say 2 people were found dead under rubble after an Iranian missile struck the city of Haifa. Daniel De Simone reports from Jerusalem.
Iranian media says an airstrike on a residential building in Tehran overnight killed 13 people, including 6 children, with officials saying US-Israeli attacks in the central city of Hom killed at least 5 people. In Israel, rescuers say they've recovered 2 bodies from a building in Haifa that was hit by an Iranian missile. A further 2 people are said to be unaccounted for.
The Israeli military have carried out strikes in Lebanon, in the suburbs of the capital Beirut and the south of the country, reportedly killing 15 people. From Beirut, here's Lena Sinjab.
Exactly until this moment, 1,461 people killed, including women and children in this country, and that's according to the Ministry of Health records. Over 1.2 million are displaced, and the numbers are rising because the threats of airstrikes coming from the Israelis are day in, day out, even outside Hezbollah-controlled areas.
There have been reports of explosions in the southern Russian port city of Novorossiysk, with local media saying a major oil export terminal has been hit in a Ukrainian drone attack. The city mayor said drone debris had struck an apartment building. You're listening to the World News from the BBC. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has expressed regret to North Korea over a drone incursion that he said was carried out by individuals without government approval.
Let's do this.
Mr. Lee said an investigation had established that a South Korean intelligence official and a military official were involved in what he called irresponsible and reckless actions that had created unnecessary military tensions.
Now I have to go and park.
NASA's Artemis 2 mission has crossed a key
Steel,
threshold in
there's the
space on
garage
its
here,
journey
so
to
that's the first
slingshot
one
around the
right
moon, the lunar sphere of influence. It means the moon's gravitational pull now
Okay,
takes over
here
the
we go.
trajectory of the Orion spacecraft. The 4 astronauts on board are expected to fly around the far side of the moon on Monday. Rebecca Morell has this report.
The far side of the moon is not so far now for the Artemis 2 astronauts. As they loop around it, they'll be about 4,000 miles, 6,500 kilometres above the lunar surface. This means they'll see the entire disk of the moon with a tiny Earth way off in the distance behind it. Their trajectory means the crew will also get to witness a solar eclipse that's just for them. As the sun slides behind the moon, they'll see its outer atmosphere glowing against the darkness of space.
Iran has said its participation in the upcoming Men's Football World Cup will be uncertain unless FIFA relocates its matches from the United States to Mexico. Iran's sports minister said he wasn't certain that Iranian players would be safe in the US. Football's world governing body has so far declined to relocate Iran's games. The world's first professional curling league will hold its opening competition later on Monday in the Canadian city of Toronto. 6 mixed-gender teams from North America, Europe and Asia will play in short matches. To date, curling has been largely limited to its 4-yearly appearance at the Olympics. And that's the latest BBC News.
Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC One service this morning, live from London with me, Luke Jones, and from Nairobi with Anne Soy.
Now, as President Trump yet again issues threats to strike Iranian power plants and a new deadline, what do Iranians make of these developments? Our correspondent will bring us that reaction.
Get ready to turn right.
We will also continue to hear about other parts of the region affected by this conflict. We heard from Kuwait earlier. We'll take you to the United Arab Emirates in a moment as well, see how they are faring
Turn
there
right.
after reports of more debris from intercepted missiles affecting people. You can get in touch, though, with your view, your experience of all of this. You can text us and WhatsApp us on +44 77 86 20 50 85.
President Trump's expletive-laden social media post threatening attacks on power plants and bridges if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened by Tuesday has prompted Iran to warn of much more devastating and widespread retaliation if the US and Israel were to strike civilian targets. That's according to state media. Yet the president continues to claim he's hopeful for a deal. What's the reality of the situation? Our World Affairs correspondent Joe Inwood has the latest developments and reaction from inside Iran.
Go straight on.
It seems for some Iranians that this was the moment that changed how they view this war. This is the sound of US missiles striking their target inside Iran. Huge plumes of dust and smoke rise into the sky as one after another they land. Under attack, not a missile launcher or military compound, but a bridge. Shiraz is maybe in her 60s and wearing a colourful headscarf. She was nearby when the bombs fell.
The shockwaves shook us so hard that we staggered. Debris flew into our yard. We were all terrified and shaking all over. The shockwaves were so violent that it left our street with broken windows everywhere.
The bridge in question was called the B1. It was a source of local pride and economic opportunity. There is a sense here that the destruction was not a military necessity, but a punishment, not just of the regime, but the Iranian people too. Down on the coast, a dark cloud hangs over Mashhad. Accompanied by a sniffer dog and wearing fluorescent jackets,
Caution,
search and
please
rescue
mind
team
speed.
go from building to building. He calls the dog as the search continues. This is the petrochemical special zone. Israel says it was essential for the production of materials used in making missiles and drones, and destroyed much of it. But it also produced anything from fertilizer to plastics, and crucially provided employment for tens of thousands of people. Its destruction came just days after Donald Trump said this.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Throughout the entire war, people have been sharing their thoughts with the BBC's Persian service. They are almost all hostile to the regime. But as time has passed, they have also become increasingly opposed to the war and those carrying it out.
I don't see a bright future for Iranians at the end of this. With all these attacks, Iran won't be a place we can live in anymore. So many small businesses have already disappeared, and the others will fade away too. Those attacks on some petrochemical and steel companies are going to directly affect people soon. No one knows what the end game is.
My mom is filling every bottle she can find in the house with water. I have no idea what we are going to do now. I think more and more people in Iran have realized that Trump doesn't care about them at all. I hate him from the bottom of my heart, and those who support him too.
It feels like we're sinking deeper and deeper into a swamp. What can we do as ordinary people? We can't stop them.
Get ready
I keep
to
thinking
turn
about a situation where, in a month, I'm sitting with my family with no water, no electricity, nothing. And someone blows out the candle and we go to sleep.
All the while, the air campaign continues inside Iran. This was the sound of airstrikes in the south of the country. Around the time this was being recorded, Donald Trump was posting his extraordinary message on social media, using language too explicit to broadcast. Once again, he promised the destruction of Iran's bridges and power plants. And it is violent actions, not violent rhetoric, that seems to be most concerning for
Violent, but the Iranian are violent.
Joe Inwood reporting there, and in the last few minutes, the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister has said that President Trump's threats to strike civilian targets would amount to war crimes.
Well, as we've been hearing throughout the programme, this is having an impact on many parts of the region. Overnight, sirens were sounding in Kuwait and in the UAE as Iranian missiles targeted energy infrastructure there. Kuwait saying that attacks by Iranian drones had damaged oil and petrochemical facilities. There were industrial and fuel plants in Abu Dhabi and Bahrain as well. On Sunday, the UAE's Ministry of Defence had intercepted 50 Iranian drones, 1 cruise missile and 9 ballistic missiles. So that takes 2,191 drones, 24 cruise missiles and 507 ballistic missiles since the start of the war. For their part, Iran says that these attacks are in response to American and Israeli strikes that have targeted one of their major petrochemical hubs on Saturday, which killed 5 people. Still, this will be having quite the impact on people in and around the UAE in particular. Let's focus on that. On the line is Professor Abdul Khalek Abdullah, who is a retired professor of political science and is a former director of the Gulf Research Unit Sharjah in the UAE. Welcome to Newsday. How much of an impact would you say all of this is having within the UAE?
Well, of course, this is a wartime, although we are not part of this war. Not one bullet has been fired from the UAE or the other Arab Gulf states towards Iran, but we are getting the most of these drones and missiles. The UAE alone,
the Kurds attacked them, and there's other countries.
3,000 plus of these missiles and drones have been fired at us. But this is definitely not a normal time, although, life is normal. So we're taking the brunt of this war,
like if you didn't know
which is the next 24 hours are going to be very decisive.
And what about the economic side of things? Not least the ability of the UAE to export things like oil from the Straits of Hormuz, but also the amount of planes that are now no longer going through big hubs like Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
Of course, life has been affected one way or the other, but the economics are the most tangible ones. The airport is is back to 60%, almost 60 to 70%. It's not in total operation, but at least for a 60% traffic.
I am getting a place now. Why did you get?
Although there is a daily attack on Dubai. Port Dubai is still receiving ships coming, whatever ships coming through Hormuz.
I'll take it.
Other sectors of the economy maybe have been affected pretty much, like tourism. But other than that, malls are full of people, traffic is back again in the street.
What the hell is this?
People are
Why is the engine
attending to their life as they should when it comes to
it says automatic
retail.
start?
So in a way, of course, there has been an economic impact. This is still the first 1 month. We don't know how things are gonna go if this war continues for another month or two.
And in terms of how this war might continue or not, of course the UAE is involved with trying to broker some kind of talks, as they have been in previous conflicts. But what about the idea of actually getting involved and trying to forcibly reopen key passageways like the Strait of Hormuz? Donald Trump has been very clear that he wants those affected by its closure to actually put their money or firepower where their mouth is on this. Do you think the UAE would get involved, should get involved with something like that?
Hormuz is the key now. Closure of Hormuz has not just affected UAE or the Gulf or the states here, but it has affected world economy, affected 193 different economies in the world.
Automatic engine,
so it is the key. It has to be open one way or the other. Whether it's through military
the engine will start as soon as the throttle is pressed, so that's why
it has to be open. And if they can't do it through diplomatic,
that's the default.
Military is a way to do it. And I think UAE has been very clear from day one that we will be, if needed, we will be part of whatever needed, necessary, be it military or not. We will join the international effort to open it and make it free for the international commercial going through this international waterway, Luke.
And just finally, what do you make of how Donald Trump has handled all of this diplomatically? We've been talking a lot this morning about the very expletive social media post he has made, the latest one he's made on this. And he's previously threatened to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age. Now he's talking about blowing up bridges and taking all that oil if things don't turn out. Would you say he's handling this well?
Look, we hear different things from the president, okay? One day he says one thing, the other day he says something else. But what we see around, leave the talking away of it. What we see on the ground is a huge military buildup in this region. But more than you think, more than we think. It's a very huge military buildup ready to go, okay? So I think I will give more chances for a military than all this talk about negotiation. And I think if you want my opinion on this, I think if it's better for the president, for America, for everybody to finish the job. No more nuclear Iran, no more missiles coming toward us from Iran, no more closing of Hormuz. If that is the end game, let's just go at it and finish this kind of a threat that is not just a threat to us, but it is even ugly, as we just heard in the report, to the 19 million Iranians who have been going through this regime for the past 47 years, and they just had enough of it.
Okay, very clear. Thank you for your time this morning. Abdul Halak Abdullah, former director of the Gulf Research Unit in Sharjah in the UAE.
And you've been sending us your thoughts and comments about this story. David Kachinwe from Malawi says should wake up from sleep and join hands to deal with this conflict. And Ikayu Wilson from Soroti Uganda says as much as everyone needs the Strait of Hormuz reopened, ultimator and more unimplemented ultimator will lead us nowhere. Renegotiations is what is needed now.
Douglas Fanbulla is in Monrovia, Liberia, has texted us to say President Trump's threat of targeting civilian infrastructures in Iran if the Strait of Hormuz is not open by Tuesday shows that his plan for ending this war that shouldn't even happen in the first place is far from over. What worries me most is the untold human suffering that this will cause and the creation of an unprecedented economic stagnation. Also have had this from Amara Alpha in Sierra Leone saying the ongoing conflict among the US, Israel and Iran has negatively impacted the global economy and needs to stop now. The killing of children in Beirut by Israel's bombardment also must end.
And Christine So in Sierra Leone says that many Sierra Leoneans left the country to seek greener pastures in the Gulf, especially women, but majority have now been returning home due to the escalation of the war in the Middle East and now the undergoing economic challenges. Thank you so much for those messages. Keep them coming. Our number is +44 77 86 20 50 85. Time for some sport now with Sarah Menai in London.
Thank you, Anne. In football, a big week to come with 4 Champions League fixtures, starting with a big one tomorrow night at the Bernabeu, where Real Madrid will host Bayern Munich for the first leg of the quarter-finals. Real Madrid fell 7 points behind La Liga leaders Barcelona this weekend after Mallorca won 2-1 at home, inflicting a major title blow on Alvaro Arbeloa's side. In the meantime, English Premier League leaders Arsenal will be away at Sporting. Arsenal's star Viktor Gyökeres, who was Sweden's hero last week, sending his national team to this summer's World Cup, will be back at the Estadio José Alvalade that he left for London last summer, back at Sporting. Arsenal will arrive in Lisbon undefeated in the group stage and fresh off a commanding victory over Bayer Leverkusen in the round of 16, while Sporting heads into this clash after their historic comeback, remember, against Bodø Glimt in the previous round. It's Champions League week. It's also Masters week. In golf, the Masters, played in the southern state of Georgia in the US, gets underway this week. 3-time champion Phil Mickelson will miss the Masters and step away from golf, quote, for an extended period of time because of family health matter. The American has only missed the tournament on 3 other occasions since making his debut at Augusta National 35 years ago. So no Tiger Woods and no Phil Mickelson in Augusta this week.
What's the point in watching?
I know, right? Rory McIlroy.
Oh, I felt fair enough. Sarah, thank you very much for that. You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne and Luke. Let's update with some business news now. You won't be surprised to hear that President Trump's latest missive on social media about the war in Iran has sent the price of oil north. Nick Marsh is on our business desk in Singapore and has been across all of this. So Nick, Asia has been the first to feel the effects of the crisis. Of course, most of the oil and gas currently stuck near the Strait of Hormuz is bound for Asia. And it's just been confirmed that Japan's Prime Minister is actually going to hold talks with Iran. So bad as it's getting.
Yeah, that's right, Luke. It's interesting. So, Sanae Takaichi, Japan's Prime Minister, told Parliament today that she's looking to make preparations for leadership-level talks. Really, no more detail than that. So, just exactly, who that is unclear, and whether the Iranians have accepted these proposal for talks also hasn't been confirmed. If that does go ahead, it would be pretty interesting. We're talking about Japan, a steadfast US ally over the years, but also a really big energy importer, particularly gas. We talk a lot about oil, it gets a lot of gas from the Middle East, and without it, it's having to look at alternative imports, much more expensive alternatives as well. Sanae Takaichi saying, we have months of oil and gas left in our reserves, but this situation can't go on forever though. If these talks do go ahead, it would be interesting to see what can be achieved, if anything. She said she wants to talk to Donald Trump as well. You're seeing more and more countries now who have got nothing to do with this conflict being dragged into it, at least in a diplomatic sense, really desperate for this to come to an end in any way, shape or form.
Because they must be worried about what this might mean, not just in the next few days and weeks, but I guess much longer term than that. What are analysts saying about long-term effects?
Well, they're basically saying that up until now we've seen the economic effects on paper, so all the futures contracts that oil is normally
and then
traded in, that's prices being going high, countries worrying about what we're going to do in a few months' time when our oil reserves start running out, or if this conflict goes on for a while. But analysts now are saying we're into April. By the middle of this month, end of this month, you're actually getting, the physical shortages starting to bite. If a tanker left the day before the war started, it's basically arriving in Asia now. In that intervening time, countries have been using oil reserves, they've been buying Russian oil, they've been, managing by hook or by crook. If that really dries up, you're talking about physical shortages and then prices really rocketing.
Nick Marsh in Singapore, thank you. Elsewhere, there's controversy in Mexico over the export of one of the most important collections of 20th century Mexican art. 160 paintings by the likes of Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera could soon be heading for Spain after an agreement was signed between the Mexican government and the bank Santander. But how long will it stay there for? 400 cultural professionals have called on the government for answers. I've been speaking to one of them, the historian Francisco Bezunza.
As you know, Frida Kahlo is the most important Mexican artist in history. She's also the most important female artist in history, period.
Go straight on.
It is easier to see her work outside of Mexico than inside of Mexico. If you look at how many exhibitions dedicated to her work have happened in London in the past 30 years, you can count at least 3. And with the exhibition Tate is putting forward this year, 4. And in the same period of time, only one exhibition, large exhibition, has occurred in Mexico and in Mexico City.
And it sounds like it's about to get easier to see Frida Kahlo outside of Mexico, because her work is part of a collection which is being exported to Spain. What is your issue with that? Because as we understand, it's a temporary export. It's gonna, so these pieces are going to move out for a bit.
Basically, what's going to happen is that this collection, which has been contested for 30 years, who the heir was is not very clear, how it was acquired is not very clear.
Let's find a new route.
And now why the current owners have entered into a partnership with the Banco Santander, with Santander Bank, is also not very clear. It's meant to be leaving the country as a temporary export because that's what the law says. The law, when it comes to heritage in Mexico, is incredibly strict. And the only way you can export the work of Frida Kahlo is temporarily. But I will ask you a question. If for the past 18 years, these works have been coming and going, but like never been exhibited in Mexico, do you consider that's temporary and that is an exception? And that's what we're fighting for. We just don't want the exception, which is a temporary export, to become the rule.
And this might sound like a stupid question, but why is it important for you to have those works in Mexico and exhibited in Mexico and not just existing in the world and showing off Mexico and its culture around the world?
It has to do with numbers, and it has to do with an economic concept. The concept is a scarcity, and the numbers are as follow. There are only 152 paintings by Frida Kahlo in the world, and only 4 of those are in the collections of the Mexican government. So only 4 paintings can be seen like permanently in Mexico, and this collection contains 10 paintings. So if this collection were to leave, which is the second largest collection of Frida Kahlo works in the world, the access of the Mexican people to the work of their most important artist will be completely limited and almost surely cancelled.
What would you like to see happen then? I mean, is there anything that the government could do? Could President Sheinbaum step in and stop this? I mean, what would you like to see happen?
Actually, President Sheinbaum has been very clear and has taken an interest with this topic. She originally said that it was the desire of her government for this collection to stay. And the decision that she has in her desk basically is the most important and of the biggest transcendence for Mexican cultural history in recent memory, on whether this collection is to stay as the decree ruling the works of Frida Kahlo states, or if it is to leave. And if it is to stay, then someone will have to step in and acquire the collection for it to be displayed locally and permanently, if that were the possibility. You know, in the UK, there are very clear laws that can set an embargo on works that are of national interest before they are to be offered to the public and leaving the country. So basically what should happen is for the decree to take effect, for the works not to be exported under these very anomalous and irregular conditions, and for Mexican institutions to have an opportunity at administering and possibly acquiring these works and displaying them for the people of Mexico.
That's the historian Francisco Bezunza speaking to me a little bit earlier on. You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy and Luke Jones.
World Service is made possible by American Public Media as the largest station-based public radio organization in the U.S. APM offers award-winning content to audiences everywhere. The BBC World Service connects audiences to the world. From international news to arts and culture programming, listeners hear global stories and perspectives not heard anywhere else.
Ever have a moment when you learn the truth behind a story and it changes how you think about a whole lot of things? I'm Brooke Gladstone from Mama Media, and we have that experience every single week. It's kind of a rush. So join us at WNYC Studios.
Keep right,
on
and then
Media.
continue straight on.
On the Media, Saturdays at 5 p.m. on News.
Go straight
88.7.
on.
Houston Public Media is a...
Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Ansoy in Nairobi and Luke Jones in London.
In a moment, we'll take you to Lebanon, which Israel continues to target as it seeks to eliminate the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah.
And we look at the challenges parents with children with autism face in Malawi.
Also, astronauts on Artemis 2 are expected to be on the far side of the moon today. We'll find out what is happening. First, the latest news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. Iran has warned that its retaliation will be devastating and widespread if President Trump goes ahead with his threat to attack civilian targets, including bridges and power plants.
Turn left.
On Sunday, the US president once again set a new deadline of late Tuesday for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. US media said mediators were working on a potential 45-day ceasefire, although reports said the chances were slim. Israel and the US have carried out overnight attacks on Iran, which Tehran says killed more than 25 people. The Israeli authorities say 2 people were found dead under rubble after an Iranian missile hit a residential building in the northern city of Haifa. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has expressed regret to North Korea over a drone incursion that he said was carried out by South Korean individuals without government approval. Mr. Lee said an investigation had established that 2 South Korean officials were involved. There have been reports of explosions in the southern Russian port city of Novorossiysk, with local media saying a major oil export terminal has been hit in a Ukrainian drone attack. Military officials in Ukraine say a Russian airstrike on the southern port city of Odessa has killed 3 people, including a child. NASA's Artemis 2 mission has reached a critical tipping point on its journey to slingshot around the moon when lunar gravity takes over the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft. The 4 astronauts on board are venturing deeper into space than any human before them when they fly around the far side of the moon on Monday. The world's first professional curling league will hold its opening competition later on Monday in the Canadian city of Toronto. 6 mixed-gender teams from North America, Europe and Asia will play in short matches. And that's the latest BBC News.
Hello, you're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service this morning with Anne Soy in Nairobi and Luke Jones in London.
In this half hour, with the Iran war now in its 6th week, the impact is being felt across the region and beyond. We'll hear from Lebanon.
We'll also take you inside a BBC investigation which has shed light on the plight of parents with autistic children in Malawi. We'll hear from 2 of them.
And NASA's Artemis mission is now deeper into space than any human beings before. And tonight, they lose contact with Earth for 40 minutes. How's it like being on the spaceship? Our science editor will explain. And as always, we'd love to hear your comments on this or other stories we're covering. Our number is +44 77 86 20 50 85. Now, Christians across Lebanon marked Easter after another year of conflict, economic hardship and political uncertainty. In his Easter message, and then urged world leaders to end wars and choose peace, saying humanity could not remain indifferent to conflict and suffering. In Lebanon, church leaders echoed the message, with Easter sermons focusing not only on the resurrection of Christ, but also on hope for an end to the country's suffering, the war with Israel and the wider regional tensions. Lebanon's health ministry says that about 1,400 people have been killed and more than 4,000 wounded in the violence, which has also displaced more than 1 billion people. Joining us now from Beirut is Marwan Abdallah, head of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Kataeb Party, which is a Christian Maronite party. Welcome to the program. Now, Christians across the world have been marking Easter, and we have Christians in Lebanon as well, marking it against the backdrop of conflict and uncertainty. How was the atmosphere like there?
We are getting used in a way to live under conflict and under uncertainty in this part of the world, which is something that we've been surviving with. I've lived more than half of my life in conflicts already, and I'm not even 40. So this is the situation of the Christians. However, we live always in the life of faith and the life of hope, because of our religion, that better days are coming. Today, this war that is happening is not our war. We didn't choose it. It's a war that was imposed on us by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and their proxies here in Lebanon, Hezbollah. So we woke up one day, we had a war in Iran, and everybody was relieved in Lebanon that it's the first time there's a war in the Middle East and Lebanon is not part of it. But the second day of the war, Hezbollah decided to drag us into a war that Lebanon has nothing to do with it. And today we are suffering because you mentioned in the introduction the displaced people. You have 1 million people that fled into the Christian and the Druze and the Sunni regions, fleeing from the regions of Hezbollah. And of course this is creating a tension that nobody wants to, in addition to the economic hardship and economic crisis that we are suffering because of the war and because of the repercussions of the bombing that's happening every day.
You say that you have lived half your life in conflict, and Lebanon's Christians have lived through war, economic collapse, political paralysis, and recent years. Do you still get a sense of hope, or are there people becoming more exhausted and disillusioned?
Lebanon, when it was founded as a country to protect the minorities and a land of freedom in this part of the world. The Christians of Lebanon were always different than the Christians of the rest of the Middle East, because we enjoy political power, economic power, and we have a say in the political system. The president of Lebanon is Christian. We have half of the ministers are Christians, half of the members of the parliament are Christians. So we have a political power, and it's not easy for us to give up and let go like the other Christians in other nations in the Middle East. That's why our fight is to keep this privilege that we have, or keep the image of Lebanon that was created as a land of freedom and diversity. We have a duty to preserve it and to protect it, and even in times of wars and hardship, we sustain this hope and we remain faithful to this country and try to stay and protect it. However, the problem is whenever we are not part of any conflict and we are just observers and watching, we have no added value to put. That's why we reach out to the international community, asking them to intervene,
miles, right?
to tell them that this is not our war. Lebanon has nothing to do with what's happening, and help us. And the reasons why Lebanon is being dragged every day towards that we have nothing to do with, especially by ending the case of Hezbollah and the role of Hezbollah in the region,
from here to
by
there,
again ending Iran's influence and Iran's proxy wars in this part of the world.
It's 96 kilometers.
So where has this conflict, because you talk about, the role of Iran in this conflict, and I wonder where that leaves Christians like you in Lebanon, what your views are of, the ongoing conflict in Iran. Let's not talk about Lebanon for a moment. What's going on there? You're saying you're being dragged by Hezbollah into something that you have nothing to do with. But what about this whole bigger conflict between US and Israel on one hand and Iran?
We have two projects in the Middle East. One project is led by most of the Arab countries, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE. It's a project of economic prosperity, of peace, of opening up to the world, of modernizing the laws that date back to centuries ago and trying to create a modern state or a modern nation state similar to the ones you see in the West. Not
here
yet,
we go.
but we are getting there. This is one project. The second project is led by Iran and the regime in Iran. It's a project of ongoing conflicts. It's a project of ideologies that date back to centuries ago. And it's a project of exporting the revolution, the Islamic revolution, into different countries via
Map overview. This was Wyoming. So now we're in Colorado and Nebraska. Are we already in Nebraska?
Yes.
Yes, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to make this project successful, I think everyone should help us, not just in the Middle East, but also in the rest of the world, to finish this cancer that is in the region since 40 years, once and for all, and have a peaceful Middle East.
Right, and very quickly, does the Christian community there still feel that they have a voice in the country's politics, or are they feeling increasingly marginalized?
Merchant Bank, historical
Let me give you this example. In 1975, we had the Palestinians in Lebanon trying to take over our country and occupy all Lebanon and take out the Christians. We had ships ready to take the Christians from Lebanon to the west, and this was the deal made with the Palestinians. The Christians decided, with whatever they had at
Hangry. What? Oh, maybe it's not real.
This
Thames Work. This is Bison Smokehouse. And the smoke in Collingwood. What's the name? Hungry Bison Smokehouse in Nebraska. Yeah. There's no major chain name. Hungry Bison Smokehouse in Nebraska. The result indicate a Bison Smokehouse doing menu testing like a new smaller entity, or Nebraska Bison in Adams. New Hampshire? What was it? New England? Which sells meat rather than a dine-in smokehouse restaurant. Popular Angry Bison brand is located in Florida. So what about the Bison Smokehouse? The Bison Cafe McCook and E is not Nebraska. Bison Smokehouse, we test the new. quarter cup of lemon juice, baking soda, Epsom salt. Step 5, a piece of fresh ginger. Oh my god, that's crazy. Use up hours of soak, warms, ingredient pulls, reach the surface, soak for 30 minutes. Let the ingredients do the work. Many people tell me feel heat pulling. Come back, tell me better sleep, less stress, less brain fog. It's not a spa treatment, it's ancient medicine. This soak helps your body push toxins out. Got married. Found abandoned space shuttle. February 17. Okay, let's share this to my account before I lose it. How can I do that? I copy a link. Here we go. Over here. Okay. 123. I can close this. So that Bison Smokehouse is not
This
there.
programming is sponsored by the Dan L. Duncan Comprehensive Cancer Care Center at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Center, offering comprehensive cancer care that is compassionate, personalized, and driven by clinical research. More at stlukeshealth.org/cancer.
WSL. Alessia Russo came off the bench for Arsenal just before the hour mark, but she could not turn the tide in the match. And in the men's now, Leeds progressed after a thrilling end to normal time against West Ham yesterday. West Ham, who scored twice after the 90 minutes mark for 2-2, but lost in the penalties shootout. In the semis now, Chelsea will play Leeds, while Manchester City will take on Southampton. And in the women's, Liverpool and Brighton will know the name of their opponents later today. And a transfer bombshell after beating Liverpool 4-0 in the other quarter-final on Saturday. Manchester City assistant manager Pep Lijnders has hinted midfielder Bernardo Silva's 9-year spell at City will end this summer, saying, quote, "Every good story comes to an end." And it's Champions League week. It's starting with a big one tomorrow night from 8 p.m. GMT at the Bernabeu, where Real Madrid will host Bayern Munich for the first leg of the quarterfinals. Real Madrid fell 7 points behind La Liga leaders this weekend after Mallorca won 2-1. Under intense scrutiny following a poor start, with already 5 losses in his first 18 matches, including a Spanish Cup, a Copa del Rey exit to a second-tier side. Well, Real Madrid's boss Alvaro Arbeloa said he took the blame for this latest title blow against Mallorca.
Esta derrota es mía y se lo he dicho a los jugadores.
This defeat is mine, entirely mine, and I told the players that. What I need from them is to already be focusing on the game against Bayern. As soon as they left the dressing room in Mallorca, this defeat is not the problem anymore.
Keep right.
I am the one who makes the decisions, the lineup, the substitutions, the way we play. This defeat belongs entirely to the Real Madrid coach. Now I need the players to believe they can win on Tuesday in that very important game, and to give their best in a competition that means so much to us, with our fans on our side against a great opponent.
Con un público que estará apoyando contra un grandísimo rival.
Alvaro Arbeloa asking Real Madrid fans for their backing ahead of their important Champions League game against Bayern Munich. That is tomorrow night. And for more football news, head online to bbc.com/football.
Sarah, thank you. You listen to Newsday on BBC.
Early in the programme, we heard the story of a mother and her struggle when she realised her child had autism. This was part of the documentary Life on the Spectrum from BBC Africa Eye's Florence Piri, who spoke to families in Malawi with autistic children, a lifelong disability that affects the way a person communicates and relates to other people and often leads to discrimination. This is what the mother had to say.
Neighbors started talking,
Exit right.
saying, this child is troublesome. Why isn't she locking her inside the house?
Rachel's behavior was all-consuming, and the stigma Martha faced from the community made life feel impossible.
Turn right.
I felt crushed by the enormous weight. Because of her sickness, I could not find any peace. So I told myself that it would be better if she died.
Earlier, I also spoke to O'Neill and Angela, two of the parents featured in that BBC Africa Eye documentary. They live in Blantyre, the commercial capital of Malawi, and have two children, Aku and Max, who are on the spectrum.
Keep left
I started by asking
and then
mother,
turn
Angela,
left.
about her sons.
Aku ZK is
Turn left.
14 years old. He's currently in high school. He's in year 8. He's a very functioning boy. He doesn't really like talking to people, so he doesn't really have friends, but he goes to school every day. He enjoys music. He enjoys playing video games. He's just like every other teenage boy. Secondly, we have Max. Max is 9 years old. He's autistic. He is nonverbal, but he does attend school, and he has a very cheeky sense of humor. We have our own way of communicating with him.
How hard was it to get the diagnosis in Malawi?
CK, when we realized that he had the speech delay, we didn't really know what to do. And someone had recommended to us that there was a certain clinic that had helped their child. And this was just me doing research on Facebook. We went to the center, we found them, we called them and said, are you open to do an assessment on our son? They called us in. I think we paid, at that time, it was something equivalent to 50,000 Malawi kwacha, which was quite a lot. They took him in a room and they said, we'll get back to you in 3 hours. In 3 hours, they came out and they basically said to us, it's not full-blown autism, but it's Asperger's. For Max, they said he's autistic, but then they also said initially they told us that he was Down syndrome. And every time we'd go to the hospital, they would say, there's something about this child. So unfortunately in Malawi, because of ignorance, when I would take him to these hospitals, there would be the local doctors, and they would say, this child was not born
and then turn
normal.
right.
He was born abnormal. This was the terms that they would say.
Turn
often.
right.
It sounds like quite a long and hard journey, just getting to understand his condition. And I'm wondering what it did to you as a couple, and even just encountering the kind of terminology that you're talking about, the level of ignorance even from medics.
First, it was a hard hit. You get so many questions running through your head. How are we supposed to deal with this? What are we supposed to do? For me personally, my first worry was, how is his quality of life going to be? Not knowing what we were dealing with, it was very scary. It was quite traumatic. We've managed to navigate through this, my wife Angela and I believe, because we were very close and we needed to work as a team to confront this issue, this whole autism thing. It took us a lot of work, a lot of research. We were studying it like we were studying medicine school.
Both of you have traveled outside the country. You're much more exposed, educated. But just explain to me how the situation is for other parents in Malawi who may not have as much exposure and education as you have.
Really, a lot of people, what they do is they just hide. I've met a mother who said the child is getting older and now he's aggressive, and so he just sits at home and he's at home with the maid. And I said, why have you left him at home with the maid? And she said, well, why not? I don't know who's going to deal with him. No school can accept him at that age and as big as he is. Who's going to deal with him? And I said, well, he needs to be stimulated in the right way, because if he's not stimulated in the right way, so he'll have these episodes of aggression because he's frustrated. A lot of people will just kind of lock the child away. The child will just be in the house. They don't take the child out. No school time, no play time. And that's really what I see most of the time. There was even a terrible story that we had on a group of parents of autistic children, where we kind of give each other support and we share our stories. And there was a terrible story about a lady in the village. The child was autistic. They just automatically assumed the child is bewitched. So they didn't know how to deal with him or stimulate him in the right way. And so they used to tie him to a tree, and that's where he would be the whole day. They would tie him to a tree, go about doing their thing, and they would only release him when it was time, you know, for him to eat or it was time for him to go to sleep. So this is what we listen to.
And this other one is supposed to be there. And there used to be another news, and I cannot, maybe update from internet? No. The rest is all music. There's nothing sim radio or talk.
I tend to spend already as much time as possible with them to make sure that they are okay. Their well-being is my number one priority.
O'Neill there and his wife Angela talking about the challenges as parents of bringing up their two autistic children in Malawi.
Oh, that's the same thing.
You are listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. Here in our studios, we can see some live pictures from outer space, somewhere between here and the moon, as the Orion spacecraft, part of this Artemis 2 mission, edges closer. It's entered its final run-up before it's slingshot round the moon, if you can imagine. Our science editor, Rebecca Morel, I beg your pardon, has been following the mission's progress.
With the moon getting ever closer, the astronauts now have it firmly in their sights, ready for a close encounter with its far side.
Houston, integrity on 1 for lunar flyby setup.
Go ahead. The crew are already wowed by the magnificent views.
Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north, you can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma, it's just everything from the training, but in 3D and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
But everyday life in space can also be mundane.
Being human up here is one of the coolest things about this mission. And for example, we might go look at the far side of the moon.
Go straight on.
Take in its awesomeness and then go, maybe I should change my socks and try to dig around for a pair of socks. So this is the dichotomy of human spaceflight.
Back on Earth at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, the NASA team is busy preparing for the flyby and monitoring all of the spacecraft systems, from communications to propulsion to life support, 24 hours a day. The crew have been trained by lunar scientists. As they fly around the far side of the moon, they'll be using their cameras, making sketches and recording audio descriptions. But they've also had time to answer Canadian children's questions.
What types of food do you eat in space?
This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already, so we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty.
Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today.
Their big moment is fast approaching. The far side of the moon isn't so far away.
Doesn't sound very appetizing, does it? It's getting a lot closer and a lot closer. They are about to go around the far side of the moon, so they will get, as Rebecca was explaining, a sort of lunar eclipse, incredibly. Anne, what do you make of that?
And they would lose contact with the rest of us on Earth, including NASA. I wouldn't fancy being there for 40 minutes.
For 44
Nobody
minutes.
will know what's going on there.
And they did a similar thing, but not as far, if you remember, in Apollo 13. And if you remember in the film with Tom Hanks, that bit where it is just silent and none of the radios are crackling
Keep
for that 40 minutes.
And then continue straight on.
Frightening.
Anyway,
hats off.
That is it from us. Thanks for your company this morning.
Go straight on.
We'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Keep right, and then continue
President
straight
Trump
on.
addressed the nation about the Iran war.
We are on track to complete
Go
all
straight
of
on.
America's military objectives shortly, very shortly.
Right.
Now, the Trump administration is asking for $1.5 trillion for defense spending, and a U.S. fighter jet has gone down over Iran. What these events
Caution,
mean for a
please
quickly
mind
changing
speed.
war in the Middle East. The latest on the next morning edition from NPR News.
This morning from 5 to 9 on Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by Ninth Funeral and Cremation, providing sensible, respectful cremation and memorial service options for over 85 years. Ninth Funeral and Cremation, 918-742-5556 or ninde.com.
Pressure on too early.
Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1 Tulsa.
Hello and welcome to the History Hour with me, Max Pearson, the past brought to life by those who were there. This week, the discovery of the sunken Terra Nova, Scott of the Antarctic's ship.
Very much like when you see the Titanic video where they see the boilers for the first time and they're like, what's that? It was one of those moments, that's man-made, that someone's made that, that's not a rock.
Also, the long journey that finally took Picasso's Guernica to Spain.
We are standing before a tragedy, and if it were possible to capture what it says, it would freeze the blood in our veins.
Plus, the invention of the vape, lessons from a famous elderly elephant, and the man behind the rise and rise of new Nordic cuisine.
My ambition was not to build a world-class restaurant. My ambition was to truly impact the everyday cooking culture in Denmark, and why not in the Nordics.
That's after today's world news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. Iran has warned that its retaliation will be devastating and widespread if President Trump goes ahead with his threat to attack civilian targets, including bridges and power plants. On Sunday, the US president once again set a new deadline to late Tuesday for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. US media said mediators were working on a potential 45-day ceasefire. The BBC's Daniel Simoni in Jerusalem says Mr. Trump's rhetoric could indicate that chances for a deal are slim.
He keeps saying that Iran wants to negotiate. There seems to be no real evidence of that. There are apparently negotiations going on, but Donald Trump has set out this really expletive-laden threat to obliterate Iranian civilian infrastructure, including electricity plants, water desalination plants. Really extreme threats. The Iranians, in response, saying they will create hell themselves throughout the region. Again, the Central Military Command saying today that if civilian targets are hit, their response will become even more devastating and widespread.
Following the warnings of increased military action, oil prices opened higher in Asia on Monday, though stock markets remained steady.
Finding
From
a
Singapore,
new route.
Here's Nick Marsh.
What oil analysts are saying is that the longer this conflict goes on, the more likely it is we're going to get to a point where we actually see physical shortfalls. A tanker that left the Strait of Hormuz the day before the war started is starting to arrive now at its destinations in Asia. So we could get to a point where you're seeing pretty much no tankers, or very, very few tankers, arriving, and that's when the price of oil, if you think it's high now, is going to really, really shoot up to something like we've rarely seen in the past.
Iranian media reports say an airstrike on a residential building in Islamshah, just outside Tehran, has killed 13 people. Officials said US-Israeli strikes in the center and the south of the country have killed at least 11 people. The Israeli military have carried out strikes in Lebanon, in the suburbs of the capital Beirut and the south of the country, reportedly killing 15 people. Earlier, in a TV address, President Joseph Aoun reiterated his call for negotiations with Israel. He said dialogue was the only way to stop the South from suffering the same devastation inflicted on Gaza. Here's our correspondent in Lebanon, Hugo Bashega.
I think what the president and everybody here is trying to avoid is an escalation of these Israeli attacks. Many believe that what is happening here is just the beginning, that the Israeli military is still focused on Iran, but they believe that once the war in Iran is over, that Israel will turn its full attention to Lebanon, and that the situation here is going to get worse. And so far, Israel has ignored these unprecedented calls from the Lebanese president to negotiate.
You're listening to the World News from the BBC. Military officials in Ukraine say a Russian airstrike on the southern port city of Odessa has killed 3 people, including a child. 10 other people were injured. There are reports that a Ukrainian strike on a coal mine in the Russia-controlled Luhansk region in the eastern Donbass has left over 40 miners trapped underground. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has expressed regret to North Korea over a drone incursion that he said was carried out by individuals without government approval. Mr. Lee said an investigation had established that a South Korean intelligence official and a military official were involved in what he called irresponsible and reckless actions that had created unnecessary military tensions. NASA's Artemis 2 mission has crossed a key threshold in space on its journey to slingshot around the moon, the lunar sphere of influence. It means the moon's gravitational pull now takes over the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft. This is the moment Mission Control in Houston, Texas made the announcement.
We recently received confirmation that the Orion spacecraft and its crew have officially entered the lunar sphere of influence. That milestone taking place at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, 2 minutes, and 54 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. By reaching this milestone, it means that the gravitational forces of the moon are now greater on the Orion spacecraft than that of Earth.
The 4 astronauts on board are expected to venture deeper into space than any human before them when they fly around the far side of the moon on Monday.
New Hampshire. Oh, it's Nebraska.
And the world's first professional curling league will hold its opening competition later on Monday.
It is an E. So let's see. ATS map, history, Hungry Bison Smokehouse. So part of Hungry Bison, Grand Island, Nebraska. So an E, I thought it's an amazing truck stop, good food. Thunder Roll Grill is what it's called in real life. Okay. Well, let's see. For the Hungry Bison, Grand Island. Thunder Roll Grill. That's not real. Oh, that's the real name. Okay. So this is it. Thunder Roll Grill. They just renamed it. So funny. Thunder Roll Grill. Well, that's a real thing. IAT. Detroit style pizza wings. Burger, steak, salad, sandwiches, and breakfast. But what about is there bison there? Race car, motorcycle, and plenty of racing memorabilia. Cheeseburger, but there's no bison. Oh, it's not the real Hungry Bison. Menu. Ordering online. This is the menu. Menu 2. Wow. What about menu? Yeah, it just leads here. All right. There's an arcade inside. One year ago, I think they did. What is that? Walcott, Iowa. Come on. Oh, Wyoming instead of the other place. Okay, anyways.
That ship wanted to be found. Of all the shipwrecks that I've ever done, that one really wanted to be found.
They can't celebrate yet, as time is running out. Before leaving, they need more proof. The grainy image hints at a 57-metre long wreck, but is it really the Terra Nova?
Oh, yeah.
We got basically this metal frame with cameras on, and we lowered it down, and there was a lot of current. We were trying to place it over the wreck.
Because this was a new research vessel, they only had basic kit, so there was no way to watch the images live.
It was when we brought the cameras back on board, downloaded the data and pressed play. It was like seabed, oh, something on the seabed. Very much like when you see the Titanic video where they see the boilers for the first time and they're like, what's that? It was one of those moments. That's man-made. That someone's made that. That's not a rock. The Terra Nova, if you see a picture of it, she's got a very distinct funnel. And on this funnel, there were steam whistles that were visible. And then it went right across the working deck, which is the main center of the vessel where the cargo hatches are. There were masts lying down and deck winches, and they matched the pictures we had of the Terra Nova. It was a lot of emotion, and then everyone, wanted speeches to say that we'd completed this, and it was overwhelming in many ways.
Before the speeches, they marked the moment, lowering biodegradable flags onto the wreck, including a Welsh one, a nod to where Scott began his doomed expedition.
We also had a plaque that was a wooden one with a brass inscription on to Captain Scott and his team who perished on the expedition.
Flags lowered onto the wreck, it was finally time to celebrate. They'd even collected chunks of ice from nearby icebergs.
I think a few people dropped a few pieces in their champagne, although it's not the standard thing you would do, but how often do you get to have, hundreds of thousand-year-old ice in a drink?
It was a moment to savour, but the discovery had to stay a secret, at least for now.
I sent a cryptic note to my dad that we'd found it, but because of obligations in the permitting process, we have to inform the authorities before it gets out to everyone else.
What did you say to him?
I said, mission complete.
For Leighton, even though mission was complete, it wasn't the end of the Terra Nova's story.
the other thing that we did was lobbying the Greenlandic government for protection of the Terra Nova. It is a historic wreck, and it falls in their water. Initially, that was quite difficult. They weren't sure what legislation existed for protecting the Terra Nova. And I think in the end, they made it a kind of museum so that it was protected. So the Terra Nova is now a protected wreck.
The oceanographer Leighton Raleigh was speaking to Megan Jones. Of course, the Terra Nova is just one story from the deep. Around the world, there are many, many more. Dr. Sarah Ward is a maritime archaeologist from the Australian National University. So, Sarah, do we know how many shipwrecks there are out there still to be found?
Thanks, Max. That's an excellent question. We have figures from UNESCO, which estimate around 3 million shipwrecks worldwide.
3 million. So if so many, does that mean that there's, if you like, a lot of value, treasure lying in the deep?
For archaeologists, the information is the treasure. We have a huge amount of information that we can learn about the past from that kind of submerged resource.
But there will also be treasure.
Yeah, there is likely gold, silver, bullion. There are many navies that were carrying treasure from one place to another. There was a Dutch East Indiaman, the Roosevelt in the English Channel, which had silver bars. And actually, the first time that was investigated was an attempt by the Dutch Finance Ministry to recover that.
So you've surveyed shipwrecks all over the place. Do archaeologists like you decide which ones are historically significant on the basis of some sort of a league table?
Yes and no. So depending on where we are in the world, it depends on what legislation we're governed by.
Drive safe.
And UNESCO, I mention it again because they have this convention for the protection of underwater cultural heritage. And there's a real drive at the moment to have all nations ratify that. And that protects all kind of shipwrecks and all human remains that have been underwater for 100 years or more. But that is really a separate issue from whether something is significant or not. So it can be old but not significant, or like the Terra Nova, it may be younger than 100 years but hugely significant.
And if there are league tables of the best shipwrecks to be investigated, I suppose there must also be, if you like, a league table of the best raised shipwrecks or shipwreck museums to go to, if you can possibly do so. I've been to Stockholm and been to the Vasa.
I'll find a new wreck.
It's astonishing.
Yeah, as a student, and I was very fortunate to be able to go inside the ship.
Went the wrong way.
And it is absolutely spectacular. The Vasa sank in Stockholm Harbour in around, I think, 1628.
Why not?
It sank on its maiden voyage, which I would say is a little bit embarrassing for the Swedes, because this was the king's flagship. It was wildly decorated. It was really a huge investment for Sweden at that time. And it arguably went down because it was carrying too many guns. The king wanted it larger and more well-armed. It's like when we want an extra scoop of ice cream and we keep demanding more ice cream. He was demanding more guns. This was, for him, the largest, most expensive ship. It gave him pride of place. Yes, it's a warship. Yes, it's a military vessel. Yes, it's being used for diplomacy and warmongering. But this is really the status symbol about how the king sees himself and how he sees his kingdom.
And it went down, as you say, on the maiden voyage, rested on the bottom of the harbour for many, many decades, but was raised in the 1960s in a quite remarkable operation.
Yeah, absolutely. 333 years on the seabed, and to my knowledge, it's the only ship that's been able to float effectively under its own weight. So the hull was fully intact. The masts are fully intact. What you see in the museum now is all authentic, except for some of the rope has been reconstructed. I think it's the most spectacular ship that we have that's been recovered in terms of the integrity of fabric, the intactness of that, the carvings. There's still paint, like remnants of the paint that was covering these carvings. It really is kind of living history.
That's Dr. Sarah Ward, a maritime archaeologist from the Australian National University. back on dry land, in 2004, a Danish food entrepreneur called Klaus Meyer launched the Nordic Kitchen Manifesto. It started a revolution in Nordic cooking focused on local, seasonal ingredients, and it earned Noma, the restaurant Klaus opened, worldwide fame. Ben Henderson has the story of new Nordic cuisine and its leading proponent.
Most people who come here for a long weekend come to try the new Nordic cuisine. It's taken the world by storm.
We look for wild foraged foods that grow on the land that are not just farmed.
Next, we're trying a soup made from the leaves of a birch tree, boiled and mixed into cream.
Yes, it's moss and bugs, flowers and bark, berries and leaves.
This is a salted reindeer heart.
New Nordic cuisine made the Nordic countries, and Copenhagen in particular, a foodie paradise. But that wasn't always the case.
My upbringing was in the 1960s, 1970s, and a typical meal in my childhood would be a cheap piece of meat, breaded not once but 2 or 3 times, and then deep fried in cheap margarine. And it would typically be served with a good amount of vegetables, pre-boiled 5-6 years before in Eastern Europe, and then boiled once more to death in our kitchen.
Interesting. And would you say that's characteristic of Danish meals at the time, in other families as well?
I mean, more or less, yes.
This is food entrepreneur Klaus Meyer. He'd go on to be one of the driving forces behind new Nordic cuisine, but it all started with his difficult relationship with his parents.
I have no memory of my father loving me or even appreciating me. And they got divorced when I was either 13 or 14 years old. And my mother, as a result of that, became an alcoholic.
Klaus escaped family life when, as a teenager, he got a job in France, and ended up staying in the southwestern province of Gascony with a French couple, a pastry chef called Guy and his wife.
They treated me like a son, and I realized that they had always wanted to have a son. So we were an incredible match, and Guy became like a spiritual father to me. It is in Gascony, in Agen, that I really get to understand the French concept of terroir, that you eat food that is deeply integrated in the history and the climate conditions of a certain place. And also, I saw how much attention these two people were paying to the daily meals. This pastry shop was like a wizard's workshop. They would feed me the most amazing stuff from morning to the afternoon, and I just asked myself, what the hell is going on? I mean, why? This is supposed to be an underdeveloped sort of rural part of France, whereas Denmark is supposed to represent the future. So it really puzzled me how we could somehow be having given up on the beauty of life and the joy of everyday living that I got a glimpse of in Gascony. I had found a calling. I wanted to go back to Denmark and develop a recipe for changing the Danish food culture.
Klaus returned to Denmark, and over the next 2 decades, he became a famous television chef, steeped in French cooking traditions. But a conversation in 2001 set him on a new course.
Guy, this father figure of mine, from back in France, he dies in late 2002, and we have, I think, our last conversation in 2001.
And then turn left.
And it's a very emotional conversation, obviously, because we both know where things are going. So he tells me that he believes that I've been an incredible ambassador for French food in Denmark, but also that enough is enough. And he deeply felt that time now for me had come to take a more professional and deep interest in the potential of forming a brand new cuisine, a brand new food culture.
Klaus bought a venue in an old warehouse by Copenhagen's inner harbour and set up a fine dining restaurant. It would be called Noma, a portmanteau of the Danish words for Nordic food, and it would only use ingredients from around the Nordic region. His plan was to use it as a vehicle for this brand new local cuisine. But Noma didn't attract much attention at first, which got Klaus thinking.
I started wondering about what does it mean to create a new cuisine? What does a new cuisine mean? And then in order to explore that question, I called up my kind of mentor that I had, Jan Krag Jacobsen,
safe and sound,
who back in the days was president for the Danish Gastronomic Academy. And we started in between us just having coffee and cognac and a bit of food and just contemplating on what is a great cuisine and which were the great cuisines of the past, which are the values that we should then lean on. So we asked that kind of question, and then that thought process helped us get the first words on paper.
Klaus slowly drafted a manifesto for New Nordic cuisine. Some of its core principles were freshness, simplicity, animal welfare, health, and localism, including the use of local ingredients dictated by the seasons and local supply chains. Klaus got as many influential people on board as he could. Journalists and critics were wined and dined. He invited the Nordic countries' most renowned chefs to an all-day meeting to get their buy-in. The Nordic Kitchen Manifesto was officially launched at an event in Copenhagen in November 2004, with politicians and business leaders from across the Nordic countries in attendance.
So the Nordic chefs were totally fired up, and they were each given the opportunity to read one of the 10 points from the manifesto loud in front of this incredible audience. And now they kind of said that we are going to change our foodways in accordance with this concept.
The manifesto got buy-in from politicians and significant government funding. Klaus had pulled off a marketing coup. But now, New Nordic cuisine had to deliver in the kitchen, and boy did it deliver.
The San Pellegrino World's Best Restaurant 2010 is Noma!
Noma's since won the award another 4 times. Meanwhile, New Nordic cuisine is credited with shifting global dining away from the importation of products and towards its core tenets: sustainability, seasonality, and localism.
My ambition was not to build a world-class restaurant. My ambition was to truly impact the everyday cooking culture in Denmark, and why not in the Nordics. So for me, Noma was meant to be an enzyme that would catalyze a radical change. I basically wanted to contribute to a culture where every child would grow up in a family and be given a chance to appreciate delicious food, and also be willing to invest the minutes and the hours in a week to serve a beautiful home-baked bread and a nice soup for his or her family members. So that was my goal.
Since recording this interview, the New York Times published allegations from former Noma employees accusing Noma's longtime head chef, René Redzepi, of workplace abuse between 2009 and 2017. Redzepi has since stepped down from Noma. On social media, Redzepi said that although he doesn't recognize all the details in these stories, he can see enough of his past behavior reflected in them to understand that his actions were harmful to people who work for him. He's apologized and said that he's worked to be a better leader, and Noma has taken big steps to transform the culture over many years. He added, "I recognize these changes do not repair the past. An apology is not enough. I take responsibility for my own actions." In a statement, Klaus told me that even though he wasn't involved in day-to-day operations, he should have been more attentive to the work environment at the restaurant. He added that while chefs are trained to master the culinary arts, they're often ill-equipped for leadership. Klaus turned his attention to other projects from 2010, including a non-profit foundation designed to improve the lives of people around the world through food and hospitality.
Ben Henderson with the history of New Nordic cuisine and its driving force, Klaus Meyer. We'll be laying out a further spread of delights from the past for you when the History Hour returns in just a moment.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. APM, American Public Media, with support from Odoo.com, providing business management software with integrated programs for accounting, manufacturing, and operations. Odoo, all your business on one platform.
You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by the founders of the Shining Honor Project, funding the cleaning and honoring of veterans' headstones by adults with developmental challenges through partnerships with A New Leaf, Gatesway, and other caregiving agencies. More at shininghonor.org.
National Public Radio for Northeastern Oklahoma from the University of Tulsa. Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1.
Coming up in part 2 of the History Hour, how Pablo Picasso's haunting work Guernica took more than 4 decades before finally hanging in Spain, the Chinese pharmacist who invented the vape, and Echo, the celebrity elephant at the heart of a longitudinal study of the species.
We took some photos and she had nice marks on her ears. That, to us, that's a good elephant because that's how we recognize them, by the nicks.
That's after a summary of today's news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Garibabadi says President Trump's threats to attack civilian targets in the country, including bridges and power plants, could amount to war crimes. Earlier, Tehran warned its response to any such strikes would be devastating and widespread. Iranian media reports say an airstrike on a residential building in Eslam Shah, just outside Tehran, has killed 13 people. Further attacks on the Iranian capital hit the Sharif University of Technology and a nearby natural gas distribution site. Military officials in Ukraine say a Russian airstrike on the port city of Odessa has killed 3 people, including a child. There are reports that a Ukrainian strike on a coal mine in the Russia-controlled Luhansk region in the eastern Donbass has left over 40 miners trapped underground. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has expressed regret to North Korea over a drone incursion that he said was carried out by South Korean individuals without government approval. Mr. Lee said an investigation had established that 2 South Korean officials were involved. NASA's Artemis 2 mission has passed a critical threshold on its journey to catapult around the moon, the point when lunar gravity takes over the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft. The 4 astronauts on board are venturing deeper into space than any human before them when they fly around the far side of the moon on Monday. The drinks giant Diageo has joined Pepsi by pulling its sponsorship of a British music festival that's booked Kanye West as its headline act. West, who's now known as Ye, has been widely condemned for making anti-Semitic and pro-Nazi remarks in recent years. And the world's first professional curling league will hold its opening competition later on Monday in the Canadian city of Toronto. 6 mixed-gender teams from North America, Europe and Asia will play in short matches. BBC News.
Welcome back to part 2 of the History Hour with Max Pierce. Still to come, the invention of the vape and the touching story of one particular elephant who helped teach the world about the species. Before that, a story from the past which weaves together significant moments in the history of art and politics. In 1981, one of the world's most impactful works of art was finally handed to Spain after more than 4 decades effectively in exile. Guernica was Pablo Picasso's emotional response to the bombing of the Basque town of that name during the Spanish Civil War, so it was freighted with meaning for the Spanish people. Jane Wilkinson has used archive recordings to trace the story of Guernica's journey.
Picasso's famous painting, Guernica, was flown to Madrid today after 40 years' exile in New York. Painted in 1937, Guernica represents the suffering of the Spanish people during their civil war, and Picasso swore it would never hang in Spain until democracy returned.
I think it is worth stressing the care that Picasso dedicated to his work, and the awareness he had of the painting's exceptional value, of it being his masterpiece. We are standing before a tragedy, and if it were possible to capture what it says, it would freeze the blood in our veins.
The words of Ambassador Rafael Fernandez Quintanilla, one of the negotiators who helped the handover of the painting. But our story begins in 1937, during the Spanish Civil War.
Okay, end of, I don't know, sometimes I have oh, this is my, yeah, okay, I should be able to stop this.
End of number 84 ATS Sunday, April 5, 2026, 9:39 p.m.